It was the height of summer in the 80th year of Konoha. In the evening, the glow of the setting sun filtered through the gaps between the leaves, scattering fine fragments of light upon the grassy forest floor, casting the retreating figure of a woman in an orange-hued kimono into a striking radiant silhouette. Even the three female disciples following behind her were captivated by the sight. Teacher Hanabi is truly a great beauty, beautiful and strong, and from the prestigious Hyūga clan. Yes, I wonder what kind of exceptional person will become the teacher's future boyfriend. Listening to her disciples gossiping about her love life, Hanabi's lips curled into a serene smile. Time flies so fast. These children have reached the age of caring about romance. This long-term mission to the Land of Wind is over, and it's vacation time until the Chunin exams. These 6 months as a Jonin instructor have been non-stop. I should take a good rest. Hanabi stretched luxuriously. Tonight I'll go to an izakaya, then soak in a hot spring and sleep soundly. What should I do next? Alright, big sister mentioned in her letter that the food street in the village has added many new shops. I want to try them all one by one. Swish. Just as Hanabi was immersed in her happy thoughts, a pitch-black rift suddenly appeared in the sky at the 12 o'clock direction. The rift flashed and vanished, seen only by Hanabi walking at the front. A white figure fell out, plummeting rapidly into the forest. The heavy thud of impact startled the birds into flight. Hanabi stopped, her expression serious. Sumair Ninari Yamashoku be formation alert. Yes. The three gripped kunai their backs and shoulders, touching, forming a triangular formation to cover each other's blind spots. Byakugan. Through the obstructing bushes, Hanabi saw a person lying in a crater 500 meters away, smashed into the ground. The white haori robe the man wore was tattered and torn. There was a lacerated wound on his chest. The flame of chakra at his heart meridian was like a candle in the wind, flickering toward extinction. Was that rift just now a space-time ninjutsu? Who is he? How did he get so injured? Will the one who hurt him come after him? Hanabi's pupils flickered with uncertainty, questions flashing through her mind, her heart in turmoil. If I leave him like that, he will surely die. But if I go to help him, and he has ill intentions, Sumair and the others will be in danger. In the end, the will to save a life won out. Sumair Ninari Yamashoku, you three rush back to the village at full speed. Report the situation to the 7th Hokage and ask him to send reinforcements. Huh. Teacher, what about you? He'll go check the situation. It's too dangerous for you alone. We don't know. It's fine, you go. Hanabi turned her back to her disciples, her voice calm, but her fingers gripped the folds of her kimono tightly. Please be careful. Well, inform the Hokage as soon as possible. Confirming that her disciples had left the danger zone, Hanabi steadied her breathing, released the folds, and a kunai slid from her sleeve into her palm. Her deep red, thick-soled sandals stepped on the grass as she cautiously approached the crater. Over there. ZZZ. The golden six-tomo rinnegan on his forehead closed the slit, fading, and the azure glow of the tensigen in his pupil dissipated from the conjunctiva, reverting to the byakugan. Heh. Pale fingers sank deep into the mud, a self-deprecating smile curling at the corner of his lips. To think that Ōtsutsuki Tianyu, a notable figure in the main clan, would be struck down from behind. I was too eager for immortality, my attention all on the chakra fruit, which gave that bastard an opening. Is this the end? Just then he heard footsteps approaching. Who? Tianyu lifted his chin with difficulty, looking toward the sound. Through his wavering, blurry vision, a woman in an orange-yellow kimono walked toward him. When the woman's true face came into focus before him, Tianyu's pupils constricted violently. Hanabi. Though the age was different from the Hanabi, I know that face, and the byakugan, there's no doubt it's Hanabi. So the random space-time gate I opened actually brought me to the ninja world. Lin Tianyu, a congenital heart disease patient who loved Naruto. He passed away from illness before Boruto began, right after Shippuden ended. After death, he transmigrated as an Ōtsutsuki into the Naruto world. At 30 years of age, he had become a formidable expert in the Ōtsutsuki main clan, his power completely surpassing Kaguya at her peak. He had always sought to obtain a chakra fruit to achieve immortality. Just when he was about to achieve his goal, he was ambushed and gravely wounded by his archrival in the clan. On the brink of death, he used the power of the rinnegan and tensigen to open a random teleportation gate and escape. Unexpectedly, he stumbled into the ninja world right before the grown-up Hanabi. He propped himself up with his arms and sat up, the wound on his chest tearing with pain, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. Are you okay? Hanabi rushed over to support him, but Tianyu suddenly reached out and grabbed her wrist. The hand holding the kunai froze in midair, cold sweat trickling down her cheek. What a powerful aura. He's clearly on the verge of death, yet held by him like this, I can't move at all. Hanabi's startled face flickered in Tianyu's bleak pupils. Injured as I am, my only hope for survival is to imprint the karma on her and use her body to resurrect in the future. But then he gave up the thought, as I thought she wouldn't be able to withstand my karma. Not only would I not survive, but I would ruin her life as well. Harming others without benefit to myself, why bother? He released Hanabi's wrist, lay flat on the ground, completely drained of strength. Swoosh! The suffocating pressure dissipated, and Hanabi leaped back in reflex on high alert against the man before her. Tianyu lay face up, staring at the setting sun sinking on the horizon, as if to engrave this last scene of his life into his eyes. After a moment, his ethereal calm voice came. Use the thing in your hand to give me a quick end. Etch. Hanabi's eyes widened in shock. Why? You must have seen it. I haven't long to live. I'm not from this land. I was ambushed by a powerful enemy. If you don't end my life quickly, the enemy might track me down. When that happens, it won't just be my death alone. You and the people around you might all be implicated and lose their lives. So you know what to do, right? Don't hesitate, do it. Tianyu closed his eyes, calmly awaiting death. Are you? Hanabi stared at the spiral horn on Tianyu's forehead, her voice trembling slightly. Are you from the Ōtsutsuki clan? Yes. Tianyu wasn't surprised that Hanabi recognized him. It was only natural that after Naruto and Sasuke faced Kaguya, they would spread knowledge about the Ōtsutsuki in the aftermath. But he didn't know that 2 years after Shippuden, when Hanabi was 14, she had been abducted by Ōtsutsuki Tonari from the moon branch and had her eyes gouged out. So hearing his words, just now she felt a mix of emotions. As an Ōtsutsuki, even at the brink of death, he could still consider the safety of me and those around me a complete stranger to him. This overturned her stereotype of the Ōtsutsuki clan. But despite her feelings, the stakes involved in Tianyu's words forced her to think carefully. Gulp. Hanabi swallowed hard, walked back to Tianyu, and extended the hand, holding the kunai, tremblingly reaching toward him. Feeling the cold touch of the kunai pressed against his throat, Tianyu said with eyes closed, Yes, don't hesitate. Aim for my carotid artery and stab precisely. It will all be over. Hanabi gritted her teeth, her pupils trembling like an earthquake. Finally, she let out a deep sigh, her trembling hands steadied, and the blade of the kunai moved away from Tianyu's throat. Tianyu opened his eyes. What's wrong? Hanabi lowered her gaze and said, Sorry, I still can't bring myself to kill someone who considered my safety and my family's, even if you are an Ōtsutsuki. Saying that, she bit the kunai with her teeth, pulled out a bandage from her simple medical kit, and bent down to dress Tianyu. They'll do a simple dressing first, then take you back to our village for treatment. But I can't guarantee that I can. After wrapping, she took the kunai from her mouth, cut the bandage, and tied a knot. She put the kunai back into her tool pouch, crouched down, lifted Tianyu's arm, and helped him lean on her shoulder. Hanabi's actions made the blood that had been cold for 30 years in his body feel warmth for the first time in a long, while like the time he spent rewatching Naruto in his hospital bed. Thank you. Tianyu whispered softly into Hanabi's ear. Don't mention it. Hanabi's gaze turned again to the horn on Tianyu's forehead. Let me say this first, your clansmen have done things that harm this land. Bringing you back like this will definitely cause controversy. To not delay your treatment, I need to remove the most prominent horn of your Ōtsutsuki identity here. They'll explain the truth to the village later. With that, Hanabi grabbed Tianyu's horn with her bare hand and snapped it downward. Crack. The horn broke. Tianyu felt no pain anymore. He had already fallen unconscious on Hanabi's shoulder. Hanabi put the broken horn into her tool pouch, looped her arm under Tianyu's armpit to support his weight, then bent down and let him lie on her back. In the afterglow of the setting sun, Hanabi looked at the handsome, peaceful, and haggard face resting on her left. By the way, I haven't even asked your name. I hope you can survive. After an unknown amount of time, Tianyu opened the dazzling white ceiling, the fluorescent light that was not harsh, but without warmth, and the 4 bag hanging in the peripheral vision. All brought a strong sense of déjà vu that made him feel dazed. Could it be that I had a very long dream? That my transmigration to the Naruto world was just a delusion of mine fighting illness on my hospital bed? You're awake. At this moment, a voice etched into his DNA brought him back from his reverie. He turned to look. The person sitting on the chair by the bedside was none other than Tianyu. Gazed at the golden-haired man seated on the chair beside the bed. The boy, the youth, the face in his memories gradually overlapped with the calm, composed, yet slightly weary countenance before him. Naruto. Is it? This is no dream. I survived. Hanabi brought me back to Konoha and saved my life. I never imagined Konoha's medical ninjutsu could be so advanced. Tianyu calmed his gaze, concealing his emotions, and asked impassively, How long have I been unconscious? About 3 days and 3 nights, Naruto replied, recalling the desperate race against death late that night 3 days ago. Using Kurama's chakra, he repeatedly sustained Sakura's 100 healings jutsu, finally snatching the man from death's grip by dawn. Your life has been saved for now, but full recovery will require lengthy rehabilitation. The most severe damage is to your chakra meridians. For a regular ninja, this would mean being crippled, unable to use chakra. Naruto paused, gazing deeply at Tianyu. But you are different. Thanks to your Ōtsutsuki lineage, even damaged meridians can heal themselves. So you already know who I am. Did the girl who saved me tell you? Yes. When Hanabi brought you here, She only said you were a stray Hyūga clan member gravely injured and needing immediate treatment. After you stabilized, she told me everything about your encounter and your true identity. Naruto said with clear eyes. I understand her reasoning. She wanted to skip the debate about your identity and start medical procedures immediately. She seems to have a good impression of you, which is why I haven't taken coercive measures. So Hanabi is the name of the girl who saved me. Tianyu adhered to the transference protocol, methodically inquiring. And how should I address you? Naruto was inwardly astonished. Such a sharp question, yet his focus was here. Not bad actually. At least he wants to understand others. Naruto smiled generously. Let me formally introduce myself. My name is Uzumaki Naruto, and I am the Hokage of this hidden leaf village. Sorry, you probably don't know these terms. Let me explain briefly. Ninja are a profession born from chakra in this land. Konoha is one of the villages where ninja gather. As Hokage, I am the village chief. Tianyu was amused inwardly. Of course I know. In a way, I grew up watching your story, Naruto. He extended a pale hand from under the hospital gown to support himself, sitting up. My name is Ōtsutsuki Tianyu. I come from the Ōtsutsuki clan's planet. Hanabi already told you why I came to this land, so I won't repeat it. Naruto smiled warmly. I'm really glad you can communicate so smoothly with me. Ōtsutsuki, Tianyu, right? Tianyu shifted the topic. Naruto, as a village leader, you must be busy. You waited for me to wake up surely, not just to exchange pleasantries. You're a straightforward person. Naruto didn't beat around the bush. To be honest, your clansmen once brought war to this land. The people are wary of the Ōtsutsuki name. So I haven't disclosed your identity publicly. Only the village elders know your origin. But as Hokage, I must ensure the village's safety. So, I need to know about the Ōtsutsuki who attacked you and caused you to fall to the ninja world. This determines whether I can shelter you in Konoha and provide protection during your recovery. I hope you understand and cooperate. Tianyu did not answer immediately, but slowly closed his eyes, deeply sensing his damaged meridians. Not good. I can only mobilize 1/10 of my chakra. Neither the Tensegan nor the Rinnegan can be awakened. My remaining strength is only slightly stronger than 6 paths of Ito. Forget about dealing with that guy. Even Naruto in front of me is far stronger. Tianyu, who had never seen Boruto, naively assumed that Naruto and Sasuke were now at a power level beyond 6 paths, surpassing 6 paths Madara. After all, it's common sense that ninja grow stronger over time. Tianyu estimated it would take at least a year of rest to recover enough chakra and dojutsu for self-protection. Staying in Konoha is the best choice for now. As an outsider indebted to them, cooperating with Naruto's background investigation is only reasonable. Alright, I'll tell you. After deep deliberation, Tianyu opened his eyes. The one who attacked me is called Ōtsutsuki. Ugh. The 2 words stuck in his throat like fish bones, impossible to utter. Tianyu pressed his neck, eyes trembling. No mistake. This is that guy's divine technique. And it works on me. I have a constitution immune to divine techniques. Is it because I'm weakened from injury? No. This is about constitution, not my state. There's only one reason I can think of. He's already eaten the half chakra fruit he stole from me. His power has undergone a qualitative change. Is your throat uncomfortable? Have some water. Naruto poured a glass of water, walked to the bedside, and handed it to Tianyu. Thanks. After sitting back down, Naruto asked, You said his name is Ōtsutsuki, what? I didn't catch it. Tianyu held the cup with both hands, his gaze pensive. I can't say it. Can't say it. What do you mean? Tianyu lowered his eyes, looking at his pale face reflected in the water. I can't say his name, nor any information about him. Even the reason why I can't say it. I can't say that either. Naruto was completely confused. What does that even mean? Indeed, for Naruto's brain cells, understanding this was unrealistic. Tianyu looked up, took a small sip of water. Then his gaze shifted to the corner of the ceiling directly at the surveillance camera beside the bed. That thing has been glowing since earlier. It doesn't look like medical equipment. I'm guessing someone is watching this room from somewhere invisible. Naruto looked surprised. Tianyu continued, Why don't you consult the person wearing the device in your left ear about what I just said? If I'm not mistaken, the one advising Naruto behind the scenes should be Shikamaru. It has to be him. Naruto felt ashamed, such keen observation. As an Ōtsutsuki, he can spot our technology at a glance. But this makes things easier. Shikamaru, you. In another room, Shikamaru watched the live feed of Naruto and Tianyu on the monitor. He spoke slowly to someone behind him. Hanabi, may I light a cigarette? Hanabi gazed at Tianyu's face on the screen and replied, Go ahead, Narasan. I also want to understand what he meant quickly. In the 3 days waiting for Tianyu to wake, Hanabi had been restless, fearing her actions might bring disaster to the— Thanks. Shikamaru bit the filter, lit the cigarette, inhaled deeply, and exhaled a swirling cloud. After half a cigarette, he had an idea. He can't say the name, can't give any details, and even emphasizes that he can't say why he can't say it. If it's not intentional concealment, then there's only one possibility. Narasan, do you have a lead? Sort of. Shikamaru thought this might be an opportunity, a perfect chance to fully understand those extraterrestrial Ōtsutsuki. Sasuke has been traveling all these years to find clues and prevent trouble. He stubbed out the half-smoked cigarette in the portable ashtray. Let's go meet Ōtsutsuki Tianyu-kun. After Lu Wan and Hua entered the room, Mingren stood up and introduced him to Tianyu. This is Niliang Lu Wan, my Hokage assistant. He possesses the most outstanding intellect in our entire ninja world. Tianyu nodded in greeting and then studied Lu Wan. While apart from his style of dressing, he quite resembled Lu Jiao in other aspects. There was a faint scent of tobacco on him, suggesting he had inherited the habit of his mentor Asima. Moreover, although Lu Wan was called the Hokage assistant, he probably handled all the clerical work of the Hokage, didn't he? As the foremost combat power of Konoha village, Mingren would surely not waste his precious time on tedious desk work. Having never seen the Bo-Rinjuan, Tianyu naturally assumed this from a logical perspective. Lu Wan stepped forward and asked Tianyu directly, the person who attacked you. Their name and information are designated as forbidden words unable to be spoken aloud. That's what I gathered, right? Communicating with an intelligent person was indeed effortless. Your reputation as the foremost mind is well-deserved. Lu Wan thought the general direction seems correct. I still need to confirm the details of this technique. Speaking of which, back then Danzo, in order to ensure root members would not leak information about him, developed the tongue disaster eradication seal, which had a similar effect. Lu Wan pressed further. How is that forbidden speech ability realized? Is it something like a cursed seal? You don't need to answer, just nod or shake your head to indicate yes or no. Tianyu shook his head. Lu Wan asked again, is it then realized through some other chakra medium? Tianyu shook his head a second time. Is it a medium that is not chakra-based? After Tianyu denied it a third time, Lu Wan's expression turned completely grim. Not even needing a medium. So that ability is a generalized, indiscriminate force of interference on the outside world. Tianyu nodded. Lu Wan sighed inwardly. The opponent is actually capable of using a technique of this. As powerful as the infinite moon reading was, it required first using the power of the divine tree to project the eye onto the moon, and then relying on the moon's radiance shining upon the human world to cast people into the illusion. Yet the technique used by that person could take effect indiscriminately without any medium. This already involved laws and concepts. I don't know whether what you say is true or false. You need to give me a reason that is convincing enough. That person tried to kill me, and I regard him as an enemy. It would do me no good at all to conceal his information from you who are willing to offer me help. Isn't that reason sufficient enough? It is sufficient enough. Lu Wan then said, can you convey information about him through written text? Theoretically, yes. But I am completely illiterate in the characters of your land. Fortunately, at least, there was a feasible means to transmit information, though it could not be realized in a short time. A glint of sharpness flickered in Lu Wan's eyes. Then let's try from another angle to see if we can extract any useful intelligence. Share with us the information about the other Ōtsutsuki. I refuse. Tianyu rejected without a second thought. What? Mingren and Hua both cast stunned glances. Lu Wan frowned deeply. What's the matter? Tianyu said calmly, that person who attacked me is a different case. I have no enmity with other clan members, and I will not betray our clan's interests just to secure my own safety. Hua's eyes flickered. He has such principles. Lu Wan shook his head while pressing his forehead. You're putting us in a difficult position. This means you haven't disclosed any substantial, specific, valuable intelligence to us, so we can't very well take you in. Tianyu lowered his gaze as if weighing and deliberating. The hospital room fell into a silence, so deep one could hear a pin drop. Lu Wan, right, I made my stance quite strong. Now it's a matter of life and death for you, so think carefully. Hua, will he waver? Mingren, let me see what choice you make. Tianyu slowly raised his head. Among you ninja, are there any who use space-time abilities? What? What does he mean by asking this? Mingren, Hua, and Lu Wan each felt a different kind of surprise. Lu Wan gazed at him intently. If there are, what do you have in mind? Tianyu said, let that person send me to another space. After that, it has nothing to do with you. I will Lu Wan pressed on. What, you barely escaped with your life. Don't you want to live on? I do, of course I do, very much so. Tianyu said frankly, but I can't bear to put my benefactor in a difficult position. His warm gaze fell on Hua's conflicted face. I am already grateful for what you've done. Let me go? Even the rational, logic-driven Lu Wan was somewhat moved. Such an upright person. I can no longer use any means to force him into submission. Whether he stays or leaves is not decided by Hua nor by me, and to put it bluntly, not even by this Ōtsutsuki Tianyu himself. It is decided by you, Mingren the Hokage. Hua's eyes were downcast, her chest feeling as if stuffed with a ball of cotton fluff, an indescribable suffocation. Words of persuasion and pleading rolled in her dry throat, but in the end she swallowed them back bitterly. She turned and left the ward, opened the corridor window, letting the wind calm her mind. So be it. For the safety of the village, his leaving was the right choice. Just then Mingren's right hand, wrapped in bandages, gently patted her trembling shoulder. Brother-in-law. Under Hua's astonished gaze, Mingren smiled. and said, Huahui, you indeed have a good eye. This Ōtsutsuki Tianyu is truly a principled and trustworthy person. Though our stances differ, not betraying one's companion for personal gain. Isn't that exactly the code of honor that we ninja uphold? But Huahui's eyes brightened momentarily, but the reality before her made her hesitate. Reading her concern, Ming-Ren said, don't worry, we are not without experience in dealing with the Ōtsutsuki. And I also have another consideration from a practical standpoint. Judging from Tianyu's willingness to protect his clan's interest, his popularity within that clan is likely. If we can establish a friendly relationship with Tianyu, perhaps one day we won't have to regard the Ōtsutsuki clan as enemies. Ming-Ren looked into the distance with a far-seeing gaze. Taking the risk of creating one strong enemy to avoid the danger of making a whole host of enemies, which is more worthwhile, is obvious, isn't it? Ming-Ren and Huahua returned to the ward together. Tianyu, I've made my decision. Stay in Konoha and recover peacefully. Consider this place your own home. He walked to the bedside and drew open the curtains. Sunlight streamed through the window, presenting the thriving Konoha village before Tianyu's eyes. Of course, you'll need to keep the surname Ōtsutsuki hidden for now. Once your condition stabilizes further and you are discharged, you will follow Huahua back to the Hyūga clan. Ming-Ren rested his hand on the window ledge, his blue eyes gazing toward the prosperous area of Konoha where a grand mansion of green tiles and bricks stood. Well, I've already thought up a background for you. You are a Hyūga orphan who survived the Warring States period and was never incorporated into Konoha, now returning to the village. Sunlight streamed in, and the smile on Ming-Ren's lips was warm and gentle. Hyūga Tianyu, does that? After the meeting with Ming-Ren ended, Tian, you spent nearly a week recuperating in the hospital. During this time, Huahua came to visit him every evening. Besides bringing nourishing meals, she also taught him about the ninja world, the 5 great nations, and the history and culture of Konoha. Her intention was to help Tianyu adapt to local life as quickly as possible and integrate into the big family of Konoha. Finally, the day of discharge arrived. Tada! Huahua came to Tianyu's bedside, showing off the new clothes she held in her arms. I had the Hyūga tailor custom make these for you. Take a look and see if you like them. It was a green-brown feathered haori with an oblique front opening decorated with star patterns along the collar and placket. You made clothes specially for me. What kind of talk is that? Huahua refolded the clothes and placed them neatly at the head of the bed. Your old clothes were too tattered to wear. I couldn't very well have you go home in a hospital gown, could I? Go home with you. Heaven's Feather knew he was arranged to live in the Hyūga clan's residence, but he never expected to be placed directly in Hanabi's home. Thank you, the clothes are beautiful. I really like them. Hanabi took out an unopened box of men's underwear and a pair of new shoes from her waist pouch and set them by the bedside. Go take a shower and change quickly. He'll wait for you outside. About half an hour later, Tianyu had tidied himself up, put on the new attire, and stepped out. Wow! Hanabi's eyes lit up. The haori robe perfectly fit Tianyu's tall frame. His silver hair cascaded like a waterfall to his waist, and a few stray strands before his forehead swayed with the evening breeze complementing his handsome clean-cut face. One couldn't help but feel that the person before them had stepped out of a painting, exuding an otherworldly grace. Earlier, when he was all messy, I hadn't really noticed. This guy's face is remarkably striking. She flicked the strands of hair falling over her forehead and said with admiring delight, not bad after all, you didn't waste this fine fabric. The discharge time was late at night. Konoha had already reached curfew hour, and the streets were devoid of. Hanabi strolled slowly ahead with her hands behind her back, while Tianyu followed, glancing around. He couldn't help but marvel at how much Konoha had changed. From the architectural style to the scenery, everything exuded a modern atmosphere. Huh, what the heck? There's a railway track. Hanabi glanced at him out of the corner of her eye and said, this is the track for the Thunder Chariot. Thunder Chariot? What's that? Hanabi, hands behind her back, hopped like a child, skipping squares to the other end of the iron rail and turned lightly, saying, it's a new invention that has emerged in the shinobi world in recent years. These tracks crisscross everywhere, spanning the world and connecting the hidden villages of the 5 great nations. Before the Thunder Chariot was invented, we ninjas had to travel on foot for missions, exhausting our stamina and wasting time. Now we just sit on the Thunder Chariot and arrive at our destination in the time it takes to take a nap. That's amazing. Hanabi smiled with joy in her eyes. Someday I'll take you for a ride too. Soon they arrived at the Hyūga clan compound. The moment Tianyu appeared, the crowd stirred. Wow, what a handsome man. Big brother Tianyu, over here, look at me. Silver hair. That guy obviously isn't pure blood Hyūga, right? Being handsome is useless. With diluted blood, his Byakugan definitely won't be as good as ours. That's right. And he hasn't received formal training in the gentle fist. Definitely just a showpiece. Enough, you've seen him. Go back to sleep. Don't forget tomorrow morning's clan martial competition. An authoritative male voice came from ahead on the road. Lord Hayashi. The Hyūga clan members all turned to look. Tianyu also cast his gaze over. Seeing Hayashi Hyūga as he was now Tianyu felt a real sense of the passage of time. Hayashi, now past 60, had hair half white. His expression no longer bore the sharpness of his younger years, yet as he still held the position of clan head, his brows carried the shrewdness and competence of a superior. The crowd passed by him. Hayashi stood with arms crossed, his face solemn, as he stared at Tianyu. Hanabi led Tianyu before Hayashi, and said with a bright smile, "Father, this is Tianyu-kun, the one I mentioned to you." Tianyu stepped forward and greeted him. "Lord Hayashi, it's an honor to meet you. He'll be in your care from now on." Hayashi nodded, but his tense expression did not ease. Hanabi noticed her father's unusual demeanor, and her face stiffened. No father had agreed to take Tianyu in after learning about his situation. "Also, my brother-in-law said he would come tonight, but he's not here. Could it be? Father, has something happened?" Hayashi looked at Tianyu with a troubled expression. "Lord Hayashi, if there's something you find inconvenient to say in front of me, I can step aside." That was just how Tianyu was. He didn't like to beat around the bush unless it was absolutely necessary. "It's not that serious." Hayashi turned his gaze to Hanabi. "Those two advisors have come. They're in our clan's reception room. Your brother-in-law is talking with them." "Why are they here at this hour?" Hanabi frowned, a bad feeling rising in her heart. "What are my brother-in-law and they discussing?" Sigh. "I never thought that during my tenure as clan head I would encounter such a troublesome matter." Hayashi sighed inwardly, then told Hanabi the truth. "They disagree with your brother-in-law's arrangement for Tianyu. They say that if he must stay in the Hyūga clan, he has to be branded with the caged bird seal. This is utterly outrageous. I'm going to confront them right now." Hanabi clenched her teeth, veins bulging on her forehead, her pretty face turning unusually fierce. Before Hayashi could stop her, Hanabi rolled up her sleeves and charged out. Hayashi shouted, "Hanabi, wait. Your brother-in-law is trying to persuade them." Without looking back, Hanabi said furiously, "I brought him here. I can't let my brother-in-law take care of everything for me." Hayashi hurried after her, sighing inwardly. He never expected Hanabi's reaction to be so intense. Does she truly trust this Ōtsutsuki Tianyu this much? "Lord Hayashi, what is the caged bird?" Flustered and distracted, Hayashi failed to notice the undercurrents roiling beneath Tianyu's seemingly calm demeanor. Tianyu was patiently adhering to the principles of a transmigrator. Hayashi said, "That is an ancient hereditary curse seal of the Hyūga clan used to prevent the Byakugan bloodline from leaving. It is engraved by the main house onto the branch house, a seal that can never be removed. Through this seal, the main house can easily destroy the brain nerves of the branch house members. Because this seal was too cruel, it was abolished during the era of the 7th Hokage. Now those two advisors want to revive this bloody seal specifically for you." Tianyu asked, "Who are those two?" Hayashi said, "They are elders who held high positions in Konoha's early years and have not been involved in village affairs for many years. But Naruto's decision to take you in, you and Ōtsutsuki, who once brought calamity to this land, has still stirred them up." Tianyu's gaze darkened as he stared at the reception room deep within the mansion at the end of the road. "So those two want to bind me with this so-called caged bird seal to prevent me, the outsider Ōtsutsuki Tianyu, from doing harm to your Konoha, right?" Hayashi sighed. "Yes. They are conservatives. Maintaining stability has always been their greatest demand. Branding an Ōtsutsuki with the caged bird. Those two old fossils really dared to dream. They don't actually think that thing would work on a pure-blooded Ōtsutsuki, do they? Even if the caged bird were engraved, it wouldn't truly take effect. But even so, Tianyu would never accept such a humiliating mark. He didn't want to make things difficult for those who had helped him, but he also didn't want to make things difficult for himself. Since the situation hadn't escalated to that point, yet Tianyu chose to wait and see. But he never expected that Hanabi would go on to do something so astonishing for his sake. "What troubles you, Lord Hayashi?" Tianyu asked, gazing at Hayashi's heavy back, voicing another question. Clack, clack. The wooden clogs stepped on the bluestone-paved path, the footsteps resounding hurriedly. Hayashi also calmed down, listening to Hanabi's description of Ōtsutsuki Tianyu's conversation with Naruto and Shikamaru in the ward. "I concluded that he is a person of delicate mind who cannot tolerate any speck in his eyes. For someone like him, it's truly unnecessary for me to speak false flattery." Thinking this, Hayashi glanced sideways behind him and said bluntly, "If you were willing to accept the caged bird, everything would be fine. But would you accept it?" "You would not. If I were you, I would not either. So both sides are bound to have unpleasantness." Even if the two advisors' intention was to maintain stability, they overlooked that such an extreme method as the caged bird would bring new hidden dangers to the village. "That is the biggest reason for my distress." Tianyu's eyes sparkled. At his age, Hayashi really hasn't lived in vain. While respecting my position, he is also skillfully probing me. Good. I don't mind communicating frankly with such a person. Lord Hayashi, you can rest assured. No matter what, I would never attack Konoha, to which I owe my life-saving debt. If we cannot reach a consensus on the caged bird issue, then we can part amicably. These words were like a reassurance pill for Hayashi. What he feared most was that the caged bird would anger Tianyu, causing harm to Hanabi, the Hyūga clan, and Konoha. His attitude was neither servile nor arrogant. While respecting others' contributions, he also expressed his stance of not accepting the caged bird. A person of considerable cultivation and vision. Ōtsutsuki Tianyu. I somewhat understand why Hanabi has taken a liking to you. Hayashi immediately stated, Lord Tianyu, as the head of the Hyūga clan, I will also strive for a result that satisfies both sides. In the traditional room Hamura Midokado and Koha Udatain, the two elders nearly a century old sat, like living fossils in the master chairs, enjoying their privileged position. Naruto, as the Hokage, sat on a guest chair beside them, personally pouring tea for the two to refill their cups, trying to reason with gentle words to make them concede. Setting down the teapot, Naruto sat upright. Both of you. Tianyu is someone I have personally confirmed to be trustworthy and worthy of deep friendship. I am certain he will not do anything to harm the village. The caged bird is completely unnecessary. Koha Udatain held her teacup, her heavy eye bags under eyes that considered themselves experienced in reading people. Naruto, you are still too young, and do not understand the treachery of human hearts. He is now seriously injured, and needs our help, so he lowers his posture. Once he heals and recovers his strength, he will immediately turn his back on us. Naruto said earnestly he won't. Not only did he consider Hanabi's position when she brought him back, even offering to let Hanabi end his life later to avoid making things difficult for us, he even proactively suggested that we use time-space ninjutsu to send him away from the ninja world. Unexpectedly, Koha Udatain heard this and sneered. This is his cunning, using the tactic of retreating to advance to achieve his goals. He must be an old monster who has lived for thousands of years, already seeing through the thoughts of Hanabi and you youngsters. His words happened to be heard by Hanabi, who had arrived at the door. She slowly lowered her hand from the sliding door and clenched it tightly. No. At that time my kunai was already pressed against his throat. A single thought could have killed him. I don't believe he would gamble his life on a single thought of my mercy. You know nothing, yet you maliciously speculate here. Inside the room Hamura Midokado also joined. Naruto, it's not about fearing the 1 in 10,000, whether he is ill-intentioned is not important. What matters is that he has the ability to be ill-intentioned. Naruto, you have now lost the power of the 6 paths. Let's be honest, if another Ōtsutsuki like Kaguya who is militaristic appears in the ninja world, can you still stop it? Naruto argued forcefully. Kaguya is Kaguya, Tianyu is Tianyu. Everyone comes from a different path and has a different nature. The Ōtsutsuki clan is merely born with extraordinary power and longevity. That doesn't mean they are all heinous villains. Koha Udatain said. Then do you know the past life of this Ōtsutsuki Tianyu? You are just speculating based on appearances. The two were obstinate, and Naruto gradually lost patience. However, out of respect for their status as senior elders, he still spoke politely. I don't quite understand. Why must you two harbor prejudice just because of the Ōtsutsuki? Isn't our ancestor the 6 path sage also an Ōtsutsuki? Humph. I knew it. Naruto would use this point to refute us. Hamura Midokado rubbed his wrinkled old hand on his cane and said solemnly, the 6 path sage was civilized by humanity, shedding his innate savagery. That's why he was grateful to humans and fought against his mother. That Ōtsutsuki Tianyu, as far as I know, lived on the Ōtsutsuki planet, so he does not have the conditions to be civilized. By nature he is not of our kind, and cannot be compared to the 6 path sage at all. Koha Udatain echoed firmly the same rule. Either send him away. If he stays in grave, the caged reasoning fails. Naruto picked up the teapot again to refill the empty cups, his eyes flickering uncertainly. Will I have to exercise the Hokage's veto power? Bang. At that moment the sliding door of the room was yanked open heavily. The orange-eared kimono hem stirred a gust of wind. Hanabi stormed in furiously. The table together with the teacups was overturned, spilling tea on the tatami. Hyūga, Hanabi, what are you doing? How dare you lay hands on us, the living fossils of Konoha? How dare you, how dare you? Hanabi grabbed their collars and lifted them into the air, her vain Byakugan glaring furiously at the 2 stubborn stones suspended in the air. This fury erupted not only because of Tianyu being misunderstood, but also because on her own path the caged bird had left an indelible mark. She had been a carefree little girl who only wanted to play happily with her sister Hinata. The turning point of everything began in childhood, when she hid behind the door and witnessed her cousin Niji being tortured by the caged bird seal. Although she herself was spared from becoming a victim of the caged bird, this seal always accompanied her gloomy and gray childhood, becoming a memory she wished to seal forever in her mind and never mention. Hanabi gritted her teeth and said, why? After all this time you still bring up those 3 words. Haven't the lessons of the past been enough to warn you? Do you want to create new tragedies? Hanabi, what are you doing? Put the 2 advisors down at once. Acting so impulsively won't solve anything. Hayashi, who had reached the door, said to Hanabi in a deep voice. Father. The veins on Hanabi's temples gradually receded, and she set down the two people she was holding. Cough, cough, cough. The two clutched their throats, gasping and coughing, complaining. Hayashi, how do you discipline your daughter? She learns nothing good. Just picks up rude behavior. Wannabe Tsunade. Become the head of the Hyūga clan first. Hayashi took off his wooden clogs, stepped forward, and performed the Dajiza bow before the two advisors. Both of you please forgive my daughter's rude behavior just now, but I sincerely hope you will reconsider your decision. Hearing this, Hamura Mitokado tapped his cane on the floor. Hayashi, even you failed to see what's important. On the contrary, I am doing this precisely for the greater good. Hayashi's eyes flickered with a deep light as he reasoned. The caged bird is a system that has been rendered obsolete by the times, and the clan members are all deeply reticent about it. Please think carefully. If Tianyu bears such a conspicuous mark on his forehead, what will the clan members think? Can we deceive them into believing that this cruel system has been reinstated? But if we don't say that, how can we explain to the clan why Tianyu is being treated differently? And at that point, how can we conceal his identity as an Ōtsutsuki? This is nothing short of lifting a rock only to drop it on our own feet. Udatain Koharu and Hamura Mitokado wore stern expressions. Koharu said, these are all internal issues, they can be resolved internally. Hayashi then said, it's not just the Hyūga who have clansmen. As an Ōtsutsuki, Tianyu also has his own people. I refer not to his enemies, but to his family and friends. If one day they come to this land and see that we have branded a humiliating mark like the caged bird on him, what will they? Would they not seek out the instigator to settle the score? This statement was crucial and weighty, causing Koharu and Hamura's faces to pale. At this moment, Naruto stepped forward and spoke earnestly. Both of you, I know your intentions are for the long-term stability of Konoha. But honestly, based on my personal experience of having clashed with the Ōtsutsuki twice, I doubt the caged bird could truly restrict an Ōtsutsuki. Apart from revealing our pettiness, it serves no real purpose. Wouldn't it be better to treat him with sincerity and win him over with virtue? What do you think? Hayashi and Naruto's practical considerations struck the points the two advisors had overlooked. At this point, they were essentially ready to compromise, but the older one gets the more one cares about face. They needed a ladder offered by someone who had just offended them. A ladder handed over personally. Hanabi gazed at the Hyūga clan emblem and the symbol of Konoha on the wall. She mused to herself, I know well that the concerns of these two are not unfounded. Whether it's Tianyu's lineage or the potential risks from his enemies if they come to pass. It would be a catastrophe for the village and the entire ninja world. But, since I brought him back and he has been allowed to stay in Konoha in the Hyūga household, then I will take full responsibility for him. In my own way. Shing. A kunai slid from her sleeve into Hanabi's palm. Seeing this, Hamura and Koharu's expressions changed drastically. What are you doing? Could it be? If we don't agree, you'll attack us here. But Hanabi, fixing her gaze on them, spoke in a steady voice. No. I know my words don't carry the same weight as my father's or the 7th Hokage's. I can only show you my resolve here and now. During Ōtsutsuki Tianyu's stay in Konoha, I, Hyūga Hanabi, am willing to be his guardian. If in the future because of him any villagers or shinobi of Konoha are harmed, I, Hyūga Hanabi, will atone with my death. If I break this oath, may my hair be cut off like this. With those words, under the astonished gazes of Koharu, Hamura, Naruto, and Hayashi, Hanabi raised a finger to a strand of hair, then swung the kunai and severed it. The strand of hair fell to the ground. Hanabi knelt down, deeply bowing to the two, and pleaded earnestly, so please both of you withdraw your order. Outside the door, watching Hanabi cut her hair and kneel for him, Tianyu's pupils trembled. His mouth opened in shock, and from the depths of his heart surged an emotion he had never felt before, one he could not describe. Hanabi. Thus the ladder was provided. Udatain Koharu. After all, they are family. They stand united in critical moments. Naruto smiled and mediated, everyone in this village is my family. I will treat them equally, including Hamura Mitokado. Enough. We're a bit tired. You handle it as you see fit. As they passed by Hanabi, they paused and glanced at her sideways. Hyūga Hanabi, do not forget the vow you just made. If anything goes wrong, you will bear full responsibility. Hanabi declared firmly, I will. As they stepped out the door, they were met with a suffocating white-eyed gaze. That look wasn't even contempt, it was as if they didn't exist in his eyes at all. Tianyu simply stood there staring ahead, and the pressure alone nearly stopped their hearts. They lowered their heads, not daring to meet his gaze, and hurried away. Hanabi lifted her skirt and stood up, looking at the tea stain on her knee. Oh, my nice dress is all dirty now. Naruto approached. Sorry you had to see that, young Tianyu. Tianyu said, no, it's I who have caused you trouble. Now you can stay in Konoha peacefully and recover. Hanabi came to the door, her face beaming with a relaxed smile. Don't feel burdened, okay? Even if those two advisors hadn't pulled this stunt tonight, I was already planning to be your guardian. Otherwise, I wouldn't have arranged for you to stay at our house. The words, thank you, lingered on Tianyu's lips, but he didn't say them. Compared to what Hanabi had done for him, those two words were ultimately too light. Just then Hayashi's voice came from the room. Naruto, it's getting late. You should go back early and keep Hinata company. Hanabi, go to your room, take a bath, change clothes, and rest early. Naruto and Hanabi exchanged a glance, thinking it seems Dad wants to have a private word with Tianyu. Then Tianyu entered the room and saw Hayashi about to clean up the mess on the floor. Let me do it. Tianyu naturally took the cloth from Hayashi's hand, knelt down, and began wiping the spilt tea on the tatami. Hayashi glanced at him, but said nothing, turning instead to straighten the overturned table and chairs. At that moment Tianyu's gaze fell on the strand of hair with a pink butterfly ornament that Hanabi had cut off with her kunai. He paused, then gently picked it up, wound it into a coil in his palm, and tucked it into his sleeve. When the table and chairs were back in place, Hayashi brewed a fresh pot of tea, sat up straight, and beckoned to Tianyu to sit. Tianyu sat across from Hayashi with proper posture. The tea in the kettle was boiling. Tianyu's silver-white eyes beneath his sword-like brows wavered in contemplation. He looked at Hayashi and voiced the confusion in his heart. Why? Why is Hanabi willing to go this far for me? We've had some pleasant conversations these days, but in the end I'm just someone she happened to rescue, right? Hayashi lifted the kettle from the stove, first pouring for Tianyu, then for himself. Setting down the kettle, he picked up his cup, blew on the steam, and took a small sip. After a moment's thought, he said, I think it's because of the contrast. Contrast. Tianyu raised his eyes. Setting down his cup, Hayashi's weathered brow and aged white eyes flickered with memories of the past. Over a decade ago, Hanabi was kidnapped by members of the Ōtsutsuki clan and taken to the moon, where her eyes were gouged out. What is this all about? Tianyu gripped his teacup, his gaze fixed intently on Hayashi's face. He desperately wanted to know the things about Hanabi that Naruto Shippuden had not told. This matter is a long story. For you to better understand the full picture, I must start with the origins of the Ōtsutsuki clan in this land. Please go ahead. I'm listening. He was getting on in years, no longer able to stay sharp as in his youth. Hayashi lit a sandalwood incense stick to invigorate his mind, and the two of them savored tea and incense as they spoke of times past. Hayashi's preamble covered the origins of chakra in the shinobi land. Kaguya Ōtsutsuki, her two sons, the progenitor of Ninshu Hagoromo Ōtsutsuki, and Himura Ōtsutsuki, the ancestor of the Hyūga clan. Tianyu already knew most of it, but he listened attentively, treating it as a review. Hayashi narrated from the dawn of Hokage history to the final chapter. By the time a pot of aged white tea had boiled clear, he spoke of Himura's branch family descendants on the moon, Tonari Ōtsutsuki. His throat grew dry from speaking, so he boiled a pot of throat-soothing black tea. Once it boiled, Tianyu rose and took the teapot, refilling Hayashi's cup, then poured one for himself. Hayashi swirled his cup, waited for the tea to cool slightly, took a sip, and continued. Tonari Ōtsutsuki misinterpreted Himura's divine mandate and sought to destroy the world created by the Six Paths sage. Tonari was born without eyes, his body a vessel for awakening the Tenseigan. He set his sights on our Hyūga main family. Aside from my eldest daughter, Hinata, the Byakugan with the highest purity belonged to Hanabi. At this point, Tianyu topped up Hayashi's cup to 7/10 and asked, since Hinata's Byakugan has the highest purity, why didn't Tonari choose Hinata's eyes instead of Hanabi's? Good question. Hayashi chuckled lightly, a strange expression flickering across his face. He took another sip of tea before slowly saying, that Tonari wanted to be my son-in-law. Bang! Tianyu had just taken a mouthful of tea and nearly spat it out in shock. He set down his cup, swirled the tea around his mouth a few times, and finally swallowed it. The young master of the Ōtsutsuki branch family falling for the eldest daughter of the Hyūga main family. This plot could make a movie. Hayashi said, let's not dwell on this absurdity. Tonari's target was my eldest daughter Hinata, but Hanabi suffered undeserved calamity. Even now, recalling the terror of that night made Hayashi shudder with lingering fear. 13 years ago, around this very season, Tonari Ōtsutsuki invaded the Hyūga compound. He broke into Hanabi's room and abducted her, then only 14 to the moon. By then Tianyu had already guessed the subsequent developments. But he still asked, then how was Hanabi rescued? Naruto went to the moon, defeated Tonari, saved Hanabi, and retrieved her Byakugan. Tianyu thought, so this is what Naruto meant when he said he had fought the Ōtsutsuki twice. Hayashi sighed. Though Hanabi was successfully rescued, the incident left a deep psychological scar. For many nights afterward, she couldn't sleep peacefully and even underwent professional counseling. She eventually moved past the trauma, but the event left her with the impression that the Ōtsutsuki clan is barbaric and domineering. Barbaric and domineering. A truly apt assessment, Tianyu thought to himself. The tea's surface reflected his thoughtful eyes. But I am also an Ōtsutsuki, so she has no reason to treat me differently, right? That's precisely the contrast. Hayashi looked Tianyu straight in the eye. Precisely because you are an Ōtsutsuki, yet in a time of dire straits you considered things from her perspective. You shattered her preconceptions, showing her a different quality in you. Just for that. Tianyu looked up in surprise. In his view, he had only spoken words that were true to his conscience, nothing. But Hayashi said, that is extremely rare. The more powerful one becomes, the harder it is to maintain one's true heart, especially when facing life and death situations. Hayashi held the teacup, peering through the tea's hue at the sedimented tea leaves at the bottom. Just like this tea, only after repeated steeping, once the pigment fades, can we see its true nature. At the most critical moments, a person cannot deceive. Thus, Hanabi recognized your character and integrity, and she developed a genuine desire to help you through your current ordeal. My daughter Hyūga Hanabi is exactly that kind of innately kind and pure-hearted girl. This is the conclusion I draw as a father who knows his daughter. Tianyu held the teacup for a long moment, then drained it in one gulp. Hanabi, what have I done to deserve such high praise from you? He set down the cup. Lord Hayashi, I accept your daughter's kindness. Ōtsutsuki. Tianyu may not be the perfect person Hanabi imagines. However, as long as I am Hyūga Tianyu, I swear, I will never bring shame upon your daughter, the Hyūga clan, or this village. I give you my word in the name of the Ōtsutsuki. The crow's feet around Hayashi's eyes softened, and a faint smile appeared on his lips. In truth, all his lengthy discourse tonight had one purpose: to get Tianyu's commitment. Not for Konoha, not for the shinobi world, not even for the Hyūga, but for his precious daughter Hanabi, so that her kind heart would not be wasted. Nothing more. Good, very good. He drained his cup of hot tea. Then I won't say more. If you need anything in life, just tell me. The Hyūga may lack nothing else, but we have wealth and resources in abundance. Seeing Tianyu reach for the teapot to refill his cup, Hayashi raised a hand to stop him. Let's stop here. I'm getting old, and I can't afford to get up in the middle of the night. The two men walked out of the tatami room together and stood in the moonlit courtyard. Tianyu, what is your current strength? Tianyu thought for a moment and said, probably not as strong as your son-in-law. Hayashi was taken aback. Had he seen Naruto in action? Probably not. Was it just an estimate? To still possess such strength after sustaining nearly fatal injuries, particularly severe damage to his chakra channels. How powerful must he have been at his peak? If he truly became a member of the Hyūga, then the Hyūga would undoubtedly be the strongest clan in Konoha. But this thought only flashed through his mind before being scattered by the evening breeze. Tianyu stood by the rockery of the fountain, gazing at the moon hanging high in the sky. Lord Hayashi, what happened to that Ōtsutsuki Tonari later? He's still alive, but he's been tamed. Hayashi's tired eyes glanced toward the room on the south side of the rockery, where a light was still on. That child Hanabi's still awake at this hour. Huh. Heian then pointed to the building opposite Hanabi's room, facing the rockery. Tianyu, your room is over there. It's late, you should retire soon. All right. Tianyu withdrew his deep gaze from the moon and walked toward his room. When his light came on, the light in Hanabi's room went off. Hanabi, clad in loose light gray pajamas, lay on the ice silk mat bed, pulled the summer blanket over herself, closed her eyes, and a serene smile touched her lips. Wonderful. Looks like Dad and Tianyu got along well. Changing into wooden clogs at the entrance, Tianyu stepped onto the floor, made of precious timber, as he made his way to the living room of his quarters. The living room was spacious, with decor leaning toward classical Japanese style, fully furnished with all amenities. Television, refrigerator, washing machine, ironing machine. Tianyu paused as he looked at the telephone placed on the shelf beside the TV cabinet. At this time, does Konoha even have telephones already? There were 2 bedrooms, 1 master and 1 guest, each with its own bathroom. The guest bedroom held a wooden couch. Tianyu removed his clogs and sat cross-legged upon it. At last I have my own private space. A week earlier, after their meeting in the hospital room, Naruto had ordered the removal of the surveillance devices. Yet Tianyu still found it somewhat inconvenient for him to access the portable space linked to his Byakugan. The Byakugan of a pure-blooded Ōtsutsuki could potentially nurture dojutsu. Tianyu was a rare member of his clan whose Byakugan had birthed multiple abilities. Each eye bore different abilities, distinct in both normal and activated states. Together, the eyes in normal state granted 1 ability and in activated state another. Altogether, 6 abilities had been nurtured. However, the dojutsu of the Byakugan, unlike the Mangekyo Sharingan and Rinnegan, did not bear specialized, overwhelmingly cool names. They were more like minimalist, convenient applications. Based on the efficacy of the first 5 abilities, Tianyu named them portable space, space-time movement, chakra shield, intangibility, and absorption. As for the 6th ability, achievable only when both eyes were in activated state, it was extraordinarily powerful and visually striking. Tianyu gave it a resounding name, Aramitama's Fusion Amino Murakumo, or simply Murakumo. Portable space, the right eye's normal state ability. On the wooden couch, Tianyu raised his hand to cover his right eye, light flowing through the conjunctiva of his white eyeball. With a sharp contraction of his pupil, a palm-sized pitch-black fissure appeared in the air. This portable space was roughly the size of an izakaya, unable to accommodate living beings, but capable of storing objects. Tianyu reached his right hand inside, feeling around, until he grasped a half-darkered object and pulled it out. Staring at the half-chakra fruit in his hand, his gaze turned complex. It was because of the chakra fruit, the longing for immortality and eternal life, that he had revealed his weakness and was struck down from behind by his nemesis. But his nemesis hadn't seized the entire fruit. Tianyu had desperately protected the half in his hand. The other half, already devoured by that person, had led Tianyu to conclude that the man's forbidden word divine art could affect him, who was naturally immune to divine arts, because of the consumed half. If I eat this half fruit, my injuries would heal instantly, and my power would surpass my prime. But that guy already ate the other half. If I consume this half, he'll immediately trace my location through the sympathetic chakra fruit, and come to kill me. To me, in my current state, that would be no different from suicide. After all, most of the fruit's energy would be used for healing, leaving very little to enhance my power. Before consuming the fruit, that guy's strength was slightly inferior to mine, but he consumed it at full health, and his enhanced power will inevitably surpass mine. So unless I'm truly driven into a corner by some person or circumstance, I must not recklessly consume it. Once I do, it means I'll have to bid farewell to this land forever. After weighing the pros and cons, Tianyu placed the half-chakra fruit back into the portable space. Feeling around again, he pulled out a rectangular object. It was an ancient zither. Tianyu caressed its dark wood grain with deep affection. The Amanu Makoto, my favorite treasure. Tianyu was proficient in melody and could accompany his koto sounds to unleash all manner of mysterious and devastating techniques. Inyang 5 elements, slashing attacks, and illusions could all be performed through different musical notes. The strings of the Amanu Makoto had snapped during his battle with the archenemy. The body of the Amanu Makoto is carved from the wood of the divine tree, and the strings were finely crafted from our clan's celestial adamantite. Nothing less could bear my chakra. With my current power, strings forged from iron refined from celestial meteorites would barely suffice. They'll find an opportunity to ask Hanabi where I can obtain celestial meteorites. Tianyu placed the stringless Amanu Makoto beside the wooden couch. In the portable space, there are many treasures I've collected over the years, but with my current power, the only one I can still use. He reached into the space again and retrieved a perfectly round orb resembling a pigeon's egg. Only this Toryu pearl remains. The Toryu pearl, a treasure imbued with the power of time, capable of banishing a target to the forbidden zone of time. Though it sounded formidable, it was not for combat. Activating the Toryu pearl required a lengthy channeling of several dozen seconds, making it usable only against those already incapacitated. Tianyu tucked the Toryu pearl into his robe, closed the rift of the portable space, and sat cross-legged on the wooden couch, eyes shut in meditation. The damage to my chakra pathways has not only severely drained my power, but also limited my ability to circulate chakra. Even activating the Byakugan now requires painstaking effort to concentrate chakra. With a crackling sound, after about 10 seconds, the outline of chakra pathways emerged on Tianyu's temples. When he opened his eyes, his Byakugan had entered its activated state. Space-time movement, the ocular power his right Byakugan could use in its activated state. It could not cross different spaces, it allowed only limited distance jumps within the current space. Yet even this limitation measured by Ōtsutsuki standards surpassed the imagination of ordinary shinobi. If it's just the distance from Earth to the moon, that's still possible, and spatial coordinate positioning is also easily achieved. Whooshed! From Tianyu's right eye, a vortex of suction released. At that moment on the moon, Ōtsutsuki Tonari gazed at the azure planet in the starry sky, his black eyeless sockets concealing deep thoughts. I wonder how Hinata and Boruto are doing these days. Suddenly glass-like cracks appeared in the air beside Moi. Tonari instinctively reached out, his expression shifting sharply. Who? Above the cold, crater-filled ground, Tianyu floated in midair, his Byakugan looking down at him. Ōtsutsuki Tonari, isn't it? Tonari lowered his head in contemplation. A clansman from the main house, is it? This day has come, albeit earlier than I anticipated. But to continue watching over Hinata and Boruto, I refuse to go down without a fight. On Shiren's handsome pale face, a rare determination burst forth. He leaped into the air and charged straight toward Tianyu. Tianyu's lips curled slightly upward as a silver-white light orb swirled through his left pupil. Whooshed! The next moment, Shiren's outstretched hand along with his entire body passed through Tianyu's form. What? Intangibility. Tianyu's left white eye ability when activated. However, it was not the prolonged intangibility like Dai-Tusk Kimui, nor a passive ability that could be maintained for an extended period even under the Mangekyo activation. Tianyu's intangibility was an active skill. He had to predict the timing himself to evade attacks. A single intangibility lasted 2 seconds. If he launched an attack during it, the intangibility would end early and enter cooldown. There was a 5-second cooldown between two uses, the same as Shinra Tensei. Crack! While Shiren was still in shock, Tianyu's left hand had already thrust into Shiren's completely exposed back. Gurgle. A blue-green light surged from Shiren's back into Tianyu's left hand. Chakra. The chakra in my body used to nurture the Tensigen is being absorbed by him. Absorption was a normal ability under the combination of Tianyu's dual white eyes, and it was also compatible with the current activated state of the white eye. As a simplified ability, its absorption efficiency was inferior to the Rinnegan's Predapath, but it excelled in precisely extracting the elements needed from the target's chakra, including eye power. Tianyu said coldly and deeply, "Shiren, what you did to that girl 13 years ago. This is the debt you owe." Shiren was shocked, bewildered, and terrified, his mind racing. That girl. You. Could it be that you also have feelings for Chu Tian? No, I cannot allow him to lay a hand on Chu Tian. She has finally found peace and happiness, though it's regrettable that I didn't have the fortune to stay by her side. But I am determined to protect her and her place of belonging, even if I sink into obscurity in this nameless place. Ewart. Shiren, under the hard control of absorption, forcibly squeezed out a portion of his own power as his hand clenched. Crack. The moon's surface sank into craters and hundreds of robe-clad puppets floated into the air, raising their arms to condense golden orbs that fired all at once. Tianyuo. So he's the type to burst out in desperate situations. From the sense of conviction his chakra exudes, it's not merely to cling to life. If I use intangibility, it will interrupt absorption. In that case, Tianyu raised one hand above his head. Chakra shield. A normal ability of the left eye, also compatible during the activated state. Swish. A brilliant golden round barrier enveloped him, and she ran within 3 meters. The orbs fired by the puppet slammed into it without even creating ripples, and were completely absorbed. This chakra shield possessed both absorption and defense. It could absorb chakra-based projectiles, as well as senjutsu attacks containing natural energy. Only against physical attacks like Susanoo sand or black rods, or pure physical strikes would it switch to defense. Its defensive power could withstand consecutive blasts from the Ten-Tails tailed beast balls, making it akin to a truth-seeking ball with absorption ability. Dealing with these puppet-made chakra balls was truly overkill. Of course, as a simplified ability, its drawback was that while using the chakra shield, the user could not move. What? Shiren said, the puppet's attacks. All blocked. Next, let's deal with those puppets. With the eye power of my 2 eyes, one moment is enough. Zing. Tianyu's pupils suddenly blazed with great light. Swish. Within the white eye's field of vision, all puppets were instantly marked with a dojutsu seal. Sankari. Crunch. From above the marks that could only be recognized by the Ōtsutsuki's white eye and Rinnegan, countless red glowing objects rained down like a storm, instantly destroying the puppets on the spot. Upon closer look, the true forms of those red glowing objects included, but were not limited to, swords, spears, halberds, axes, and hooks, all imbued with the power of yin-yang release. Combined with the white eye's ultra-long and wide field of vision, it summoned weapons to deliver a widespread and powerful instant falling slash against targets within range. This was Sankari, the most distinctive and terrifying ability of Tianyu's white eye. In a single moment, it defended against his full counterattack and annihilated the puppet army. The gap in power is so immense. Not only have I lost the power of the Tensigen, but even back when I possessed it, I would not have been his opponent. Now that man's power has greatly declined, and he probably cannot protect Chu Tian from this person. The only thing I can do now is, Shiren said in a pleading voice, Heavenly One, for the sake of our same clan, would you listen to my only request? No, not a request, but a plea. Please, can you not harm Chu Tian and the people around her? Are you misunderstanding? The debt I said you owe is not about Chu Tian, but her younger sister Ri Xianghuahua. Etched. Tianyu withdrew his hand, and Shiren collapsed to his knees with a thud. Tianyu looked at the faintly glowing blue-green magatama in his palm and murmured, only this level. It can't be used to restore my Tensigen's eye power, it can only serve as a one-time activation tool for the Tensigen. He put the green magatama condensed from Shiren's chakra into his bosom, took out the Tua Lu Zhu, and looked at the person before him. Since Mingren chose to let you off, I shouldn't overstep and execute you. Tianyu injected a little chakra into the Tua Lu Zhu. A silver-gray light flowed out, turning into layers of silken strands that wrapped around Shiren's body. Swish. Shiren's kneeling form began to fade. Tianyu pronounced his judgment. You will go to the Tua Lu time zone to reflect on your mistakes for a year. After 1 year, you will be released and return to this place. Tianyu, who had not watched Boruto, did not know that if he hadn't come today, a month later, the fisherman Ōtsutsuki Urashiki would descend here and banish Shiren to Ryugu Castle, beginning a 10th Sandier imprisonment. In a sense, Shiren had turned misfortune into blessing. Before being banished, Shiren thought to himself, so he's not one of them. He came to seek justice for your sister Huahua. Ha, truly a belated punishment. Thank heaven and earth. Although I don't know who he is, or what his relationship with Hua is. But he is undoubtedly on your side. This is truly wonderful, Chu Tian Bo Ren. A serene smile touched Shi Ren's lips as his form completely turned illusory along with the dissipating silken strands. Tian Yu put the Tua Lu Zhu back into his bosom. He turned to gaze at the azure expanse in the starry sky. Huh. He yawned and placed his hand over his right eye. Alright, with that I have no more worries for now. I can go back to sleep. Knock knock knock. In the early morning Tian Yu was awakened by the sound of tapping on the window. He rubbed his bleary eyes and glanced at the clock on the bedroom wall. 6 o'clock. Did I only sleep 3 hours? He opened the window and a beautiful figure stood outside smiling sweetly. Did you sleep comfortably last night? Huh. Tian Yu yawned and said lazily, comfortable. I haven't had such a sound sleep in a long time. So can I sleep a little longer? Look at you so sleep deprived. If I didn't know you stayed up late last night drinking tea and chatting with your father, I would have thought you were up all night drinking and playing mahjong. Hua said with sparkling eyes. Alright, I know you slept late last night. On normal days I'd let you sleep more, but not today because today is the monthly martial arts competition of our Hyūga clan. All clan members must attend and cannot be late. Tenyu remembered that the head of the Hizashi family seemed to mention it last night. He examined the black training robe worn by Hanabi, which compared to her kimono exuded less gentleness and more sharpness and competence. Alright, I'll get up now. Hanabi said, there's no need to rush too much, the assembly time is at 7. You can brush your teeth, wash your face, and use the restroom first, then we can go eat together before heading to the dojo. After breakfast Tenyu accompanied Hizashi and his daughter to the Hyūga dojo where a murmur arose among the crowd. That Tenyu just returned to the Hyūga, and it seems he has moved into Lord Hizashi's house. It is said that last night the 7th Hokage and 2 advisors visited the head's residence. Hey, isn't he just a bit handsome? He hasn't received formal training. Moreover, he has long passed the golden age for training. Does he really deserve such attention? Yeah, if we talk about 10 years ago, he would definitely be from a branch family. The local Hyūga clan members felt a bit uncomfortable in their hearts. It's not that they had any malice toward Tenyu, they just felt that the head and the village's upper echelons were giving Tenyu, a wild Hyūga, who returned midway, a bit too much special treatment. After the abolition of the caged bird, there was no longer a distinction between the main and branch families. The Hyūga clan had truly become a place where strength determined rank. Silence. Hizashi's authoritative voice rang out, and the dojo fell quiet. Hizashi stood in the center of the dojo announcing, let's begin. The champion of the last martial arts competition is making a grand entrance. Tenyu thought, oh, they are still using the championship system. This martial arts competition is quite interesting. From the crowd of Hyūga family members, a tall and robust man approached, his deep gray training outfit exposing muscles as hard as iron, emanating a significant sense of pressure. Hizashi said, anyone present may challenge Takashi. The one who defeats him will replace him as the new champion and earn the right to spar with Hanabi. If no one wins, the opportunity still belongs to Takashi. Takashi's resolute face displayed calmness as he scanned the crowd, stating, I will not give anyone the chance to spar with the second miss. Come on, bring it on. The first to step up was Hyūga Q, Hinata's protector back in the day, whose strength was considerable, and he had rich combat experience, excelling at maneuvering with his footwork. However, Takashi was tall and robust, yet his steps and movements were agile, showing no signs of lagging behind. Hanabi glanced at Tenyu, who was fully focused, thinking, I didn't expect him to be so serious. I thought he would find it boring. Whether it was interesting or not was secondary, Tenyu had to take it seriously. To ensure he could stay in the Hyūga clan, Hanabi was willing to kneel for him. Hugh opened up some distance and launched a palm strike, but unexpectedly Takashi countered with 8 trigrams, palm returned to heaven. Boom. The chakra released from Takashi's body created a half-spherical chakra shield as he spun, erupting. Kaya's palm strike was repelled and dissipated. Among the Hyūga crowd there were exclamations, return to heaven. Takashi has mastered return to heaven. After the second miss, has Takashi also grasped this ultimate skill? With the conclusion of return to heaven, a spiral-shaped gouge was left on the dojo floor. Takashi stood tall, one palm raised in front of him, his face filled with pride. Kyuzenpai, it's unfortunate. Your combat experience is indeed exceptional, but I have already mastered an all-encompassing invulnerable defense. To have even mastered return to heaven, that's truly remarkable. I can only concede now. Hugh cupped his hands and exited the arena. Hanabi also cast a look of approval at Takashi, reminiscing about her own 3 years of hard training to master return to heaven. Not bad, it's clear you've put in a lot of effort. With that, Takashi could be considered a true expert of the Hyūga clan. Hearing Hanabi's praise for Takashi, Tenyu thought, is that what it means to be a true expert? The overall strength of the Hyūga clan might not even match that of Niji when he was alive during the Shippuden. In the next half hour, Hyūga family members took turns entering the arena, but none could exchange blows with Takashi, like Q losing after just a few exchanges. The Hyūga clan members were all in awe. Takashi is truly too strong. After the genius Niji and the second Miss Hanabi, no one has been able to master Return to Heaven. He is already far ahead of us all. Now that the 5 great ninja villages have allied under the leadership of the 7th Hokage, the ninja world is at peace. There is no need for battles at all. Even the current tasks assigned by the village can be perfectly handled by most mid-level ninjas. In such a comfortable environment, it's incredible that Takashi still trains so diligently and has even mastered Return to Heaven. The reason for Takashi's determination to become stronger is known only to him. He cast a warm gaze toward the striking figure outside the arena. I have a dream that one day I can become the one standing beside the second miss to protect her. If another Ōtsutsuki approaches the second miss, I will personally send them flying. If I can. I also want to win the second miss favor and become her husband. Takashi turned his gaze to Tenyu beside Hanabi, inwardly scoffing, and this guy named Tenyu didn't even show any expression when he saw me use my ultimate technique, Return to Heaven. In this situation, either his gentle fist must have reached an unparalleled level to the point that Return to Heaven does not impress him, or he is simply an outsider. It goes without saying that it must be the latter. How could a wild Hyūga who wandered outside possibly be stronger than us, the legitimate Hyūga with a lineage of over 10 generations? Retracting his gaze, Hyūga Takashi asked Hizashi. Lord Hizashi, Tenyu has now recognized his ancestry, so he counts as a member of our Hyūga clan. He should also participate in today's martial arts competition and be evaluated right. Takashi's words drew agreement from everyone. Yes, everyone else is participating. There's no reason to let him sit it out. He just arrived and moved into the head's residence. He even received an audience with the Hokage and the higher-ups. He must have some remarkable abilities. He definitely isn't some gigolo living off others. Finally, we can see the handsome Tenyu in action. I'm a bit worried. With Takashi being this strong, will Tenyu be able to withstand it? There's no way around it. Our Hyūga clan relies on strength. I somewhat look forward to seeing the bruised Tenyu. The Hyūga clan members responded one after another, differing in gender and opinions, but not a single one truly believed that Tenyu could spar with Takashi. Hanabi looked at Tenyu with a smile that carried a hint of expectation. It seems you can't avoid it now. No choice, I'll just go with the flow then. Under everyone's gaze, Tenyu stepped up saying, Are you sure? This doesn't seem very fair. Hyūga Takashi raised an eyebrow. What? Tenyu said, You must have consumed some energy after sparring with so many people. So even if I win against you, others will say I won unfairly. Why don't you take a soldier food pill to recover your strength first? Had to win against me. You really dare to think that? Don't worry, as the champion of this martial arts competition, I should accept the challenges from the clan members. Anyone who loses and makes excuses doesn't deserve to be a Hyūga. Tenyu casually said, Not really. You should eat. Otherwise I won't fight you. You? Are you serious? Hyūga Takashi's pupils narrowed slightly. Then he turned his gaze to Hizashi, who nodded in agreement. Takashi took out a soldier food pill he always carried and chewed it thoughtfully. Lord Hizashi knows my strength, yet still allows it. Could it be that Tenyu truly has some hidden talent? Gulp. After swallowing, the strength surged immediately. Well, then I'll go all out. Tenyu followed the customs and formed his stance. Hanabi eagerly awaited, thinking, finally, I can see him in action. After Takashi formed his stance, he impatiently urged, What are you waiting for? Open your Byakugan. Tenyu chuckled inwardly, Spare me. In my injured state, my chakra is already difficult to control. If I activate my Byakugan, my limits won't even reach shadow-level standards. Tenyu rolled up his sleeves, standing tall like a crane atop a pine peak, exuding an otherworldly demeanor with every move. No need. As soon as he spoke, not only did the Hyūga clan members gasp, but Takashi also felt it was unbelievable. Immediately anger surged within him. Arrogant. How dare you? I actually thought you were someone with hidden depth. He is undoubtedly an outsider, at least in the realm of gentle fist combat. Because gentle fist's acupuncture techniques are based on the ability to see through the opponent's chakra points. If he doesn't even open his Byakugan, how can he target those points? I understand now. He specifically had me regain my strength without opening my Byakugan. He is prepared to lose, but wants to leave himself a way out. There's no other explanation. A sense of disdain arose in Takashi's heart. He truly is not a man. Even if one lacks strength, no one would truly mock you. After all, you are not a legitimate Hyūga, so it's understandable. But I didn't expect you to be a coward who doesn't dare to face your own weakness and resorts to trickery. A person like you doesn't deserve to stand beside the second miss. I won't go easy on you. Brace yourself. Clap. Takashi's temple bulged with veins as he unleashed his 8 trigrams field, stepping heavily on the ground, his body shooting towards Tenyu like an arrow. As he closed in, Hyūga Meng's wild and rough aura suddenly contracted, becoming extremely refined like a fierce tiger sniffing a rose. His steps seemed both sealed and closed as massive and dense palm shadows enveloped Tianyu from all directions. It's over. Gentle Fist 8 trigrams Wandering Palm. This is my fastest and densest technique. Once you're caught by this move, even the Hokage would have no choice but to be shut down by chakra point blocking. Is that so? Yes, gaze was contemplative. To be honest, without revealing my Ōtsutsuki identity, I have countless ways to take you down. But just doing that is meaningless. I need to do something constructive. Watch closely, Hanabi. What I'm about to demonstrate is a technique that only you can learn. Whoosh! In the air around countless fluorescent particles like fine dust suddenly appeared. His feet shifted abruptly, and his waist, hips, arms, head, and neck. Every muscle in his body seemed to awaken with its own consciousness, executing inconceivably agile, evasive movements. In an instant, all the palm shadows striking from every direction missed completely. What? He actually evaded Meng's 8 trigrams Wandering Palm. He didn't even activate his Byakugan. How did he manage to effortlessly dodge attacks from blind spots? Laymen watch the excitement, while experts see the essence. Hanabi, amazing, what is that? Hizashi, Hanabi, did you see something? Huh? Father, can't you see it? Hanabi's Byakugan focused on the gracefully dancing figure on the field. That dense layer of chakra particles floating around Tianyu. What Hizashi saw with his Byakugan was only the dazzling palm shadows of Hyūga Meng and Tianyu's leisurely footsteps. Moreover, he could tell from the expressions of other clan members that they couldn't see it either. Also, only Hanabi's Byakugan can see it. Speaking of Hanabi's Byakugan, what fundamentally distinguishes it from the Byakugan of everyone here, including myself, is that her Byakugan was once transformed into the Tenseigan through Tonari. Although after Tonari was defeated, the power of the Tenseigan dissipated, the foundation that had been infused with Ōtsutsuki power should have remained. So that's why she could perceive the mystery of the technique used by Tianyu, who is an Ōtsutsuki. At that moment, Hizashi suddenly noticed that amid his intense dodging, Tianyu's gaze swept over to this side. Could it be that Tianyu is aware of this and deliberately demonstrating for Hanabi's sake? Hizashi immediately instructed, Hanabi, watch Tianyu's movements closely and don't miss a single detail. Understood. Hanabi focused all her concentration on her Byakugan, entering a state of mind like a clear mirror and still water. In the dojo, the chattering crowd. Her old father beside her faded entirely into the background. Even Hyūga Meng, who was following closely, became a moving geometric shape. Only the gracefully moving Tianyu and the floating shifting chakra around him became the sole focus in her eyes. Gradually she glimpsed the path. I see. That special layer of chakra outside his body is an extension of his senses. When an external attack touches it, the chakra particles move, creating a ripple-like transmission effect that reaches his skin, directly capturing the enemy's movements through tactile sensation, then relying on instinct to make precise and swift evasions. It's somewhat similar to brother-in-law's Sage Mode natural sensing, but in close quarters combat, the technique Tianyu is using is undoubtedly more efficient and responsive, with better compatibility with taijutsu. If revolving heaven is absolute defense, then the technique Tianyu is using is absolute evasion. Amid his shifting steps, Tianyu caught sight of Hanabi's expression and smiled with approval. It seems Hanabi has already perceived the essence of this technique, Wandering Cloud. Why? Hyūga Meng was drenched in sweat, attacking like a mad dog. Why can't I land even a single hit on him? Tianyu, why are you so fixated on chakra point blocking? Meng, enraged and humiliated, shouted, shut up. Someone like you who only knows how to dodge and never dares to counterattack Hiden. How could you understand the secrets and essence of the Gentle Fist? With every word about secrets and essence, my friend, you haven't even entered the door. But I won't call you a frog at the bottom of a well, because I don't mock someone who strives to improve. Let me let you experience it firsthand. An authentic Ōtsutsuki chakra point blocking technique. No flashy moves needed, one strike can seal your chakra points. Swoosh! Tianyu's palm shot out like lightning, threading through Meng's palm shadows like a butterfly among flowers. In an instant, he transformed his hand into a crane beak to strike Meng's chest, followed immediately by a swift inch punch. Thump down. Startled dragon. Smack. Accompanied by exploding ripples of air, Hyūga Meng was blasted 10 meters away, landing heavily on his knees, the veins on his temples disappearing, his pupils filled with shock and horror. One strike sealed all my chakra points, and he didn't even activate his Byakugan. What kind of joke is this? This man is simply terrifyingly strong. The Hyūga dojo fell into a dead silence. They saw clearly with their Byakugan that the chakra reaction on Meng's body vanished instantly, as if someone had pulled the power switch. This chakra point blocking technique was unheard of and unseen. Tianyu walked over to Meng with, "Are you injured?" Meng asked with a stunned expression, "What technique is this?" At this moment, he dearly wanted to say, like Stephen Chow to the Fire Cloud evil god in the movie Kung Fu Hustle, "Do you want to learn? I can teach you." But reality is cruel. Meng, although you are hardworking, you cannot learn it. Whether it's Wandering Cloud or Startled Dragon, the only one in the entire Hyūga clan who can learn them is Hanabi. Just now through our sparring, I let her form a preliminary impression of these two techniques. Adding Divine Sky Strike, which can replace the 8 trigrams vacuum palm. If Hanabi can master these 3 core moves in this small corner of the ninja world, no one except Naruto and Sasuke can challenge her. The next step is to help her awaken the Tenseigan. Before I officially leave this ninja world, I must at least do my best to repay Hanabi's kindness and reciprocate her trust in me. Tell me, what technique is it? Meng was still waiting expectantly. Tianyu said, I don't know the name of this technique either. My grandfather derived it from the Hyūga Gentle Fist on his own. He taught it to my father on his deathbed, and my father taught it to me on his deathbed. Meng asked again, but without Byakugan, how did you precisely locate the chakra points? Tianyu replied, nothing else, just practice makes perfect. When your technique is proficient enough to a certain degree, you don't need to rely on the Byakugan. Meng, is that so? Really? No, that's not the case. But he couldn't very well say that his Byakugan was so powerful that even without activating it, he could see chakra pathways and points. Such mastery is exceptionally rare, even among the Ōtsutsuki clan. Tianyu lightly patted Meng's shoulder, sending a surge of chakra to unblock his sealed points. Then he extended a hand sign of reconciliation toward Meng. Meng let out a sigh. Where exactly did I become arrogant? Thinking I was the orthodox one, I forgot the truth that there are always greater people and greater heavens. He extended a hand sign of reconciliation and clasped Tianyu's hand. Hyūga Tianyu, right. I acknowledge you. I acknowledge you as a member of our Hyūga clan. You are worthy to stand by the second young lad's side. I declare Tianyu the champion of this month's Hyūga sparring match. Rise's deep, resonant voice echoed through the dojo. The clan members' gazes upon Tianyu no longer held contempt, only sincere admiration and envy. Lord Rizu let Tianyu spar with the second young mistress. That's right. One is the prodigy of the Hyūga clan, the other a dark horse returning in glory. Their confrontation would surely be a spectacle. Let Tianyu activate his Byakugan this time, and see if he can force the second young mistress to go all out. The clan members cheered enthusiastically. Rizu, however, narrowed his aged eyes in contemplation. Allowing Tianyu and Hanabi to spar publicly would be problematic regardless of the outcome. Hanabi, after all, bore the duty of becoming the next clan head. Losing to Tianyu here would tarnish her prestige, even if Tianyu were willing to lower himself to let Hanabi, when she might not accept such a hollow victory. So, I declare today's sparring concluded. Huh. The clan members were bewildered. Lord Rizu, won't you let Tianyu and the second young mistress spar? Rizu calculated, no choice, I shall take a firm stance. Leveraging this matter, there were some words I had long wished to speak. He swept his gaze over the crowd and spoke sternly. The purpose of sparring is to examine one's shortcomings through exchange and practice, not to watch a show. Ask yourselves honestly, do you wish to observe Tianyu and Hanabi's match to reflect on your own weaknesses and set goals for improvement? Or are you merely looking for entertainment? Well, the clan members, their thoughts exposed, lowered their head. Rizu sat cross-legged and spoke earnestly. It's not that I forbid enjoyment, but you cannot always seek amusement. Do you realize? In my youth, I often boasted the Hyūga are the strongest in Konoha, my heart filled with the pride of being a noble. Back then, saying strongest might have been exaggerated, but we were indeed a pillar of Konoha with the highest number of jonin among all clans. But over the years, I can no longer deceive myself with those words. Our promotion rate to jonin is pitifully low, and the older generation of shinobi have gradually faded from the scene. Today, the Hyūga are merely a nominal noble clan. Having grown accustomed to a life of ease and peace, it's only natural for one to slacken in training. Such is human nature. As things stand now, I don't demand that you train with manic fervor. At the very least, you must not lose the spirit of a shinobi nor the honor of being a Hyūga descendant. At next month's sparring, I hope to see each of you make progress. Now go attend to your duties. Standing beside Hanabi, Tianyu watched the clan members disperse. He remarked with emotion, Lord Rizu really has it tough. Hanabi nodded in sympathy. Yes. I once suggested to father that he pass the clan head position to me early so he wouldn't have to worry at his age. But he refused. Such a stubborn old man. Tianyu smiled, faintly, fully understanding Hanabi's strength had already surpassed Rise's, and Rizu was surely aware of that. Yet he also knew that being a clan leader required not only power, but also immense time and effort to handle trivial affairs. A married daughter is like water spilled. Hinata was now Naruto's wife, likely also a mother. Rizu probably didn't want Hanabi to bear such heavy burdens at a young age. But his words were truly well said. No matter how times change, the spirit of a shinobi must not be lost. This world of Naruto was built on bloodlines, and no matter how hard one tried, lineage remained an insurmountable barrier. Thus, everyone needed to find their own place, do their own part, and shine with their unique light. No matter how dazzling the moon and night sky, without stars to complement, it is not a perfect canvas. After the Hyūga members left, Rizu closed the dojo door and activated a barrier to block external Byakugan surveillance. Clad in his gray long-sleeved robe, he turned and walked toward the two. Alright, the distractions have left. We can now proceed to the final round of the sparring. As the champion Tianyu will engage in an exchange with Hanabi. Tianyu turned his gaze to the woman beside him, her fair profile revealed. You're up for it. Hanabi stretched her arms left and right, bending down to begin warming up. I've changed into my training clothes, it would be a shame not to move around a bit. Her eyes met Tianyu's and Hanabi said with a playful smile, besides, I can't let someone's good intentions of imparting techniques from afar during the match go to waste. Hockey fire, you noticed. Tianyu sat cross-legged opposite Hanabi. How do you want to compete? Hanabi thought for a moment, then said, how about this, if I can break that dodging technique of yours I win, okay? Huh, Tianyu chuckled. You're bold to say that. Even those with superior taijutsu to mine find it hard to break Wandering Cloud, let alone you. So that technique is called Wandering Cloud. Hehe. Where there's a will, there's a way. Hanabi smiled enigmatically. What if I do break Wandering Cloud? If you can break Wandering Cloud, I'll do whatever you say. Really? A gentleman's word is his bond. Good. Remember what you said. Tianyu asked her, and if you can't? Hanabi replied without hesitation. If I can't, then you tell me what to do, and I'll do it. Rizu, listening nearby, felt his heart race. Hey. A young lady. Such words shouldn't be spoken carelessly. It's a deal. Tianyu stood up from the floor and said solemnly, Hanabi, I won't bully you. I'll use the same level of skill as in my match with Ming. I won't attack you, I'll just focus on trying to touch me. One touch, even a brush of my clothes, means you win. Hanabi countered with a smile, then I won't bully you either. Let's set a 5-minute limit. If I haven't touched you within 5 minutes, I lose. Tianyu was bewildered. Come on, really? Could she actually be hiding her true strength? Byakugan. Veins of chakra appeared on Hanabi's temples. Father, you'll be the referee and witness. Use the timer. Rise's eyes flickered. Hanabi is not one to speak idly. Could she have a secret strategy against Tianyu? But what strategy could work against an Ōtsutsuki? He pulled a timer from his robe, set it to 5 minutes with an alarm, and placed it on the floor. Enough. He'll trust my daughter. Fight. Begin. As his deep voice fell, Hanabi's expression sharpened. She charged forward with a refreshing breeze, unleashing a brilliant 8 trigrams empty palm as her opening move. Huh. Swoosh. The true chi bullet from the empty palm shot through the air. Tianyu didn't even glance, sidestepping with a flicker of movement. Indeed, you can even dodge the empty palm. Hwohu's steps never paused as she closed in on Tianyu, executing the fluid and graceful 8 trigrams palm technique. Tianyu wandered leisurely amidst the bewildering array of palm shadows, inwardly marveling. Hwohu's fundamentals were indeed far more solid than Meng's, and her movements were exquisitely beautiful. Chua. Amidst the offense and defense, their eyes locked. I'm not a bad gaze either. Hwohu's white pupils suddenly contracted, and she swiftly crossed 4 fingers in front of her chest. Huh. As Tianyu's eyes flickered with surprise, a shadow clone. Hwohu's white pupils suddenly contracted, and she swiftly crossed 4 fingers in front of her chest. Huh. As Tianyu's eyes flickered with surprise, a shadow clone emerged from a puff of white smoke. She grabbed the clone's ankles, twisted her waist, and flung her arm, hurling the clone like a cannonball. Hey, isn't that Naruto's technique? He turned calmly, letting the flying tackle miss its mark. Hwohu's thoughts raced him. Not skilled at my brother-in-law shadow clone, but this isn't about skill. The element of surprise is key now. Besides, you said you'd only dodge, not attack. So the shadow clone can enhance attack efficiency. The timer reached 3 minutes. 3 minutes with my current chakra, I can hold out. Hwohu's clone rose, planted its feet, and clenched both fists at its waist. Huh. A blazing azure chakra engulfed her fists, taking the form of lion heads. Here, gentle step, twin lion fists. The clone advanced fiercely, its twin fists and twin lions weaving a storm of raging waves and torrential rain with her nimble, swift steps. Even Hinata's technique has been brought out. Hwohu paid homage to Hinata, and Tianyu returned the tribute to pain, gliding with small, elegant steps, smoothly weaving through the alternating trajectories of the twin lions. At that moment, Hwohu herself leaped into the air, using her Byakugan to anticipate Tianyu's evasive movements, firing empty palms from above to seal off any room for him to dodge or shift. As powerful as the infinite moon reading was, it required first using the power of the divine tree to project the eye onto the moon, and then relying on the moon's. Indeed, a saturation attack with no gap for evasion is the only way to break this cloud drifting technique, but creating such a saturation attack is far from easy. Moreover, when cloud drifting is mastered to a high level, one can instantly judge the range and power of incoming techniques and evade before the saturation attack fully forms. Seeing that she still couldn't put any pressure on Tianyu, Hwohu landed with a grave expression. Was I thinking too simplistically? Seeing how effortlessly he moves, even using more clones with faster empty palms to block positions would only waste chakra. What about using a weapon? Hwawa glanced at the nearby weapon rack, sprang into motion, grabbed a long spear, and swung it with sweeping grand movements coordinating with her clone for close-quarters combat. The spear had a wooden shaft and an iron head extremely resilient, capable of flexing, sweeping, and thrusting. In Hwawa's hands it moved like a nimble snake, its techniques ever-changing. Hwawa's thoughts churned under cloud-drifting. Tianyu has no superfluous evasive moves, clean and efficient. I can use this against him. Coordinating with the clone's twin lion fists, feints Hwawa's spear thrust continuously toward Tianyu's upper body. Schwa. As Hwawa expected, Tianyu's evasive move was to jerk his head back. As he jerked his head, his silver-white hair, cascading like a waterfall behind him, inevitably swayed. Her attention was entirely fixed on the trajectory of his hair. Now, at this distance it's possible. At a certain moment, Hwawa, brimming with confidence, switched to a one-handed grip on the spear, freeing her other hand to snatch at the tips of Tianyu's swaying hair as they swept close. Clever idea, but still too naive. A faint smile curled at the corner of Tianyu's lips. Just as the hair tips were about to touch Hwawa's fingers, they suddenly retracted 3 inches, slipping out of reach. What? Hwawa gasped in shock. What the hell? Did his hair just shrink back? Tianyu gracefully sidestepped the clone's twin lion fist surprise attack, smoothly taking the long spear from Hwawa's hands. I said I wouldn't touch you, but I didn't say I wouldn't touch your weapon. He twirled the spear one-handed and casually tossed it behind him. The spear flew 100 meters, piercing directly through a steel target set at the other end of the dojo, the tip protruding from the back, and the shaft buzzing and vibrating incessantly. Hwawa pondered with furrowed brows. I've heard my brother-in-law mention that Kaguya Ōtsutsuki once had a pressure point technique called rabbit hair needle, using chakra to control hair growth. Perhaps Tianyu has a similar means to manipulate his hair. Tianyu said, friendly reminder, you have 1 minute left. Hwawa, almost out of options. Should I resort to my secret strategy? No. If possible, I still want to win this with my own skill. Shoot. The twin lions on the clone's fists extinguished. Both the original and the clone lowered their stances, adopting a sprinting posture. Then one in front and one behind, forming a pincer formation, they charged at full speed toward Tianyu with identical steps and pace. Tianyu's gaze sharpened the demon bull's hot blade. No, not that. Schwa. At 5 meters, Hwawa and her clones swung their arms, their jet black hair and graceful figures in gray training uniforms spinning together at dizzying speed. Rotation twin stars. Boom, boom. The 2 rotations clashed the edges, producing a shrieking sound, like metal grinding against metal. Under the resonance of the twin stars, a vortex storm comparable to Sage Art Wind release Raisin Shuriken raged across the dojo. At the edge, Hayashi covered his face with his hand, his eyes fixed intently on the arena. Unknowingly, Hwawa has grown to this level. She has honed the Hyūga techniques to their utmost perfection. Watching Tianyu hovering in midair beneath the ceiling above the storm, Hayashi said proudly, "You've done wonderfully, Hwawa. Even in defeat, there's no need to regret against this opponent." The storm subsided, leaving 2 hemispherical depressions connected on the floor. The shadow clone had vanished. Hwawa crouched on the exposed concrete surface, hands on her knees, her chest heaving, sweat soaking through her training uniform. Lifting her face, her Byakugan gazed upward, and she smiled helplessly. Still no good, is it? I didn't account for him being able to fly. But of course Tianyu is an Ōtsutsuki. Floating is a basic ability. Seeing Hwawa's performance, Tianyu couldn't help but be moved inside. With my suppressed strength, I had no choice but to fly to avoid that move just now. But flight is rather unfair to you who lacks anti-air capabilities. How about we call it a draw? No, it's not over yet. Hwawa steadied her breath and slowly rose. Is Hwawa really such a determined girl? Tianyu said seriously. Very well, I'll see this through. Hwawa slowly pulled back her left sleeve, revealing a simple summoning contract mark on her wrist. She pressed her right hand on it. Summoning technique. Poof. A Fuma Shuriken appeared in Hwawa's right hand. Wait, what good is that thing? Hwawa took a deep breath, drawing her arm back to gather strength. I need to calculate the flight trajectory precisely so he can't intercept the shuriken mid-flight. Alright. Schwa. She hurled the Fuma Shuriken. The shuriken flew in an arc. Tianyu narrowed his eyes. The trajectory isn't aimed at me. What is she planning? Schwa. The Fuma Shuriken curved around behind Tianyu, then suddenly veered downward, flying toward the blind spot behind Hwawa. Tianyu, did she miss? It's okay, as she still has her Byakugan active, she can dodge it on her own. But at that moment, the vein-like patterns on Hwawa's temples faded. She had deactivated her Byakugan. Hwawa, what are you doing? Dodge! Hayashi shouted, ready to rush over. Boom. But a figure was faster. Tianyu shot down like a storm. His hand caught the center ring of the Fuma Shuriken with pinpoint accuracy, the blade stopping just an inch from the back of Hwawa's neck. Tap! Hōho's slender right index finger lifted and lightly flicked Tianyu's forehead. Ding-ling-linged. The countdown ended and the timer's bell rang. Tianyu was completely stunned. A dimple deepened on Hōho's cheek, a faint playful smile of a successful little scheme spreading across her lips. Hee, I win Tianyu-kun. Tianyu gazed at the wind demon shuriken in his hand, belatedly grasping Hanabi's scheme. He said somewhat testily, I told you, do you want to die? If I hadn't made it in time, your head would have been knocked off. Hanabi suppressed the urge to smirk, saying, You're a Daitangyu after all. I have faith in your abilities. That's no excuse to gamble with your own life. To defeat someone far stronger than yourself, you must be prepared to sacrifice your life, mustn't you? Hanabi's tone was light, yet her gaze when she looked at Tianyu was utterly earnest. Tianyu felt both helpless and amused, and moved as well. Because the very premise of Hanabi's tactic was her trust in him. He could only shake his head in defeat. Honestly, I surrender. An unknown thought flickered in the depths of Hanabi's eyes. Tianyu, I was actually prepared to lose to you as well. I concluded that given the principle of Wandering Cloud, if you were calm enough, you wouldn't have unraveled it, even in— I never doubted you could block that shuriken for me, but I truly didn't expect that your haste would cause Wandering Cloud to— Rizu let out a long breath and sat down on the floor. You reckless child, you nearly gave your father a heart attack. Since I lost, I'll honor our bet. Tianyu strapped the wind demon shuriken, the one that had defeated a Daitangyu, to his back as a daily reminder not to underestimate humans, especially women. What do you want me to do? Name it. Anything as long as I can manage. Hanabi tapped her lips with a finger, thought for a moment, then said, I can't really think of anything right now. Let's put it on tab for now. Rest assured it won't violate your principles, and it's definitely something you can accomplish. Tianyu replied cheerfully, fine, it'll be at your disposal. This penalty condition was entirely a stake he had added himself, believing he was destined to win. Hanabi, it seemed, had never even considered what would happen if she won. Then how about this? Let me teach you 3 skills first. 3. Yes, the evasive skill Wandering Cloud, the acupoint striking skill, Startling Dragon, and a technique called Divine Void Strike. You can think of it as the Daitangyu version of the 8 trigrams Empty Palm. But aren't the arts of the Daitangyu something I can't just learn casually? Hanabi was quite self-aware. When she had trained in rotation, she had once hit a 3-year bottleneck. These 3 arts were all superior to rotation, and even though her Byakugan had undergone a transformation and her aptitude had fully opened. Learning these 3 Daitangyu skills without at least a decade or even decades of hard practice would be unrealistic. Normally, yes, but with me it's not that troublesome. What do you mean? Hanabi, look into my eyes. Tianyu sat down where he was. Okay, I'm looking. Hanabi hugged her knees and sat lightly opposite Tianyu. Their gazes met in midair. Hanabi's eyes rippled faintly. Tianyu's gaze was pure and clear. Now rid yourself of all distractions and don't harbor any resistance in your heart. Hanabi took a deep breath, calming her nervous and uneasy mind. And then, just at the focal point of Tianyu's white pupils, a deep, dazzling light condensed. The Dharma Eye Treasury. Swish. Hanabi's pupils suddenly dilated as she sensed the flood of information emerging in her mind. She opened her mouth in shock. This is the Dharma Eye Treasury. It records all relevant information about a technique, its essentials, and even combat experience into the opponent's eyes through the Byakugan, allowing them to master the technique in an extremely short time. When the elderly Madana entrusted Obito in the cave, he once used the Genjutsu of the Sharingan to impart knowledge about the Tintail's infinite Tsukuyami, as well as Uchiha Forbidden Arts' 6 paths techniques, Inyang Release, and many other arts. The Dharma Eye Treasury is even more straightforward than that, allowing the recipient to directly master the complete technique without regression. This is too unfair, skipping the long process of learning and comprehension to use the finished product directly. This shattered the philosophy of power and training that Hanabi had built as a shinobi. Tianyu slowly closed his eyes. This is how my clan transmits power. Of course, only those who already possess the conditions to learn can be taught this way. If it were any other Hyūga clansman besides you, the Dharma Eye Treasury would be meaningless. Moreover, Wandering Cloud, Startling Dragon, and Divine Void Strike are all essentially taijutsu. Even if you've already learned them directly through the Dharma Eye Treasury, to truly unleash their power, you'll need extensive compatibility training to integrate these 3 moves into your very bones. Learning and comprehension, the most time and energy-consuming parts, have already been skipped. By my estimate, if you practice about 5 hours a day, you should start seeing results in a month. It will take at least half a year to truly master them. Of course, during this time I'll see if I can obtain some pills to boost your strength and chakra, so you can use these 3 techniques with greater ease. Hanabi looked at Tianyu with a conflicted gaze. Teaching me these 3 skills. Is this your way of repaying me? Her personality was straightforward. She disliked keeping things hidden and would speak her mind. Tianyu met her eyes and said calmly, Do you want to hear my honest thoughts? Of course. 50. You are a rare talent. A Byakugan that once awakened the Tenseigin is extremely uncommon. You simply lack the opportunity to go further. Since you've met me, I will spare no effort to draw out your potential. At least until I leave this land, I will make you grow into a true expert. You know that my Byakugan once awakened the Tenseigin. Hanabi's astonished gaze shifted to Rizu, who was sitting solemnly nearby. Rizu said, I told Tianyu about the matter with Shirin last night. Is that so? Hanabi lowered her eyes, her palms clutching the fabric of her knees. Then I can't afford to be sentimental. Tianyu is someone I brought back. His enemies will threaten the village and us. Pretty words alone won't help. I need to become stronger. Since this is an opportunity, I must seize it. I can't wait to give it a try. Come on, spar with me. Tianyu replied gladly, all right. I see, I understand. Nearby, Rizu suddenly spoke to empty air. Father. Both of them turned to Rizu said, just now Ino contacted me using the mind-body switch technique, conveying Lu Wan's instructions, that we need to start teaching Tianyu to read. Etched. Hanabi and Tianyu exchanged glances. The higher-ups have given an order. Looks like we'll have to find another time to practice. Tianyu thought to himself that day in the hospital room. Lu Wan specifically asked if I could convey that guy's information in writing. I knew this was inevitable. No matter, there will be plenty of chances to practice. He'll train with you when I'm free. The day Tongyu arts you've taught me. He'll personally teach you to read and write in return. Hanabi stood up gracefully. Let me go take a bath and change clothes first, then we'll head to the bookstore together. Returning to her home, she took a bath and changed into her favorite orange-eared kimono skirt, then set off with Tianyu looking lovely. The streets of Konoha were bustling with activity, filled with the vibrant energy of life that Tianyu, as an Ōtsutsuki for 30 years, had rarely witnessed. Hanabi glanced at him from the corner of her eye. So is the village lively during the day, eh? It's okay, Tianyu said, looking straight ahead. Sensing her gaze fixed on his face, he turned his eyes toward her. Why aren't you watching where you're going? What are you staring at me for? Hanabi withdrew her gaze and rubbed her chin thoughtfully. How strange. Why did he seem to switch into a different mode whenever they were in a crowded place? Last night, when they first returned to the clan, he had acted the same way, looking straight ahead with an aloof demeanor when faced with everyone's curious gazes. Wow, look at that guy, he's so handsome. The one walking with Hanabi. He's really handsome. I've never seen him before. I heard the Hyūga clan took in an orphan who was left outside. That must be him. As expected, Tianyu's stunningly handsome face, which seemed to radiate power, drew intense attention from passers-by, especially women. Teacher Hanabi. A girl with a long purple braid wearing a purple sailor-style dress stopped in her tracks, holding a freshly bought long loaf of bread from the convenience store. Jianjin. Hanabi smiled and walked over to her. Why aren't you with Kanai Lei and Yishan Kuei? They're both training for the upcoming Chunin exams. I had something to do on my own, so I didn't go with them. As she spoke, Jianjin's light purple eyes turned to Tianyu beside Hanabi, a faint blush rising on her cheeks. Teacher, who is this? He's the one I saved that day. Wow. I didn't expect such a handsome big brother. Hanabi leaned in and whispered in her ear. You've been keeping it a secret from me, right? About him being injured and brought back to the village. Of course. You specifically asked us to. Thanks. Hanabi patted her shoulder. He'll treat you to ramen later, okay? Call Kanai Lei and Yishan Kuei to join. And do well in the Chunin exams. I have high hopes for you. Thank you, teacher. Once I'm done with my own stuff, I'll go train with them. And remember to eat well, not just bread like that. It's not nutritious. I will teach her. Go on then. As she passed by, Jianjin clutched the wrapper of the bread loaf tightly, her eyes dimming. Who is that girl? Jianjin, my adorable student. She's a calm, well-behaved girl. Jianjin, my adorable student. She's a calm, well-behaved girl. In the Ninja Academy, she served as class representative, so her peers affectionately call her class rep. In short, she's a very reliable person. Hanabi's eyes couldn't hide her admiration for Jianjin. Tianyu watched Jianjin's retreating figure and said bluntly, is that so? But that girl's chakra gives me a rather subtle feeling. Hanabi looked at him in surprise. Subtle? What do you mean? Tianyu withdrew his gaze and said, it's filled with negative energy. Negative? As they continued walking toward the bookstore, Hanabi fell into thought. That child has had no parents since she was little. She was adopted by the village. There's a certain insecurity in her personality, and she has a strong sense of responsibility and is very strict with herself, so she sometimes gets down, but it usually passes after a while. Is that so? Then perhaps I'm overthinking it, Tianyu said. Even if that girl Jianjin really had some issue, as long as she hadn't done anything wrong, there was no way to deal with it. Besides, with Naruto in the village, what trouble could a little girl like that stir up? It really wasn't his place to worry about. At that moment, Tianyu, who had never read Boruto, assumed this complacently. We're here. The two arrived at the bookstore on East Street. Hanabi picked up a bamboo basket from beside the cash register and led Tianyu toward the bookshelves. This bookstore has the most comprehensive collection in the entire village with books for all ages. Since you can't read, let's start with basic literacy books. Tianyu said, I don't think that's necessary. My memory is quite good. I basically never forget. I can't read, but our spoken language is the same. If you read the text to me and let me know the meaning, I'll remember the characters you've read. Is that so? If that's true, then it's easy enough. Hanabi, put down the age-appropriate literacy chart, then let's find some reliable reading material. When we get back to the room, I'll read to you, and see if you can really remember. If you see any books you're interested in, you can pick them yourself, and I'll buy them all for you. Okay, you pick for me. I'll take a look around. Tianyu walked along the shelves, his eyes scanning the vast array of books. Suddenly his gaze was drawn to a book with an orange cover placed on the top shelf. He reached out and pulled the book down. On the cover were two cartoon-style figures, a man and a woman chasing each other. Tianyu rubbed the smooth plastic coating on the cover, his eyes sharp. I think I recognize these four characters. Make out Paradise. Tianyu, have you chosen yet? Hanabi approached, carrying a bamboo basket full of books. When she saw the book in his hand, her face flushed bright red. No, that book, no. Why not? Hanabi twisted a strand of hair near her ear where a pink butterfly hairpin was clipped, her eyes darting away. You wouldn't understand. Good children don't read books like that. But I'm not a child. Hanabi's expression shifted. Come to think of it, Tianyu, how old are you? 30 years old. Really? Hanabi covered her mouth in astonishment. So you're only 3 years older than me. She steadied herself, her eyes shifting subtly. Then let me ask you, how long do your people live on average? Tianyu thought for a moment. About 1,000 years. There you have it. By your clan's age standards, you're just a 3-year-old child over there. Speechless. Hanabi's heart pounded. The content of that book is utterly indecent. How could I as a girl read it aloud in front of you? Anyway, it's just not allowed. With that, she took a finely bound brown-covered book from the basket and strongly recommended it. I picked this tale of the utterly gutsy shinobi for you. This is a healthy enlightenment read for good children. I know? Not only do I know, but I also know that the healthy book in your hand and the forbidden book just now were written by the same author. Hanabi took the embarrassing book from Tianyu's hand, stood on tiptoe, and placed it back on the top shelf. Okay, let's go home now. The moment she put it back, Tianyu stole a glance at the price tag on the back cover. He recognized the numbers. 3,200 silver taels, I see. Since I've come to the ninja world, I must read this masterpiece at least once. At the desk, Tianyu closed the book and shut his eyes. In his mind, a matrix of hundreds of thousands of characters flashed in rapid succession, deeply etched into the deepest recesses of his memory. I've memorized every single word in this book. Really? Huahua sat beside him, propping her chin on her hand, her tone tinged with skepticism. Tianyu set down the book and picked up a pen and paper. You can ask me any page and line number, and I'll write down the corresponding character for you to see. All right, I'll test you then. Huahua casually flipped open the book and glanced at it. Page 76, line 8. Tianyu paused for a moment, then picked up his pen and wrote a line. No way. Huahua's eyes widened. She flipped to another random page. Page 108, line 15. Tianyu picked up his pen once more. Page 360, line 32. Tianyu wrote all 3 passages without a single error. All right. Huahua nodded repeatedly. I believe you have a photographic memory now. You're something else. Let me translate the meaning of these sentences for you. Closing the book, Huahua leaned in her shoulder, brushing against Tianyu's. There was a faint scent of gardenia from the shampoo she had used in her bath half an hour ago, still clinging to her hair. Her slender finger pressed on the first line Tianyu had written. This sentence means only by enduring what others cannot endure can you gain the strength others cannot attain. It's the parting words of the protagonist's master to him in this book. Huahua moved her finger down to the second line. This one means just give up the idea of making me give up. It's the protagonist's retort when faced with the mockery of his enemies after suffering a defeat. And this last line. A flicker of emotion crossed Huahua's face. My name is Mingren. Tianyu asked curiously. Mingren. Isn't that the name of the 7th Hokage? How could it appear in this book? Hee, I knew you'd ask. A longing smile spread across Huahua's lips. Because the 7th Hokage, my brother-in-law, has the exact same name as the protagonist of this book. Tianyu said, is that so? That can't be a coincidence, can it? Huahua recounted with great familiarity. Of course not. The story behind it could easily fill another book all by itself. It's easy to see that you admire your brother-in-law Mingren. Huahua. After all, he rose from being a despised underdog to become the Hokage. Even the fatalism of Axilo couldn't diminish his unique charisma. Tianyu, let me read this scroll of unyielding will to you from beginning to end. After you hear it, can you match the meanings with the characters in your mind? I can. Over the next 3 hours, Huahua sat gracefully in her chair holding the book and read aloud the scroll of unyielding will in a calm, unhurried tone. Huahua went to the restroom. When she returned, Tianyu handed her a glass of warm water. You must be tired from reading. Have some water to moisten your throat. Holding the cup, Hua stared at Tianyu without blinking. Speaking of which, I haven't seen you go to the bathroom all morning. Are you too shy because I'm here? Actually, I don't need to use the bathroom. Nanny. Hua nearly choked on her water. What do you mean? Tianyu explained. For us of the Daitangyu clan, consuming food and water is not necessary. We are born with the ability to absorb energy from the natural environment to sustain our vital functions. Therefore, we don't need to relieve ourselves at regular intervals like you humans do. Hua's jaw dropped. Then what happens to the food and water you do consume? They are completely converted into nutrients and absorbed by the body. Good heavens. Hua felt her entire understanding of biology had been overturned. So then, you. She scratched her cheek full of curiosity, but unsure how to ask. Seeing her hesitation, Tianyu immediately understood. Don't worry, I have all the parts and organs that a human body has. Our clan only evolved through genetic modification to no longer need food and water about 1,000 years ago. That's not enough time for the now useless organs to disappear completely. Of course, after consuming a chakra fruit, it's a different story. The internal organs, even the brain, are all replaced indiscriminately by a mass of flesh brimming with astonishing vitality and cellular energy. Except for the facial features and the reproductive organs used for procreation. So after consuming the chakra fruit, one becomes like Daitangyu Hui. This is truly an eye-opener for me. Since you don't need to eat then. Not needing to eat doesn't mean I can't savor delicious food. The nutritious meals you brought me when I was in the hospital a few days ago were exceptionally tasty. Is that so? That's good to hear. Hua's lingering worries vanished. Taiyan Yukun's bodily functions may differ from ours, but he can accept our human customs and culture. The wall clock chimed noon. It's noon. Order delivery, and after we eat we can strike while the iron is hot and finish reading the other books we bought. Delivery? Oh, that's what they call takeout, right? I remember that's the term used in Japan. Hua went to the living room and picked up the phone. Yes, 2 portions, both with tonkatsu broth. Include 2 sets of utensils. Deduct the meal fee from my meal card. They'll give the tips separately. Thank you, Miss Changpu. 20 minutes later, a delivery boy arrived with 2 packed bowls of Yao ramen. Your Yao ramen is here. Thank you. Hey, raise your tip. Hua handed a coin worth 1,000 ryo bearing the portrait of the wife of the daimyo of the land of fire, Lady Shirshio, to the delivery boy. Opening the meal box, Hua skillfully poured the soup into the bowl and added room-temperature water to the bottom compartment. In no time, the heating pack in the compartment brought the water to a rolling boil. This is the most popular delivery item, Yao ramen. If you hadn't been in the hospital the other day, I would have had you try it sooner. Go ahead, taste it. Tianyu broke apart the chopsticks, picked up a mouthful of noodles, and brought it to his lips. The rich aroma that spread from his taste buds made his eyes clear and bright. Hua asked with a smile, how is it? So delicious. This flavor is absolutely divine. Slurp slurp. Right? But delivery noodles tend to get clumpy. If you want the true taste, you have to eat at the shop. We'll take you there sometime. Slurp slurp. By the way, what's the story behind this delivery service? It's a convenience service that started in the last 2 years. When you're busy, you don't have to go to the shop. Just order, and it's delivered to your door. Pretty convenient, right? Now there are many delivery boys in my. Some are civilians working full-time, others are ninjas earning extra money. On busy days, they can't even keep up with the demand. Do they make a lot? Well, from what I know, the shop pays 500 ryo per delivery. If they're lucky, they also get tips from customers like that boy just now. Is that so? Tianyu tilted his head back and drained the broth completely. By the time they finished reading all the books bought from the bookstore, it was 3 in the afternoon. Hua let out a lazy yawn. I'm so sleepy. It seemed that sparring with me in the dojo this morning had drained a lot of her energy, and reading for several hours straight must have exhausted her. I haven't slept on that bed yet. Lie down and take a nap. Hua was too tired to argue. She lay down on the bed fully clothed. Wake me up at 6 sharp, okay? My brother-in-law invited us to his house for dinner tonight. He said it's a formal welcoming meal for you. All right, sleep well. Soon the sound of Hua's steady breathing came from behind him. Tianyu closed the book, walked to the bedside, and looked at Hua, who was lying on her back with her chest slightly exposed, completely defenseless in her sleep. You really trust me, don't you? Tianyu crouched down, pulled out a summer quilt from the drawer, and gently spread it over. He glanced at the wall clock. It was 4 in the afternoon. 6 o'clock. 2 hours should be enough. Yoshi. Tianyu changed into casual clothes and went out. At the Yao ramen shop, he went straight to the owner Changpu and said bluntly, I'd like to take on a few delivery orders as a part-time job. Wow, he's so handsome. Changpu was momentarily smitten, then composed herself. This young man, I haven't seen you before. I just arrived in my not long ago. Changpu's expression shifted. Well, as it happens, there's an order that other delivery boys are reluctant to take because of the customer's identity. If you're willing to run it for me, I'll double your pay, 1,000 ryo. Is that acceptable? Is there such a thing? Could I get more orders like this so I can quickly afford Makeout Paradise? They'll deliver it. Leave it to me. That's great. You've really saved me from a tight spot. I was planning to deliver it myself when the shop wasn't so busy. Tianyu couldn't help but wonder what kind of person is it that no one wants to deliver to even with extra pay. Taking the packaged meal from Changpu, he glanced at the customer's name on the order and froze for a moment. Whoa, no way. Is this even possible? He recognized the 4 characters. Yuziboing. Following the address on the delivery slip, Tianyu arrived at the West District of Konoha. Left at the corner of the sushi shop a standalone house. This should be the place. As Tianyu turned the corner, he saw 2 children standing in front of the gate of that house, painting something on the nameplate with a brush, while a middle-aged woman stood behind them. Tianyu approached without a word. He saw that the name, Uchiha, on the plaque had been crossed out with a bright red X, and beside it written in red paint was Trader's House. Haha, finished. The 2 brats admired their handiwork with pride. This time I used heavy-duty paint. This time I bet that pink-haired freak woman won't be able to scrub it off. My mom says this woman's husband, his whole family, wanted to rebel. After he was spared, instead of being grateful to the village, he became a rogue ninja planning revenge. And this woman is despicable. Knowing he's a rogue ninja, she still married him. She must be a traitor at heart, and there's a little traitor in the house too. I wonder what the 7th Hokage is thinking, not expelling this family of traitors from the village. The plump middle-aged woman behind them adjusted her oversized glasses, and seeing the children's mischief, instead of scolding them, showed a doting smile. Gigi, you really are my good son. Even your pranks are so creative. Alright, let's leave this filthy place and go home for dinner. Is this how you teach your child? Children may not know better, but adults should. Huh. The woman turned, first glanced at Tianyu's face, then at the delivery bag in his hand, and sneered with disgust. And who do we have here? Just a lousy delivery boy. Watch your tongue. If you scare my Gigi, it'll make you regret it. Another child said, Auntie. His eyes, they look like Byakugan. He's from the Hyūga clan. The woman sneered contemptuously. So what if you're from the Hyūga clan? My aunt is a close confidant of the fire daimyo. One word from me, and you'll be in deep trouble. Tianyu's eyes gleamed coldly. Normally he shouldn't intervene, but the mistress of this house had shown him kindness. Hanabi had brought him to Konoha for treatment, and this woman had personally saved him, pulling him back from death. No matter how you do it, remove that paint. Otherwise you'll break your son's hand, and use his blood to fix it. Tianyu's calm tone sent a chill down the woman's spine. You dare speak to me like that? A ninja living off our charity threatening a civilian like me. Do you believe ill? Without another word, Tianyu walked toward the child. You dare. Just then the mistress of the house, who was hanging laundry in the yard, heard the commotion and came out. Seeing the defaced plaque and recalling the conversation, she understood the situation. Sakura looked at the fat woman. Excuse me, could you please not make a fuss in front of my house? And this is the 3rd time you've defaced our nameplate. Vandalizing private property is a criminal offense under the Konoha Civil Code. The fat woman pushed up her glasses and sneered. It's just children's mischief. Don't make such a fuss. You've scared my little Gigi. Can you afford that? You who can't even buy a house without a loan. Sakura replied with dignity. Yes, I have a mortgage, but this path in front of my house is also part of our common area. Could you please leave? The fat woman thought to herself, forget it. This woman is a contemporary of the 7th Hokage. For his sake, he'll let it slide. Before leaving, she shot a venomous glare at Tianyu. Gigi made faces and stuck out his tongue at him, as if to say, what can you do to me? Sakura frowned as she looked at the defaced nameplate. This strong paint won't come off. I'd rather not hang it up if Sarada sees it. She tore the solid wood plaque off the wall with her bare hands and crushed it into pieces. Turning to Tianyu, she said, sorry you had to see that. During his recovery in the hospital, Sakura had visited him several times for checkups, and they had chatted a few times. Tianyu asked her, why do they do such things? Sakura's emerald eyes lowered slightly. My husband made some mistakes in his early years, so some villagers hold grudges. It's a complicated issue, hard to explain in a few words. But it's fine. I'm used to it. Unable to comprehend. Tianyu truly could not understand. Sasuke was indeed a rogue ninja, and he did once contemplate revenge on Konoha. But the only real action he took against the village was killing Danzo at the 5 Kage summit. At that time, if Danzo hadn't died, Tsunade's return as Hokage and stabilization of the situation would have been far more difficult. Ultimately, the villagers of Konoha are still beneficiaries. After that, Sasuke went to the battlefield, fought alongside Naruto and the allied shinobi forces against Obito and Madara, and together with Team 7, sealed Kaguya, and ended the infinite Tsukuyomi. With such achievements, even if he isn't called a hero or savior, shouldn't at least his past sins as a rogue ninja be forgiven? I truly don't understand why the people of Konoha insist on holding onto the rogue ninja issue. Those 2 advisors are one thing. Their thinking is archaic, but they still act for the village. But that mother and son just now were pure malice. Only someone like Sakura steeped in the will of fire could endure this. If it were me knowing my wife was being slandered behind her back, I would kill them all. No wonder no one wanted to take delivery orders for Sakura's house. It's not an isolated case, it's the general environment. Here your Ichiraku ramen delivery. Sakura took the delivery bag from Tianyu. By the way, how come you're delivering? I just arrived short on funds. Heard about this gig, so am earning some extra cash. I see. Sakura thought to herself he didn't ask the Hyūga clan head for money, but chose to earn his own. He has a sense of responsibility. How's your recovery? Thanks to you, I'm fine now. Sakura looked at him with relief. That's good. To be honest, when I first learned who you were, I worried you might do something harmful to the village. Tianyu smiled calmly. Where is your husband? At the corner of the alley, a small figure was peeking over, pushing up red-rimmed glasses. Mom is chatting with a strange man at the door, and he's really handsome. Could he be a gigolo? But even if Mom's lonely, she shouldn't. Sakura lowered her eyes. He's been busy outside all these years. Wait here for a moment. Soon she returned with 2 banknotes, 2,000 ryo. Tianyu said, I can't take your money. Sakura replied, that's one thing, this is another. Keep it. She pressed the money into his hand. Tianyu looked past her to the yard where instead of a proper house, there was only a simple tent. What happened to your? About a month ago, there had been a minor incident where Sarada doubted whether she was Sakura's biological daughter. In a fit of anger, Sakura punched the house, collapsing it. Sakura said, some issues came up and I had it demolished. I've applied for reconstruction, but the approval process is troublesome. Tianyu thought for a moment. They'll accept this tip, but not for the ramen delivery. They'll build you a house. Huh. Unable to hear their conversation, Sarada's face turned pale. That guy took Mom's money and even went inside with her. Damn it. Is he really going to do something to betray Dad? He'll make him pay. With a zing, a single Tomo Sharingan appeared beneath her glasses, and she dashed to the front gate. In the yard, Tianyu crouched on the ground, pressing his hand to the soil. Wood-style secret art. Rumble. A magnificent 3-story building rose from the ground before Sakura and Sarada. Sarada was dumbfounded. No way. Madam, do you like it? Tianyu dusted off his hands and stood up. With a smile, he addressed the astonished Mrs. Uchiha. If the style isn't to your liking, it's no trouble at all to tear it down and rebuild. It's but a simple endeavor. How could we possibly tear it down? To dwell in such a grand and spacious home is a dream I never dared to entertain. Even selling my bones as a ninja wouldn't afford such a residence. Sakura felt immensely gratified. In the past, she would have punched the air in celebration. But now, as a wife and mother, she wore a gentle and decorous smile, saying, no, I'm already content to live in such a house. You've been an immense help. Amazing. At the doorstep, Sarada's jaw dropped in astonishment. Tianyu turned his gaze to her. Yes. Sakura beckoned. Sarada, this is Uncle Hinata Tianyu. Come and greet him. Sarada was perplexed. Hinata, a relative of Boruto's mother. But the Hyūga clan specializes in Byakugan and gentle fist taijutsu, so what was that jutsu just now? In an instant, he built such a magnificent structure without even forming hand seals. Hello, Uncle Tianyu. I am Uchiha Sarada. Sarada clasped her small hands behind her back, her demeanor reserved, yet her young Sharingan eyes remained fixed unblinkingly on him. Tianyu appraised the girl before him, nodding slightly. Indeed, the resemblance is striking. Withdrawing his gaze, Tianyu said to Sakura, Madam, if there's nothing else, I'll take my leave. Sakura escorted him to the door. Sarada asked, Mom, what is Uncle Tianyu to us? Why did he build us a house for no reason? Sakura pondered briefly and replied, I saved his life with medical ninjutsu. Sarada looked at her in amazement. When did that happen? So Mom is his lifesaver? Not exactly. Sakura said, I saved him out of duty as a medical ninja. The one who truly saved his life was Hinata Hanabi, Boruto's aunt. Sarada keenly sensed hidden secrets beneath the surface. Sakura cautioned, this concerns the village's classified information. I can't reveal more to you. In any case, whether about Uncle Tianyu or the house he built for us, you must not speak of it to others, understand? Mom rarely spoke to me with such gravity. Sarada nodded obediently. Yes, Mom, I understand. By the way, I initially thought Mom had hired some gigolo out of loneliness. How is that possible? Do I look like such a frivolous person? Hard to say. Sarada pursed her lips, revealing a meaningful smile. Last month, when Dad stayed over for a night, you were visibly glowing, Mom. Sakura blushed furiously. Good heavens, children these days are so precocious. She rolled up her sleeves. Let's have a hearty bowl of ramen. Then help Mom move all the furniture from the warehouse into the new house. Otherwise, there would be no place for dear husband to sleep when he returns. Mom, do we still have to pay the mortgage? Yes, even though the old house is demolished, we must pay off the remaining balance until it's cleared. At least we save the rebuilding cost. Sarada stepped into the new home and marveled at the exquisite interior. It was so spacious, with every detail meticulously attended to. Truly remarkable. What kind of jutsu was this? Even the 7th Hokage couldn't pull off something like this. After leaving Sakura's place, Tianyu went to the bookstore. The Thesandrio delivery commission from Iam plus the Thesandrio tip from Sakura was just enough to buy Ika Paradise. Evening came. Hanabi awoke from the bed in Tianyu's master bedroom, rubbing her sleepy eyes, gazing at the summer blanket covering her. So that's it. I was so tired in the afternoon that I fell asleep. Tianyu-kun covered me with the blanket. He didn't take advantage of me, did he? Hanabi belatedly realized this thought and felt a little embarrassed. At the time, she had been too exhausted to think about it. Now she considered that sleeping so defenselessly in a man's room was somewhat inappropriate. But Tianyu-kun, I trust he wouldn't take advantage of someone in a vulnerable state. I remember he specifically mentioned before I fell asleep that he had never slept in this bed himself, showing he is a person with proper boundaries. Tianyu-kun, Tianyu-kun. She called out a few times, but got no response. Has he gone out, or is he also asleep? She got up, slipped on her wooden clogs, and went to the guest room, but Tianyu wasn't there either. It seems he's gone out. Just as she was about to leave the room, her gaze was drawn to an ancient zither made of dark wood placed beside the lute. He can play the zither. A glint of surprise flickered in Hanabi's eyes. She sat down before the instrument, her fingers tracing the antique wood grain. This is the Amanu machine, one of my favorite artifacts. The strings were broken during a duel with my nemesis. I was planning to find an opportunity to repair them. Tianyu's voice came from behind. Hanabi's expression shifted as she turned back. I never saw you carry it before. Did you retrieve it from somewhere? Tianyu's expression remained calm. Since he had placed the chain conspicuously beside the bed, he had no qualms about Hanabi knowing about his portable space. I took it from a special space connected to my Byakugan. That space is inaccessible to people, but can store certain items. Hanabi's eyes lowered slightly. My brother-in-law and Narasan don't know about this yet, do they? No, they don't. Tianyu sat beside her. So could you keep it a secret for now? Naruto might be fine, but if Shikamaru finds out, he'll start overthinking. Hanabi understood Tianyu-kun's secrets surely weren't limited to the portable space he had just mentioned. No one would reveal all their cards when away from home. If I were in his shoes, I would do the same. In fact, the fact that he didn't mind me knowing shows he is honest with me. What should I do then? Hanabi pretended to hesitate, her sparkling eyes turning to Tianyu. All right, I can keep it a secret for you. But there's a condition. Let's hear it. Once your chain is repaired, you must play a piece for me. Not just one. Whenever you wish to listen, I'll play for you anytime. Deal. Hanabi agreed gladly. Evening, a handsome man and a beautiful woman strolled along the street, planning to mooch a meal at a certain Hokage's home. By the way, Tianyu-kun, this afternoon while I was asleep, what did you go out to do? Just went shopping. Also did a bit of work, built a house, and bought a book. But when you go shopping, you don't have any money. Hua took out 10 banknotes printed with the seal of the daimyo of the Land of Fire from the pouch tied at her kimono waist. Here. What, bribing me? Don't be silly. You just arrived and have no money. How can that do? Here, take this 100,000 silver taels. Use it first, and when it's gone, I'll give you more. Hua stuffed the money into Tianyu's hand. Seeing him holding the money, unsure where to put it, Hua chuckled and said, Perfect, how about I buy you a wallet? Tianyu rolled the bills into a bundle and tucked them into the inner pocket of his belt. I'll buy it myself, and I'll also bring some gifts to the 7th Hokage's home. Seeing Waha's surprised expression, Tianyu said matter-of-factly, when visiting someone's home, can one really go empty-handed? Hua clasped her hands behind her back, following behind Tianyu, and asked curiously, where did you learn all these etiquettes? Earlier I saw your table manners and tea ceremony etiquette were impeccable. Do they have such refinements in your hometown? Tianyu looked up at the slime moon disk in the sky. It is a custom from my hometown, but not the hometown of Gyo-Xianyuan. It is the land of etiquette where I was before coming to this world, Huaxia. At the boutique on my South Street. The shelves were filled with a dazzling array of exquisite accessories, a myriad of flowers gradually bewitching the eyes. Tianyu came to the wallet counter, where various wallets in furry shapes and colors were displayed. He picked up an orange-eared cute fox wallet and examined it closely. Hua introduced, these are custom derivative products based on the tailed beasts. The one in your hand is Kurama the Nine Tails. My father must have told you about the tailed beasts, and also that my brother-in-law is the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails. He did. Among the tailed beast derivatives, the one-tail Shikaku and the Nine Tails Kurama in your hand are the best sellers. Times have truly changed. The tailed beasts, once considered ominous, have now become figurines. Do you like it? If you like it, buy it. Tianyu put down the Kurama wallet. He'll take another look. He looked around for a long while, but couldn't find one that suited his taste. At that moment, Waha's expression shifted slightly, as if suddenly thinking of something. She went to the shelf of niche products, took a uniquely styled wallet from a neglected corner. She poked Tianyu's shoulder. Tada, this one should be familiar to you, right? Hua inserted her hand into the wallet opening and shook it in front of Tianyu's face. Tianyu was immediately captivated by the wallet in her hand. It was a tin-tail-shaped wallet. The originally terrifying and ferocious appearance of the Ten Tails had been turned into an ugly cute mini form. Even a Ten Tails one exists. This is a niche product developed by the merchant to expand sales, but it hasn't gained much recognition from the public, and is about to be cleared out. In other words, if I don't buy it now, I won't be able to get it later. He'll take this one. Tianyu spent 5,000 silver taels to buy this Ten Tails-shaped wallet. Once he had a Ten Tails, and that Ten Tails was many times stronger than the Ten Tails of the ninja world. Later that Ten Tails accepted a sacrifice from the Ōtsutsuki and transformed into a divine tree. The Ōtsutsuki who made the sacrifice was Tianyu's clan guardian, also extremely powerful on the same level. At that time in the distant starry sky, there was a land called Chuyun country, where the civilization of Chakra was far more prosperous than that of Jinua planet in the ninja world. Several members of the main Ōtsutsuki family had fallen in Chuyun country. Yet Tianyu with his own strength chewed through this hard bone for his clan. To commend his outstanding contribution, the clan's elder permitted him to use that land as a nursery bed to cultivate a chakra fruit, and allowed him to dispose of the fruit as he wished. In fact, this was an invitation to sit at the table to eat. The elder intended to cultivate the promising young Tianyu as his own close associate. Even if Tianyu consumed the fruit, he would not become a traitor like Kaguya. As for what happened later, that's whatever. He planned to keep this matter buried in his heart. Gazing at the serene profile of the girl beside him, Tianyu had an inner monologue. Hua, I am truly not the person with a perfect character you imagine. I came to this land only because of specific karmic ties. On one hand out of sentiment, on the other out of gratitude, I have restrained my divine savagery and presented a human face in dealing with people. If that guy doesn't come within at most a year when my power recovers enough to leave this land, I will transform from Rishiang Tianyu back to Daitongyu Tianyu to face my own challenges and destiny. If that guy comes looking for me within this year, I've already thought of what to do. I will open the gate of death of the 8 gates and forcefully trade 1 for 1 with him. Even if I can't trade, I will weaken him to the extreme. At least to a point where Mingren and Zhuozhu, these 2 powerful 6 paths level fighters, can join forces and finish him off. This is the reason why Tianyu can integrate into this peaceful daily life with a clear conscience. At least he is confident that he can spare his benefactor Hua and her village from the repercussions of his karma. The two went to a fruit shop and bought some seasonal fruits as a gift before arriving at Mingren's house. After the Chutian, wearing a light purple home coat and shorts, stood at the entrance to welcome them, her demeanor full of the gentle virtue of a Yamato Nadeshiko. Tianyukun, I am the wife of the 7th Hokage, Schwanwa Chutian. Welcome to our home. Hello, madam. I am honored to receive the invitation from your family. This is a small gift hardly worth mentioning. Oh, this is really not necessary. Hua, how could you let Tianyukun spend so much? Hua stepped forward and kneaded Kyushin's shoulders with her fingers. He insisted on buying it himself. Okay, big sister, we're all family. Don't be so formal. My stomach is growling. Let's eat quickly. In the warmly decorated living room, Mingren stood up to greet the guests. Mingren introduced, this is my daughter Schwanwa, Xiangriki Sunflower. Tianyu looked at the adorable little girl before him, who was like a miniature Chutian, but with tiny whisker marks on her cheeks inherited from Mingren, and smiled. Hello. Hello. Uncle Tianyu. Nice to meet you. He is so handsome, like a prince from a fairy tale book. Xiangriki looked up at the tall and handsome Tianyu with a flushed face, her eyes turning into starry eyes. This is my son Schwanwa born. Following Mingren's gaze, Tianyu looked toward the sofa. There sat a miniature version of Mingren, his hands clasped behind his head, sprawled out lazily, without any intention of getting up to greet them. Mingren frowned and said, Borin, a guest is here, why aren't you coming over to greet him? The Japanese pronunciation of Boruto is homophonous with pineapple head. Tianyu looked at his golden hair and hairstyle. He really did look like he had a pineapple head. Borin glanced sideways, thinking Dad is never home on weekdays, and even when he does come back, he sends a shadow clone. But today he came home early and with his real body. And this guy came with Aunt Hua. Who does he think he is? It's really irritating. I just don't get what's so great about Borin. Get over here. Mingren's tone grew stern. All right, I get it. Borin lazily got up, came over, and picked his nose as he spoke. Welcome to our home. But let me make this clear. I don't think you're worthy of sitting at the table with our family. Slap. Before Tianyu could respond, a crisp slap landed on Boruto's face. Boruto clutched his bruised cheek and demanded, Dad, you hit me. Naruto withdrew his right hand, still wrapped in bandages, and said sternly, Who taught you to speak rudely to a guest in our home? Boruto's eyes reddened with fury. Well, it wasn't you. You spend all day holed up in your office. When have you ever taught me anything like that? Naruto paused, then said lowly, We'll discuss this later. First, apologize to our guest. The pent-up resentment in Boruto's heart ignited. No. Why should I apologize? You're the one who handled things badly. On Himawari's birthday you sent a shadow clone, and you even ruined the party. And now this outsider shows up and you came home early. What do your family even mean to you? Hinata, overhearing, couldn't stand it anymore and yelled, Boruto, enough. You're being terribly disrespectful to your father. Boruto panted, pointing angrily at Tenyu. Fine. Fine. You're all on his side, aren't you? I'm leaving. Enjoy your dinner. With that, he ran toward the door without looking back. Brother. Boruto. Naruto clenched his fists and said heavily, leave him be. Let him go. Seeing the welcoming banquet ruined before it even began, Hanabi chuckled. Oh, our Boruto has reached his rebellious stage, has he? Starting to form his own opinions. That's not necessarily a bad thing. Naruto sighed, suppressing the fatigue deep in his eyes. Tenyu, I'm sorry you had to witness that. I apologize for my son's rude words just now. But please understand he meant no harm to you. He was just venting his frustrations with me onto you. It's all right. I've caused you trouble. Not at all. Let's eat quickly. Seated at the dining table looking at the abundant dishes, Tenyu could tell the Uzumaki family had genuinely prepared this welcoming feast. During the meal, Tenyu and Naruto chatted. Naruto, are you usually very busy with work? Yeah, every major and minor affair of the village requires my approval. I'm basically stuck in the office all day and come home very late. A few days ago was Himawari's birthday. I was too busy, so I sent a shadow clone home. But then my original collapsed from exhaustion at the office, causing the clone to disappear, and Boruto resents me for that. Anyway, enough of that depressing talk. Tenyu put a piece of Kung Pao chicken into his mouth and chewed, thinking Naruto truly handles the Hokage's duties personally. He could delegate these desk tasks to a trusted person like Shikamaru. However, I'm not in a position to judge it. But if that's the case, does Naruto have any energy left for training? During the meal, Hinata put down her chopsticks and said worriedly, Naruto, maybe I should go look for Boruto. The culprit behind those incidents hasn't been caught yet, and I'm afraid he might run into. Naruto, still concerned about his son, replied, Yeah, go ahead. Sorry, Tenyu, please excuse me. Hinata stood up, bowed apologetically to Tenyu, and then hurried out of the dining. Tenyu asked, what incidents? Naruto's expression darkened. It started about 5 days ago. Every night people would mysteriously faint in secluded street corners. No lives are in danger, but without exception their chakra is drained. Hanabi thought while eating. Those two advisors even suspected Tenyu as the mastermind. Tenyu asked, has anyone with sensory abilities confirmed that? Naruto said, we've confirmed it, but the culprit also has some kind of anti-sensory detection method. However, from tonight the sensory squad has set up a full network. If that person makes another move, we'll definitely catch them. Tenyu wondered, do they really need the sensory squad for this? What kind of sensing could be stronger than your sage mode? Is he just too busy to take action? What? Suddenly Naruto's chopsticks froze midair. Tenyu and Hanabi both looked at him. Okay, I understand. They'll handle it immediately. What's wrong? The culprit behind the attacks has been found just now. It's, what? The fishball Hanabi had been holding with her chopsticks dropped with a plop into the soup bowl before her. Tenyu narrowed his eyes. Sumire. The disciple of Hanabi I met during the day. So that negative energy she emitted had a reason after all. Naruto rose with a grave expression. Sorry, Tenyu, I have to go immediately. Sumire is active in the southwestern district. And Boruto is right nearby. Tenyu put down his chopsticks. He'll come with you. I'm full anyway, and a walk will help digest. Damn it. That bastard dad actually slapped me in front of an outsider. I know I went too far with what I said, but don't I have any pride? In the southwestern district, Boruto walked alone in a dark alley, kicking a roadside pebble in irritation. The stone clattered and rolled to a stop beside a pair of small shoes. The purple-haired girl approaching from the other end of the alley halted and met Boruto's gaze. The class rep looked somehow strange. Sumire wore a purple sleeveless cheongsam with an open back. On her pale back was revealed an ominous ritual seal. Hearing his greeting, she lifted her pale purple lusterless eyes. A flicker of indescribable emotion crossed her gaze. Boruto, you seem troubled. Oh, don't mention it. Just some trivial family matters. Boruto brushed it off lightly and said with concern, but what are you doing alone in a place like this at night? The culprit behind the attacks hasn't been caught yet. It's too dangerous for a girl to walk alone. Let me walk you home. You're kind, Boruto. You truly are a gentle boy. Her eyes dimmed. But from the moment I was born, I was merely a tool my father used to take revenge on Konoha. Sumire's father Shinra Torai was a remnant of Root and a loyal follower of Danzo. After the Fourth Great Ninja War, he fled with his family to escape Konoha's pursuit. Shinra Tori constantly plotted revenge against Konoha. When Sumire was very young, he implanted the Gozu Tenno, the ritual seal, on Sumire's back. Gozu Tenno was a war weapon created by Danzo using Hashirama's cells. It absorbed people's negative emotional energy as nourishment to feed a demon called Nu. It was a legacy left behind after Danzo's death. After her father Shinra Tori died, Sumire concealed her surname, joined Konoha, and waited for an opportunity, like today, to avenge her father. When she lifted her eyes again, the reluctance and hesitation in Sumire's gaze vanished, replaced by determination. She raised her hands and formed a seal before her chest. I'm sorry, Boruto. I am the mastermind behind the attacks. I don't deserve to be called your class rep, nor do I deserve your kindness. Let me sever the bonds that hinder my revenge with my own hands. Suction Jutsu Gozatenno. A dull purple light emanated from the ritual totem on Sumayor's back. Boruto instantly felt a suffocating sensation as if constricted by a python. Class rep you. Wow. Chakra erupted uncontrollably from Boruto, transforming into a dark purple pillar of energy that was extracted and received by Sumayor with a raised palm. Chakra was being drained. The class representative was the mastermind behind the attack. Boruto shouted, Class rep. You are so earnest, steady, and responsible. You always care for your comrades. You must have your reasons right. Tell me your troubles. They'll find a way to help. Thank you, Borutokin, but someone like you who has grown up surrounded by parental love, a silver-spooned young master, will never understand my situation. So disappear. Sumayor formed hand seals, adopting a pistol-aiming posture before her chest. Garuru. Azure water droplets coalesced before her fingertip. Water released water spirit wave. With a booming quang, the water sphere shot toward Boruto like a cannon. Boruto instinctively tilted his head to dodge, staring at the hole blasted through the concrete utility pole. Boruto's scalp tingled. No way that frail-looking class rep is this strong. Bang, bang, bang. A volley of water bullets rained down like death itself. If I get hit, I'm done for. Boruto scrambled to his feet using utility poles and trash bins as cover, fleeing in panic. Don't think you can escape. I won't let you alert the 7th Hokage. Sumayor pursued swiftly behind him, her violet eyes glinting. Facing the boy she had always held affection for, she still couldn't bring herself to deal a killing blow. Instead, she summoned the ox-head celestial beast Nu. The alley mouth was close by the light of the street lamp. Pedestrians on the street were vaguely visible. Boruto regained his composure from the shock. If the class rep was the mastermind, then the ninjas who fell unconscious days ago were her doing. I can't run onto the street like this. She might indiscriminately attack civilians. Damn it, if my chakra hadn't been drained, I could have used shadow clones to stall. All I can do now is buy time and make Dad notice what's happening here. Thinking quickly, he pulled a kunai from his pouch, swiftly attached an explosive tag, and hurled it toward the second floor of an unmanned building outside the alley. Boom. The explosive tag detonated, shattering large sections of glass. Alerted by the commotion, pedestrians on the street stopped and stared. What was that noise? Is someone attacking? Sensing Boruto's intense, Sumayor's violet eyes, bang! A precisely aimed water spirit wave shot straight at Boruto. Damn, I can't dodge. In that hair-raising moment, a figure landed before him. Boruto gasped. 8 trigrams vacuum palm. Boom. Hinata's palm strike sent a compressed air blast that shattered the incoming water cannon into a spray of droplets. Hinata fixed her Byakugan on the perpetrator. Sumayor, stop this. Boruto's mother. Then I have no choice but to risk everything. Sumayor released the water spirit wave hand seal, bit her thumb, and formed the summoning seal with blood. Summoning Jutsu Nu. Boom. From within an ominous dark purple haze, a beast with an ape's face, Tanuki's body, tiger's limbs, and a serpent's tail, its eyes blazing gold, appeared. A monster rivaling Gamabunta in size, descending with a terrifying pressure. Hinata's Byakugan stared in shock at the purple aura enveloping the beast. Such immense chakra. The chakra she has absorbed these past days. Has it all been taken by that summon? Boruto called out urgently, Class rep. Stop this. Have you forgotten the happy times we spent together at the Ninja Academy? Do you really want to destroy all of that? Borutokin. I can no longer turn back. Sumayor raised her sword fingers before her chest, her long purple hair flowing upward. Ruohar. Nu roared, and Hinata, along with the pedestrians on the street and the ninjas rushing over, felt as if their minds were gripped by a mysterious power. Then the negative emotions buried deep in people's hearts, accumulated from trivial daily frustrations and disappointments, unnoticed and suppressed, were stirred awake. Subsequently, chakra tainted by those negative emotions was uncontrollably drawn out of their bodies, flowing into Nu's gaping maw. Nu's form visibly grew another size. Hinata suppressed the fleeting, painful fragments of a full-time housewife's life, the small grievances from years of raising children and managing the household. I understand now. This chakra absorption works only on chakra polluted by negative emotions from the human. But the most terrifying part is that she can awaken the repressed negative emotions in everyone, magnifying even the slightest, most trivial discontent. Boom. Nu's claws swung, crumbling walls. Boruto, run to safety. How can I leave you alone? He'll handle this. Atop the Hokage building a kilometer away, Naruto watched the rampaging giant. His Ninetales chakra mode's golden cloak blazed over his body. But Ino's urgent voice came through his mind. Naruto, don't use Kurama's chakra. The enemy can absorb chakra. Is that so? Swish. Naruto dismissed the golden cloak of Nine-Tails chakra. This move left Tianyu utterly baffled. Are you a yellow light? One flash and you're out. Screw it, brute force works. Just let it absorb. See how much it can take. Tianyu, having never watched Boruto, couldn't gauge Naruto's current power level, so inevitably his inner monologue grew more elaborate. No, it can't be that bad. He's Naruto, the strongest being in the ninja world, wielding 6 paths power at 17. Naruto must be testing my abilities. That has to be it. During the day I noticed something off about that girl's chakra, but didn't take it seriously. It makes sense for me to clean this up. After all, she's Hanabi's disciple. Hanabi's Byakugan fixed on the perilous battlefield. If this continues, my sister and Boruto will be in danger. Brother-in-law, let me go. Then I'm counting on you. He'll go. Tianyu's calm voice rang out, surprising both Naruto and Hanabi. Crackle. Tianyu activated his Byakugan. In that area aside from Hinata and Boruto, everyone is unconscious. No one will see me act. With the urgency of the situation, Naruto had no time to hesitate. Then I'll leave it to you, Tianyu. The enemy can absorb chakra. Be careful. Boom. Before the rubble of collapsed walls, Nu's enormous claw swept down toward Boruto, and Hinata now cornered. Damn it, how did things come to this? Swish. At that moment, a cascade of silver-white hair like a waterfall fell before their eyes. Swish. The figure raised a palm lightly, and a golden chakra shield formed into a spherical barrier 3 meters in radius. Nu's claw, strong enough to break bricks and stones, struck the shield only to explode into pulp, accompanied by a pained roar. Somaire's pupils constricted. Who are you? You? Boruto was dumbfounded. He never imagined that the one who saved him in this critical moment was the person he had insulted just minutes ago. Tianyu swept a glance behind him, and in the next instant, before Boruto's stunned gaze, he rose into the air, then flicked his sleeve. Clang, clang, clang. For massive black rods materialized beneath his sleeve in the blink of an eye, pinning the colossal beast to the ground. Ow! Nu, unable to move, curled up, trembling as it gazed at the figure above in sheer terror. Tianyu extended his hand downward. Sacrifice elixir alchemy. Shitsi alchemy, fully known as Yin-Yang release Shitsi alchemy technique. The Ōtsutsuki clan can extract chakra from living beings using Yin-Yang release and refine it into pills known as Dan, which enhance strength and prolong life. Dan are essentially the Ōtsutsuki version of military ration pills. In Boruto Naruto Next Generations, both Momoshiki and Urashiki demonstrated this ability. As a high-ranking Ōtsutsuki, Tianyu's mastery far surpassed theirs. When he activated Shitsi alchemy, he could extract chakra from life forms and mix it with a certain proportion of natural energy, greatly improving the efficiency and quality of pill refinement. Even without limiting himself to tailed beast chakra. Gurgle. Dark purple chakra surged toward Tianyu's palm, like a whale swallowing water. The enormous body of the Nu shrank rapidly, and in the blink of an eye it became the small furry that would later perch on Jianjin's shoulder. Tianyu gazed at 3 cinnabarred pills, each the size of a longan, spinning in his palm. 3 pills, more than I expected. He saw the dying Nu on the ground. Flesh squirmed on its severed claw, regenerating a new tender one. The skin torn open by the black rod during its shrinkage also sprouted fresh Nu granulation. I see. Such extraordinary vitality. This little furry is a bioweapon built on the blueprint of Hashirama's cells, isn't it? Whimper. The regeneration exhausted the Nu's reserve power. It lay on the ground, staring plaintively at Tianyu, letting out mournful cries. Begging for mercy. Forget it. He'll spare your life, considering the Dan you've contributed to me. Tianyu stored the harvested pills in a compartment of his small ten-tails pouch. Boruto and Hinata behind him did not witness his alchemy. Jianjin in front had fainted from shock and missed it. Naruto saw nothing either. Only Hanabi, through her Byakugan, observed everything. So that's the Dan Tianyu mentioned to me at the dojo. I never imagined it was refined this way. He subdued that monster with this method to protect Konoha. I can't let him incur unnecessary trouble for his good intentions. After much deliberation, Hanabi decided to keep Tianyu's secret. Brother-in-law, the summoned beast Jianjin called, has been subdued by Tianyu. Naruto marveled, impressive. Even without Kurama's power, I couldn't have done it so cleanly. Even in decline, an Ōtsutsuki is still an Ōtsutsuki. Hanabi lowered her eyes, her slender fingers gripping her sleeve tightly. Brother-in-law, actually Tianyu had already sensed something wrong with Jianjin during the daytime. Is that so? He said. Jianjin gave him a feeling of intense negative energy, but I didn't take it seriously. I thought she was just feeling down. Hanabi said, barely concealing her self-reproach. Naruto, it's similar to Kurama's ability to sense good and evil. I can only perceive the moral nature of someone's chakra when I'm in Kurama chakra mode, but he can do it in his normal state. Kurama, moreover, don't forget the house he built for Sakura's family. It's safe to say he can also use wood release. Old man conservatively estimates that he is no weaker than Tonari with the Tensigen. Naruto, you understand what I mean, don't you? I understand. You want me to know my enemy and myself to be well informed. They'll find a chance later to personally gauge Tianyu's level. Tianyu walked past the unconscious Nu, stopped, and looked down at the purple-haired girl sitting slumped on the ground. Do you have anything else to say? So this is the strength of the man teacher Hanabi brought back. I can't do it. My boat trembling tells me how vast the gap in power is. I can't even meet his gaze. Jianjin's face was ashen. I have nothing to say. I did it, and I accept the punishment for my— Gritting her teeth and steeling her heart, she moved a kunai toward her own throat, but Tianyu caught her wrist. Why stop me? Your teacher trusts you and thinks highly of you. I'm sure she wouldn't want to see you atone in this way. Hearing this, Jianjin's eyes trembled violently. The warm memories of the years she spent as a member of Team 15 under her teacher's guidance flashed through her mind. Teacher Hanabi used her own time to instruct her in training, listened to the troubles of her daily life, and accompanied her in heart-to-heart talks late into the night. She also gave her meticulous care in life. Because of the oxhead heavenly king seal on her back, her hormone levels were disrupted, causing her menstruation to start earlier than other girls her age. Hanabi was the first to notice this. She taught the flustered Jianjin the relevant knowledge, bought her special sanitary pads, and showed her how to use them. Moreover, Hanabi could be considered her lifesaver. On an Shrank mission shortly after Jianjin became a genin, Hanabi risked herself to save Jianjin's life and was wounded in the process. To Jianjin, Hanabi was both a qualified teacher, a mentor, and a caring older sister. But she had deceived Hanabi, concealed her past, and tried to destroy her village, even wounded her family. Thinking of this, Jianjin's heart ached as if pierced by needles. Tianyu glanced behind him, released Jianjin's wrist, and turned to walk aside. Hanabi approached, following Jianjin's purple shoulder-length hair, and stared at the shocking purple seal on her back. Her eyes were conflicted. Jianjin said gloomily, I am too ashamed to face you, teacher. All this time I never noticed that seal on your back. As your teacher, I've been remiss too. It's not your fault, teacher. I hid that seal until after the Wind Country mission, right before we returned to the village. Hanabi crouched down, gently placing her hand on Jianjin's trembling shoulder, and said softly, I believe you're not a child who would do such things without reason. So this time, can you tell me your background yourself? Jianjin's voice quivered. Teacher, you still recognize me as your student? Hanabi smiled warmly. Of course. Student and teacher, it's a lifelong contract. No matter how high you rise, or what mistakes you make, I am your teacher, and you will always be my student. But you really should thank Tainyu-kun for stopping you. He kept you from making an irreparable mistake. No one died in this attack. That's the silver lining. Otherwise, even if I wanted to protect you, I wouldn't be able. Luckily, everything can be started over. Wah. Jianjin's guilt erupted completely. She hugged Hanabi and sobbed. I'm sorry. Teacher Hanabi. There. Hanabi comforted Jianjin and gave Tianyu a thumbs up. Tianyu felt a tug on his sleeve and turned to find Boruto. What? Well, Boruto's eyes darted. Sorry. I formally apologize for my rude remarks earlier. How this little brat isn't bad at heart, just pretty arrogant. A faint smile tugged at Tianyu's lips. How this little brat isn't bad at heart, just pretty arrogant. A faint smile tugged at Tianyu's lips. Have you ever seen an adult get angry with a child? Before long, the interrogators from the Leaf Village arrived, taking Kaguya away for investigation, while Hanabi accompanied them. Tianyukuin, if there's nothing else, go home for now. I'll return on my own after I understand this child's matters. Alright. Darling, are you okay? Naruto helped Hinata to her feet. Yes, it was really thanks to Tianyukuin. Otherwise, Boruto would have been in real danger. Naruto touched Boruto's still slightly blue face. Still angry with Dad. Boruto held the back of his head and said smugly, What are you talking about? Do I seem like such a childish person? You idiot, son. Naruto patted Boruto's little head with a warm smile. You're still hungry, right? Go home with your mom, eat something, then get to bed. Tomorrow morning, you'll have training with your teacher Konohamaru in preparation for the Chunin exams. Konohamaru Sensius ninjutsu level is beneath my notice already. Huh. Boruto trotted over to Tianyu, his face brimming with admiration. Hey, the ninjutsu you used earlier was amazing. Tianyu asked, which technique do you mean? All of them. The golden barrier that blocked the monsters, then suddenly flying into the sky and sealing that monster with those black rods. And the ability that made that monster shrink right out of nowhere. They were all amazing. I want to learn such powerful techniques too. Won't you teach me? Tianyu smiled. Unfortunately, those were not ninjutsu, and you can't learn any of them. Although they are basic level abilities, they are all Ōtsutsuki techniques. You'd better stick with learning Shadow Clone and Rasengan first, just like your old man. Maybe some other time. Tianyu didn't refuse outright. After all, this was Naruto's son, surely he had great potential. Teach me. Boruto, time to go home. Hinata sensed that Naruto wanted to speak privately with Tianyu. Uncle Tianyu, please think about what I said. After Hinata and Boruto left, Naruto approached, and patted Tianyu's shoulder gratefully. Tianyu-kun, I truly owe you for tonight's incident. Tianyu said calmly, you flatter me. Such a trivial matter, you could have handled it easily, right? Naruto gave a non-committal smile. From what Boruto said about the techniques you used, I feel an itch to test my skills. Tianyu's expression shifted as he turned to look at Naruto's eager face. You mean you want to spar with me? Naruto chuckled. Ah, you saw through me. Is it convenient? Tianyu looked away. Nothing inconvenient, but within the village it's a bit cramped. Easy. Follow me, I'll take you somewhere. As the words fell, Naruto had already dashed off. Tianyu followed him toward the main gate of Konoha. The earlier incident had prompted an early curfew in the village. Few were on the streets. At the gate, the guards Kotetsu and Izumo saw Naruto racing over. Lord 7th, has the attacker been apprehended? Yes. Please open the gate. I need to go out on business. Understood. The gates opened and Naruto and Tianyu stepped out one after the other. Before closing the gate, Kotetsu and Izumo watched Tianyu's back. That person following the 7th. Isn't he the one rescued by Lady Hinata the other day, eh? Right? Back then he was lying on Lady Hinata's back, covered in blood, motionless. Seemed almost dead. Now he's lively again. I heard he later joined the Hyūga clan. I always felt something wasn't that simple. Well, that's beyond us, Chunin. The moon was at its fullest. Outside Konoha in the dense forest, two figures followed the wind weaving among the swaying tree shadows. The beasts and birds seemed to sense their presence, hiding in distant hollows, not daring to make a sound. All right, let's speed up. Deep in the woods, Naruto landed on a branch, paused, and enveloped himself in a dazzling golden chakra cloak. Shing. Naruto, majestic and spirited, his robes fluttering, transformed into a golden rainbow streaking toward the forest's edge. Tianyu smiled slightly, gathered chakra, and followed like a shadow. Naruto's bright eyes sparkled. Not bad, you can keep up with my Ninetales chakra mode speed. Whooshed. The two sped through the forest and came to a stop at a valley of ruins. Now revisiting this old ground, recalling the glories of the past, a melancholy surged in their hearts. This place is called the Valley of the End. It was built in memory of the two founders of Konoha during the Warring States era. It was destroyed by war due to certain reasons, so it makes a perfect sparring ground. Naruto turned to face Tianyu. I heard you already showed your skills in the Hyūga sparring match today, so I assume you've seen our ninja traditions. As he spoke, he raised his finger wreathed in golden chakra flames before his chest. It was the seal of confrontation. Please go easy on me. Tianyu, with graceful courtesy, raised his sword-like fingers and returned the seal of confrontation. Tianyu-kun, since you're still recovering from your injuries, I'll do my best to hold back. I see. You intend to be restrained. Tianyu thought to himself, after all, you're only using the fusion of Ninetales chakra and Sage mode, not even Six Paths mode or Truth-Seeking balls. In that case, I'll hold back a little too. Byakugan. Sizzle. The vein-like patterns on Tianyu's temples stood out prominently. No matter how much he held back facing Naruto in this peak cage-level form, he still had to activate the Byakugan. Here I come. Naruto struck first, his golden fist swinging rapidly. Tianyu, without flinching, parried with the Ōtsutsuki-style taijutsu. Boom, boom, boom. Golden light and silver-white brilliance intertwined, producing deafening airbursts. Under the moon, their figures became blurred afterimages faster than even the Sharingan, or even the Mangekyo, could track. Both speed and power are keeping up. Good. Time to raise the intensity. Shing, shing, shing. Suddenly 6 golden chakra arms coalesced from Naruto's golden cloak, forming one giant Rasengan that slammed down toward Tianyu. Tianyu remained calm, raising his hand and unleashing a move he had taught Hanabi earlier that day, the empty palm strike. Boom. In front of his palm, a vacuum fist of power akin to the evening elephant exploded. The giant Rasengan, along with the chakra arms, was shattered. What a... The shockwave sent Naruto stumbling back over 10 steps before he steadied himself. His heart raced with astonishment. If that strike had been aimed at me instead of the Rasengan, I would have been blown away. Such overwhelming taijutsu. It even had shades of Kaguya Ōtsutsuki's 80 godly air strikes. Tianyu mused, Naruto is still too cautious about my injury, never going all out. He himself was eager to witness Naruto's true power. Calmly he said, it's fine, I can take more. You can unleash your stronger strength. Since you Tianyu have said so, I'll gladly accept your invitation, Databayo. Naruto struck his right fist into his left palm, revealing a sharp, confident smile. Kurama, it's been a while. Show your true form. Oh. With a deafening roar, a golden torrent of light surged into the sky above the ruined wasteland of the Valley of the End. First the fox's head, then its body, and finally 9 tails unfurling like battle banners. Kurama mode was fully unleashed. Even the night sky was illuminated by the dazzling golden light. Tianyu, standing at a mere 7 feet tall, before Kurama's complete form, looked so small that one might worry the latter could blow him away with a single breath. The nine-tail size is much more substantial than I imagined. It seems Naruto has merged the Ine and Yang Kurama after the war. However, Naruto, you still haven't used your true power. But as a warm-up, this should be just right. Naruto floated above the fox's head, his golden cross-shaped, eyes looking down at Tianyu. Tianyu, my next attack might be a bit heavy. Take it as you can, or if you feel overwhelmed, just shout, and I'll stop in time. Tianyu stood straight as a pine, one hand extended forward in a questioning stance, speaking with ease. You're joking. Bring it on. Kurama raised its towering arm, its massive claw slamming down toward Tianyu with tremendous force. With a boom, rocks and dust erupted 100 meters into the air, and the spot where Tianyu had just stood collapsed into a crater. Through the smoke, Naruto watched the white figure land nimbly. He dodged it, quite an agile move. The next one won't be so easy to dodge. Naruto shouted, and Kurama's other arm, having gathered momentum horizontally, swept in like a storm, swallowing the clouds. He figured that even if Tianyu could evade the sweeping claw attack, he absolutely could not avoid the blast wave that accompanied it. This time Tianyu had no intention of dodging. He stomped his foot on the ground. Would release earth-piercing spikes. Crack, 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 crack. From the spot in front of his foot, a row of conical wooden spikes as thick as the pillars of the Myojin gate burst forth with a spinning motion. They embedded themselves into Kurama's arm, then grew wildly like expanding screws, erupting into a tangled mass of vicious, chaotic giant thorns. In an instant, Kurama's entire arm was twisted and torn into countless golden shreds scattered in the air. Kurama was shocked. He used a stomp to instantly unleash would release and crippled one of my arms. Naruto's expression turned serious. It seems I have to get serious. Crack, crack, crack. All 9 giant tails plunged into the ground at once, and the hardened tips erupted from the earth around Tianyu, thrusting toward him like giant spears. Swish, swish, swish. White hair release puppet dance. Tianyu rose into the air. His silver white hair spread out like wild waves wrapping around the giant tails. Then the hardened hair strands pierced into them, pulling and twisting, chaotically slicing Kurama's tails into countless golden ribbons. Slap. Tianyu brought his palms together, extended his arms forward, and aimed his 10 fingers diagonally at the sky, locked on with his Byakugan. Wild arrow. A condensed vacuum arrow shot from his fingertips, and with a twang sliced off half of Kurama's fox head. What is this? Naruto felt a chill wind rush in through the gaping hole blown open beside him, and his scalp tingled. If he had aimed that move a bit more to the center, would I have been pierced through? Is he actually injured? Kurama bellowed. It's no time for jokes, Naruto. Don't treat him as a mere wounded soldier anymore. Go all out. Yeah, I understand. Naruto threw his arms wide. Whooshed. Kurama's severed arm, tail, and head instantly regenerated and reassembled. Yuwa. Kurama roared skyward, dark black chakra surging and gathering in its mouth. Tailed beast ball. Here it comes. Watching the pitch-black sphere hurtling toward him, Tianyu felt as if a spring breeze passed over him. He pushed his palm forward. In front of his palm, a deep crimson spiral condensed into shape. It blasted out like a mortar shell. Crimson spiral. Boom, rumble. In the instant of collision, the 2 spheres squeezed and deformed each other. The extremely unstable energy field distorted the surrounding light. Because Tianyu had deliberately fired the crimson spiral at an upward angle, the tailed beast ball's trajectory was deflected high into the sky. Boom, rumble, rumble. The 2 evenly matched forces annihilated each other in the atmosphere. The night sky turned as bright as day, and beneath the blinding light came a thunderous, earth-shaking roar. Tianyu frowned, dissatisfied with his own performance. I've never been good at beam clashes. Is this the best my crimson spiral can do now? Crackle, crackle. Naruto swallowed hard, his voice trembling along with the explosive air ripping apart. He blocked our full-powered tailed beast ball with a technique he made by hand, like a thrown raisin gun. Fire continuously. I refuse to believe this. Boom, boom, boom. Kurama turned into a turret, firing tailed beast balls like a machine gun. Of course, the rapid-fire tailed beast balls were not as powerful as the previous full-force shot. A prince's strategy, huh? He'll play along. Tianyu also quickly condensed small crimson spirals in front of his palm and began rapid firing. The 2 stood on opposite sides, unleashing a barrage of attacks. Dark black and deep crimson collided into a chaotic curtain of blinding light. Still unable to gain the upper hand, Naruto decided to risk a winning move. Multiple shadow clone technique. Amid a shower of golden clones, the sound of wind blades slicing echoed through the chaotic curtain. Tianyu's Byakugan, peering through the chaotic curtain, saw dozens of shadow clones forming a suicide squad, each holding a raisin shuriken, stealthily approaching his position. With a faint smile, his Byakugan completed the lock-on. Cloud slicing. Slash, slash, slash. A rain of red weapons, swords, spears, halberds, axes, descended like a sudden storm, instantly slaughtering the shadow clone army. So fast that the clones didn't even have time to throw their raisin shurikens. You wiped out all my shadow clones in an instant. What kind of technique is that? I didn't sense any warning at all. Ugh. Damn, the clones consumed too much of my chakra. My main body can't hold on. The originally even beam clash began to tilt in Tianyu's favor. Boom, boom, boom. The stream of crimson spirals crushed the tailed beast ball barrage, then overflowed and bombarded Kurama's body until it was completely engulfed. After the dust settled, Kurama had been blown beyond recognition, reduced to a thin layer barely clinging to Naruto's golden cloak. Huff, puff, huff, puff. Naruto landed on the ground, panting heavily. The torrents of sweat pouring from his body made his chakra cloak feel sticky. Phew. Tianyu floated above, slowly exhaling a wisp of hot breath as he gazed down. The warm-up is about over, Naruto. It's about time you used your true power, isn't it? That's right. What you've shown so far could be considered peak Super Kage level. But not only is it far from the standard of strong six paths in my mind, it's even still a distance from the entry level of six paths. Warm-up? Really? He says it's a warm-up. Naruto was sweating. I've already given it my all. Damn, I've overused my chakra. Come to think of it, I've been going non-stop for half a month without a good night's sleep. Shing. The golden cloak extinguished and Naruto's eyes went dark as he collapsed onto the ruins. Midair Tianyu was surprised and uncertain. Why did he fall? Could this be some kind of tactic? It must be. Naruto is the #1 most unpredictable ninja. Before using the power of six paths, he must be trying to bluff me. A bead of sweat rolled down Tianyu's face. Impressive. This appearance of chakra depletion is so lifelike that even my Byakugan can't see through it. If I didn't know what kind of person you are, Naruto, I might have been fooled. Truly worthy of Naruto, I must not let my guard down. Tianyu was now fully on alert, waiting for Naruto to suddenly jump up from his seeming defeat and demonstrate the might of a strong six paths. Tianyu admitted to himself that he was no match for that level and had mentally prepared to concede. But a minute passed, and Naruto showed no signs of getting up. Something was off. Tianyu descended to the ground and cautiously approached Naruto. He nudged him with the tip of his foot. Naruto remained motionless like a dead pig. Kneeling down, Tianyu took Naruto's right hand with his left, interlocking their index and middle fingers. I've already formed the reconciliation seal. If you attack me now, it won't count. Naruto gave no response. This was no bluff, he was truly exhausted. Tianyu frowned. What was this? This was barely anything. Far less than your 16-year-old self could handle. Was he truly this worn out, or was this his current level? Regardless, seeing him like this, Tianyu could not stand by. Tianyu pulled out his Ten-Tails small wallet, unzipped the inner compartment, and was about to take out a pill for Naruto. Suddenly Naruto's eyelids trembled and opened. Ugh, I fainted again. Tianyu subtly put the wallet away. Tianyu-kun, I haven't rested well these past days and fatigue has accumulated. I got a bit carried away and overdid it. Making a fool of myself. Making a fool of himself. This was the third time Tianyu had heard those words from Naruto since arriving in Konoha. The first 2 times were mere politeness. This time, it truly was laughable. But Tianyu couldn't laugh. If Naruto's strength were truly only this, then his contingency plan against the archrival would be invalid. Tianyu asked, is being Hokage really that exhausting? Supporting himself on the rubble, Naruto sat up. To be honest, I've been using shadow clones constantly for years, managing every aspect, and am overworked. Overworked. Tianyu recalled Naruto mentioning collapsing in the office during dinner. Perhaps Naruto was simply too tired, not unleashing his true power. The real him was far, far stronger. Having only witnessed the zenith of Naruto in Jifeng Zhuan, and never having read Boruto, Zhuan Tianyu naively clung to his fantasies. After all, deep down he refused to accept that the Naruto who accompanied his youth had become a mere shadow. Tianyu couldn't help but voice his reasonable thought. Since the Hokage's work is so draining, why not delegate everything to trusted people? That way efficiency is ensured, and you can catch your breath. Making a battle-hardened general handle clerical work was in itself an irrational allocation of resources. In ancient times, emperors established cabinets, military councils, and study halls, appointing auxiliary ministers to relieve themselves of heavy paperwork and focus on more critical matters. Of course, there were also emperors who toiled day and night over memorials, like the diligent Emperor Yongjing, who exhausted his vitality in just 13 years and passed away in the Gyōjō, Chinyen Hall of the Old Summer Palace. Off topic. Tianyu truly couldn't understand why Naruto, having Shikamaru, a super manager with a mind like AI, chose to have both of them grind away in the office battling mountains of paperwork. A weary smile appeared on Naruto's face. It's because all previous Hokage did the same. The people trust me and made me Hokage, so I must handle everything personally to repay that trust. But none of them collapsed in the office like you did. Old man Sarutobi served for decades, stayed vigorous, and even after retirement could take up his staff and go toe-a-toe with the Nine Tails. After Minato's death, he was pulled back to serve another decade and remained impressive. In his later years, he strolled around the village by day, brainwashing children with the will of fire and by night peeped at the women's bath, gleefully bleeding from the nose. Even on his deathbed, he crippled Orochimaru's arms. Perhaps, Naruto, you were simply not cut out for these tedious administrative tasks, which is why you've worn yourself out. Besides, does repaying everyone's trust have to be reduced to signing documents and stamping seals? Wouldn't it be a more meaningful repayment to hold the title of Hokage, stay true to your original aspirations, constantly refine your skills and strength, and become an anchor of stability for the shinobi world? These words Tianyu could only keep to himself. It's getting late. Go get some rest. When you're fully recovered, we'll spar again. That sounds good. By the way, didn't we form the reconciliation seal? Naruto extended the index and middle fingers of his right hand. So you were truly unconscious just now. Tianyu formed the reconciliation seal with Naruto once more. Looking at his right hand wrapped in bandages, Tianyu asked, by the way, your right arm was transplanted later, right? Because the cell chakra reaction is different from your own. Naruto said yes. 15 years ago, Sasuke, Sakura's husband, and I fought here. We both lost our arms. Later, the medical team cultivated an arm using Senju Hashirama cells and attached it to my stump. Senju Hashirama, the first Hokage. Yes, his cells possess immense vitality, and he himself was a master of wood release. Perhaps even stronger than your wood release. Tianyu didn't comment. So you can use wood release too? Naruto shook his head. The Hashirama cells I received were processed to reduce their power, removing the wood release function, merely replacing my original arm. That was my request. Because strength and jutsu are enough as long as they suffice. There's no need to go to extremes. Tianyu, looking at Tianyu with a relieved smile, Naruto said, but Tianyu-kun, you're truly remarkable. Even injured, your strength is at this level. I'm glad you're not our enemy, or I'd lose sleep at night. Next time Sasuke returns, I'll introduce you. He is the shadow that supports Konoha, a man whose strength rivals mine. Then I'm truly looking forward to it. Sasuke, unburdened by Hokage duties, must be as sharp as an eagle. In Tianyu's mind, the image of Sasuke at the Valley of the End flashed, that defiant, arrogant face. Let's head back. In the dead of night, Hanabi stepped out of the interrogation building and saw that familiar figure under the street lamp. The fatigue on her face vanished. Hanabi clasped her hands behind her back and approached with light steps. Did you wait here just for me? Yeah, I had nothing else to do. They walked side by side on the way home. Is the matter with Samaire settled? Sigh. Hanabi sighed softly. Old grudges from our parents' generation spilling over onto the children. Peace is good. At least our own children won't have to carry such heavy hatred. Can she still stay under your charge? Yeah. At least I managed to preserve her status as a shinobi. But according to Konoha law, Samaire will be confined for a while. She won't be able to participate in this Chunin exam. Namaida and Wasabi will likewise lose their qualifications. A pity. I think Wasabi had a chance to become a Chunin. They'll have to wait for the next round. Hanabi turned her eyes to Tianyu's profile. Tianyu-kun, you seem troubled. I sparred with your brother-in-law. Hanabi stopped in her tracks. Are you hurt? No. We barely warmed up before your brother-in-law passed out. Hanabi clearly misinterpreted warmed up. So the fight ended before it even began. That's why Tianyu seemed unsatisfied. My brother-in-law has too much sense of responsibility. He pushes himself too hard, always exhausted. I've seen it over the years and been worried, but I have no right to speak. My father has talked to him privately, hoping he'd spend more time with his family. But once he gets busy, he forgets all that. But trust me, Tianyu-kun, my brother-in-law is incredibly strong. Even though you're strong too, I don't believe you can beat him in your heavily injured state. After all, Hanabi had witnessed Naruto's journey from dead last to Hokage, her brother-in-law. Both nostalgia and familial affection colored her judgment. Hearing Hanabi's assessment, Tianyu actually felt relieved. That settled it. Naruto was just too tired. The real him could never be so weak. At the rockery in the courtyard of the house. Hee. Let's go to our rooms. See you tomorrow. What? Hanabi paused, her beautiful face, turning eyes falling on the crimson pill in Tianyu's extended palm. This is, she asked knowingly. Tianyu confessed, I refined 3 pills from the chakra of Samaire's summoning beast. Please take one. A flicker passed through Hanabi's eyes. But you're injured. You need this more than I do. Tianyu took her hand, just as she had pressed money into his palm earlier that evening, and placed the pill into her hand, closing her fingers around it. This might sound unpleasant, but pills of this quality are useless for my injury. They are best for you. Don't refuse. This is a precious opportunity. Tianyu's gaze was sincere and pure, compelling Hanabi to trust him instinctively. All right. Returning to her private chamber, Huahua took a cool shower and then sat on the bed in her bathrobe, scrutinizing the small pill in her hand. Could such a tiny thing truly possess such miraculous efficacy after consumption? She placed the pill into her mouth, rolling it with her delicate tongue, savoring its taste. It was bitter, somewhat resembling loquat leaves. This indeed qualifies as medicine. Gulp. She swallowed the pill whole. The effect was immediate. Chakra is flowing spontaneously through my meridians. Crackle. Her Byakugan activated involuntarily, and a layer of dark crimson emerged on her fair skin. Her pores and chakra points were dilated by an outward force followed by a puff of hot steam. So hot. She lifted her delicate hips from the mattress lying prostrate on the tatami as her bathrobe slipped. Her face flushed scarlet and she panted heavily, as if emerging from a steam room. Pearly sweat dripped from every inch of her skin. Astonishing. I never imagined Lord Tianyu's gift would be this potent. I can feel my body undergoing a transformation. After 10 minutes, the feverish sensation subsided. The surging heat flow from the lower abdomen's root chakra gradually calmed. She re-examined herself. Unbelievable. My chakra is now over 3 times stronger than before, and there's an additional quality I cannot define with words. If the effect is permanent, that's utterly unfair. To reach this level through my own cultivation would likely be impossible even in a lifetime. It makes my past 20+ years of effort seem like a joke. I can't help but feel a little unwilling. After personally experiencing the magical efficacy of the pill beyond mere theory, Hyūga gained a deeper and more concrete understanding of the Ōtsutsuki power. Lord Tianyu had lived among a clan of such monsters who could rapidly grow stronger by consuming pills. And yet after arriving in this land, he had managed to adapt to its customs remarkably well. Hyūga's Byakugan still in its activated state pierced through the walls and courtyard, glimpsing the scene in Tianyu's room beyond the rock garden. Since every member of the Hyūga clan possessed the Byakugan, privacy was paramount in daily life. Every residence was shielded with barriers that obstructed Byakugan vision, especially the head's mansion, which boasted the highest grade barrier. After taking the pill, my Byakugan can even see through those barriers. Oh, Lord Tianyu hasn't slept yet. He's reading. How diligent. Well, prying into someone's privacy isn't right. Zzz. The veins around her temples faded as she lowered her gaze to her curvaceous body covered in sweat beads. I'm drenched again. Should I take another bath? Another hot sweat. Should I bathe again? Then she reconsidered. Never mind. Since I'm now full of energy and not sleepy, and the 3 techniques Lord Tianyu taught me were delayed by various matters during the day, I should use this time to practice them. I'll bathe after dawn. If Lord Tianyu is so diligent, I cannot afford to slack. Yash. She changed into training clothes, quietly slipped out of her room, and headed toward the forest behind the Hyūga clan compound. In his room, Tianyu read by lamplight late into the night. Truly splendid. No wonder this best-selling author can stir even someone like me who lacks keen sensitivity to prose. I can see why Kakashi never puts the book down. These 3,000 ryo were well spent. Make out paradise, supreme. Such a wonderful book would be a pity to finish in one sitting. It deserves careful savoring. He'll stop here for tonight. Tianyu picked up a strand of hair tied with a pink butterfly hairpin from his hand, used it as a bookmark, gently closed the book, and placed it beneath his pillow. Just now there was a gaze probing this room. Hyūga must have taken the pill. The Ōtsutsuki power within her Byakugan has been initially awakened. I also heard footsteps heading toward the rear mountain. Tianyu, being well-versed in music, possessed exceptionally sharp hearing. Within a 1-kilometer radius, no subtle sound could escape his detection. She must be training. Good. Since reading has also perked me up, I might as well keep her company. Tianyu changed into casual clothes and stepped out as well. On the rear mountain, the clear moonlight spilled over a clearing in the woods. Dozens of crossbows loaded with kunai were tied to the trees, their bowstrings taut and ready to fire. They awaited only the release of the threads attached to the wooden stakes to unleash a volley at the gray-robed woman, standing motionless like a maiden. Hyūga closed her eyes in contemplation, reviewing in her mind the activation technique of drifting cloud. She took a deep breath and hurled a kunai. Crack! The stake shattered, the threads snapped. Dozens of kunai rained down from all directions. In an instant, Hyūga moved like a startled rabbit. Her head, neck, shoulders, back, chest, waist, abdomen, hips, hands, and feet. Every part of her seemed to awaken with its own will. With perfect tension and subtleties, her agile and spirited figure darted through the dense rain of kunai, slipping through the narrowest gaps. Not even her clothes were touched. Throughout, her eyes remained closed, her Byakugan dormant. Yet she accomplished evasive maneuvers she had failed to perform even with her Byakugan fully activated in the past. Clatter! The kunai covered the ground in crisscrossing patterns. That training method is rather archaic. A tall figure stepped out from behind a tree. Hyūga's eyes flickered slightly. After a busy day, aren't you going to sleep? Shh. And you? I couldn't sleep because of the pill you gave me. What about you? A knowing smile curled at the corner of Tianyu's lips. Me? I couldn't rest easy after being secret just that once, and he had noticed. A flash of embarrassment crossed Hyūga's face, then she quickly explained, spying. No, that was an accident. After taking the pill, the chakra surge triggered my Byakugan automatically, but I shut it off immediately. Besides, if you have nothing to feel guilty about, why would that keep you from sleeping soundly? Tianyu chuckled. No matter. I have no secrets from my guardian. Feel free to look into my room anytime. Honestly, there he goes again. As a girl, what kind of image would I project by peeping into a man's room? That said, since my Byakugan can see into his room, his Byakugan can see into mine, can't it? At this thought, Hwawa felt her cheeks burning. And unlike him, I'm not skilled enough to detect when someone is watching me. That means if he wanted to, he could easily see me bathing, and I would never know. But no, he is a gentleman, of that I can be certain. After all, spending all night reading a work as full of positive energy as the tale of the gutsy shinobi, I doubt I possess that kind of self-discipline. With that thought, Waha's worries dissipated. You say my training method is outdated. Do you have any better ideas? Tianyu stepped forward, sweeping his sleeve to clear the scattered kunai, and stood opposite Hwawa. Simple. He'll be your sparring partner. Under the moonlight deep in the forest, Tianyu moved with ethereal steps, his sleeves billowing in the breeze. As he performed the gentle fist 8 trigrams palm technique of the Hyūga clan, his movements exuded an otherworldly grace. Hanabi's steps were like light clouds veiling the moon, her posture as graceful as wind sweeping snow. Amid Tianyu's elusive and grasping palm techniques, she managed to carve out a foothold with the divine skill Wandering Cloud. Excellent. You've gradually adapted to the rhythm of Wandering Cloud. Now try to activate the Byakugan, combine it with Startling Dragon and Divine Sky Strike, and seek out your opponent's weakness to turn defense into offense. Byakugan. She sidestepped Tianyu's right palm, raised her elbow to intercept and neutralize his probing strike, then thrust her left palm like a sudden dragon. First a crane hand thrust aimed at Tianyu's chest, and in the blink of an eye it transformed into a 1-inch punch. Clang. Hanabi's fist struck what felt like an iron shield, yielding no sensation of penetration. Huh, that feel just now. Thud. Tianyu's figure shot backward, his back landing against a large boulder in the forest. Huh. Without a moment's hesitation, Hanabi leaped into the air, gathering a massive amount of chakra into the palm of her right hand and swung down fiercely. Divine Sky Strike. Boom. The chakra in front of her palm materialized into a white vacuum-like fist the size of an izakaya, roaring as it hurtled forward. Yet Tianyu smiled faintly, sidestepping to evade its lethal edge. Crash. He evaded, but the massive boulder he had been leaning against, weighing thousands of jin, was not so fortunate. It was shattered into a cloud of dust. Splendid. Its power rivaled the daytime tiger of Kai in the gate of shock. This divine sky strike had already begun to manifest its might. Phew. Hanabi landed, flexing her slightly swollen and numb left palm, and remarked, as I thought the point ceiling from Startling Dragon didn't succeed. Tianyu taught by example. The moment you initiated Startling Dragon, I concentrated chakra in the acupoints of my chest area to block it. This technique is called Divine Body Technique Guard. It is remarkably effective against physical strikes and point ceiling attacks, and can even withstand slashes from weapons to a certain extent. Hanabi exclaimed, that's practically a steel body invulnerable technique. Tianyu said yes. After you take the second pill in half a month, you will have the conditions to master this technique. Tianyu-kun, are you planning to give me more pills? The 3 pills I currently have are all prepared for you. Take one every half month. After taking the 3rd pill, your base strength will increase tenfold compared to your initial state, and you will gain a certain degree of Ōtsutsuki traits. Though far from a true Ōtsutsuki, you will be able to learn the technique of levitation. With that, you will be complete. Wandering Cloud, Startling Dragon, and Divine Sky Strike are the 3 core moves. Guard and Levitation are the 2 supplementary skills to improve your margin for error. Now I will teach you a universal formula for facing enemies. Within 10 steps, use Wandering Cloud to evade the enemy's attacks, then seize the opportunity to perform point ceiling with Startling Dragon. Beyond 10 steps, suppress the enemy with Divine Sky Strike. If after using all 3 core moves your opponent can still stand and attack you, don't hesitate. Flee immediately and seek reinforcements. During your escape, use Guard and Levitation to increase your survival rate. Until I help you awaken the Tensigen, this is the fighting style you should adopt. Listening to the path Tianyu had laid out for her, Hanabi's heart was a whirlwind of emotions. And what about? Tianyu said, my injuries are mainly in my chakra meridians. It will take at least a year to recover on my own. To speed up recovery, I can only take high-quality pills. To obtain such pills, I would need nothing less than a true tailed beast. So Meyer's summoning creature is insufficient. Hanabi's gaze lowered. Tailed beasts, after the war, they have reconciled with us humans. They are now our friends. I'm afraid you cannot act against them. Tianyu said calmly, yes, your father has already told me all this. So I cannot target them. That means I can only wait patiently for a year. Hanabi twisted the hem of her clothes, hesitating. Perhaps I could talk to my brother-in-law, see if we can get the tailed beasts to voluntarily part with some chakra for you to refine pills. I appreciate your kindness, but I must decline. Tianyu refused flatly. Hanabi, you have already knelt for me once. I cannot let you humble yourself again. Then aside from tailed beast chakra, is there no other way to obtain higher grade pills? Tianyu fell into deep. I was able to refine pills from Nu because that little furry creature was a product of Hashirama's cells. But the quality of Hashirama's cells in it was quite impure. After all, it couldn't even use would release. If there were an individual with more complete and higher quality Hashirama cells, it might be able to replace a tailed beast and produce high-quality pills. But in this ninja world, perhaps only that man could accomplish this. Yes, Orochimaru. That name cannot be spoken by me. I will wait for the opportunity. I can't think of anything for now. When I do, I'll tell you immediately, Hanabi. Hanabi looked at Tianyu with earnest eyes. I have no other request. Whatever path arises in the future, you must tell me. Let me first see if we can find a way that complies with our rules to help you achieve it. If not, then we'll think of other means. As long as it doesn't harm the interests of us shinobi and Konoha, I am willing to cover for you when necessary. So please don't keep secrets from me, okay? You've put it that way. How could I bear to refuse you, Hanabi? I promise. Hanabi's beautiful face was illuminated by the silvery moonlight. Actually, Tianyu-kun, I don't really want to become an Ōtsutsuki. Tianyu gazed into her eyes and asked, then can you tell me your true wish? I've been thinking about this question since I was a child, but I only found the answer after I grew up. Truth be told, I'm not a person with grand ambitions. I want to inherit the Hyūga clan and lead it to become a family worthy of its prestigious name, and find someone I love who also loves me to walk side by side, sharing life's joys and sorrows together. Then together we will protect the people and things we cherish, and in our old age, surrounded by children and grandchildren free from the torment of illness, we will pass away peacefully. Tianyu-kun, that is my wish. He looked into her sparkling eyes. Have you found the person you're looking for? Hanabi gently shook her head. No. The love story of her sister and brother-in-law had set too high a standard for her, making it truly difficult for ordinary people to catch her eye. Tianyu stroked his chin, recalling Meng's behavior during yesterday's martial competition. I can tell that Meng seems to have feelings for you. I know. Meng is an excellent person, but he's not my type. Hanabi smiled calmly, meeting Tianyu's gaze. Actually, what I really mean to say is I don't necessarily need the Tensigen or anything like that. If you have materials that could help me awaken the Tensigen, I would rather you prioritize yourself. That is my wish now. Can you promise me? Her eyes shimmered and her voice grew firm. No, this is one thing you must promise me whether you like it or not. I have already decided, Tianyu-kun. This is what I demand of you after you lost to me in yesterday's martial comp. After a night of cultivation, Hanabi returned to her room and quickly took a shower. She hand-washed her sweat-drenched practice clothes and undergarments, then hung them on the drying rack in the backyard. Before Hanabi turned 15, she had a dedicated maid from the Branch family to attend to her daily needs. After the Branch family was dissolved, the maid Natsu voluntarily stayed to serve her, but Hanabi insisted on independence and granted Natsu her freedom. Natsu, Hanabi's maid Hyūga Natsu, had been married for years. Fate worked in mysterious ways. Her husband was Hyūga Ko, Hinata's former guardian. Their life was blissful and their child had already reached the age to graduate from the ninja academy, leaving them with little to worry about. Grateful to Hanabi, Natsu's greatest wish now was to see Hanabi find a suitable husband, start a family, and give birth to a child whom she could personally care for, the future young master of the Hyūga clan. Well then, let's have breakfast together with a mannequin. Hayashi had already eaten and gone out for a walk. Hanabi went to Amino's room, placed the lunchbox on the coffee table, and then entered the bedroom. As she entered, she heard the sound of the shower running in the bathroom. Still in the shower. He's unexpectedly clean. The bedding on the bed was a bit messy. It seems he hasn't had time to tidy up after returning. Her gaze swept from the head of the bed to the foot. Well, there's nothing private here anyway. I might as well help him organize it. She skillfully folded the quilt, smoothed out the wrinkles on the bedsheet, and then picked up a broom to sweep away the fine lint and dust on the bed surface. As she moved the pillow, she noticed a book with a yellow cover tucked beneath it. She froze. Oh. A look of amusement and mischief spread across her face. Well, a mannequin from the Ōtsutsuki clan. I thought you were spending the night reading the tale of the gutsy ninja, but instead you're indulging in such inappropriate literature. Indeed, after reading the tale of the gutsy ninja, reading another book by the same author wouldn't be too difficult. The vocabulary is similar. I know that much. Fine. The day I didn't buy it for you, you went behind my back and got it yourself. But when did he buy it? Ever since he woke up yesterday, I've been inseparable from him. Could it be last night during the time I was at the interrogation department? No, the village was under curfew then, and the bookstore would have been long closed. She pinched the corner of the book tightly. After thinking it over, only that time window remained. Yesterday afternoon when I was asleep, he said he went out for a stroll. But this book is a limited edition, 3,000 ryo. Where did he get the money? Did he ask father for it or? Hanabi wore a smile of authority. Anyway, I've caught you red-handed. It seems it's time for me to fulfill my duty as your guardian. Bad habits must be nipped in the bud. If you want to read this kind of book, wait until you find a wife. She flipped the book over and noticed a slight gap in the middle of the pages. Oh, did you specially make a bookmark to facilitate reading? Let me see how far you've been corrupted. Hanabi opened to the bookmark page and froze. Huh. As a bookmark, it wasn't a piece of cardboard cardstock or a leaf. It was a twisted strand of hair tied into a knot. The pink butterfly hair clip attached to it was identical to the one Hanabi was wearing right now. Isn't this the lock of hair I cut off with a kunai back then? He picked it up. Not only did he pick it up, but he also braided it into a knot and used it as a bookmark. In an instant, a blush spread from the base of her ears to her cheeks. Drip, drip. The sound of the shower in the bathroom stopped. Then the sound of the bathroom door handle turning. Huh. Oh no, a mannequin is coming out. If he sees me like this. Hanabi panicked, not knowing whether to hide the book behind her back or toss it under the bed. The door opened. Amino, dressed in clean clothes with a towel over his head, looked over. Why are you sitting on my bed so early in the morning? Ah, this Arhut bed is sturdy. Sitting on it is good for the lower back. Hanabi's eyes darted, unsure where to look. She fumbled behind her near the tailbone for a moment, finally managing to reseal the source of evil back under the pillow. Her heart pounded wildly in her chest. He was the one who did something wrong, so why did I feel like a thief? Seriously, it's all your fault. Picking up my hair like that, and treating it like a treasure. Amino stopped drying his hair and stared at Hanabi. Do you have a bad lower back? I never noticed. Of course not. It's perfectly fine. Thanks to you, my lower back can even stretch like a spring and perform advanced yoga poses. No, I'm being flustered. I need to change the subject quickly. Yes, he's the kind of person who cherishes kindness shown to him, so he kept that lock of hair I cut off as a memento. It doesn't necessarily mean anything else. Besides, we've only just met not long ago. Even if there were something, it wouldn't happen this fast. Calm down. Hanabi steadied her emotions, glancing around until her eyes landed on the Ama no Kodo heavenly swamp harp placed by the bedside. By the way, you said yesterday that you wanted to repair this harp. Since it's a treasured artifact of your Ōtsutsuki clan, it can't be easily fixed, can it? Suddenly shifting the topic from lower back to the harp. Sis, your mind jumps around. But it's fine. I was actually planning to talk to you about this. Amino wrung out the towel, folded it, and placed it in the basin. He sat on the other side of the Arhut bed. The strings of this Ama no Kodo were originally crafted from heavenly firm stone, a specialty of my homeland. Heavenly firm stone doesn't exist in your ninja world, so I need to find a substitute. Refined iron from meteorites that fell from the sky. Hanabi pondered. Meteorites. If we go back a decade or so, such things were fairly easy to find, but I haven't heard of any meteorite falls in many years. Oh right, I brought a lunchbox. It's on the coffee table in the living room. Let's go eat first. In short, let's leave this place of trouble. Once in the living room, to distract her still racing thoughts, Hanabi turned on the TV and tuned it to the news channel of the 5 great nations. The two sat on the sofa eating their lunchboxes while absent-mindedly watching the news broadcast on TV. Back then, Tonari used the Tensigan to create a meteor shower. Most of the debris has been recovered and processed. I'm not sure if we can still find what you need. Maybe I can use my connections to inquire. Just then a news announcement came on TV. Breaking news at 4 o'clock this morning, a meteorite with a radius of 100 meters landed in the uninhabited mountains of northwestern water country. After recovery and inspection by the Hidden Mist Village, it has been confirmed that it was not artificially created. At noon, on the corridor outside the Hokage's office, Tianyu and Hanabi arrived together and stopped at the office door. Hanabi cautioned, "Once we enter, let me do the talking." "What are you going to say?" "Don't worry, I won't reveal anything about your pocket dimension." Hanabi's eyes carried an intriguing smile. Tianyu thought to himself, "I always feel that after I took a shower this morning, the girl looked at me strangely, as if she knew some secret of mine." Knock, knock, knock. "Come in. Sorry for the intrusion." Hanabi and Tianyu pushed the door open. "Hanabi, Tianyu-kun, what brings you here?" Seeing the two entering, Naruto, who was handling official duties on his computer, put down the mouse and stood up to greet them. Hanabi felt surprised. Is my brother-in-law's attitude toward Tianyu-kun today not just polite, but also respectful? Is it because Tianyu-kun resolved the attack incident caused by Kaguya last night, saving Boruto and my sister? Probably so. Not really. Through last night's sparring and exchange, Naruto had recognized that Tianyu's strength was comparable to his own. In his heart, on the basis of original care and concern, arose a newfound respect and regard for an equal powerhouse. Tianyu looked around. A desktop computer of modest performance, a cold bento box by his hand, and a mountain of pending documents piled on the desk. This was Naruto's working environment. Spending years in such a place, not eating or sleeping properly, plus using shadow clones to stack files. Naruto, I finally understand why you collapsed from exhaustion last night. Even with your 6-path sage foundation, you can't withstand the full force of being a corporate slave. Lord Hokage, even if you're busy, you must not forget to eat. Hanabi said with caring reproach. Privately calling him brother-in-law and using his title at work was the tacit understanding between her and Naruto. Well, I was thinking I'd eat after finishing up. It's cold now, it's not good for your stomach, is it? There's a microwave in the office. They'll heat it up later when I take a break. Hanabi thought, brother-in-law, I really doubt you'll actually heat it. You're just saying that you forget everything when busy. If my future husband neglects eating like you do, even if I have to break into his office and pry open his mouth, it'll stuff the food into his stomach. Sigh. It's hopeless. She picked up the cold bento from the desk, walked to the microwave in the corner of the office, and heated it up. 3 minutes later, she placed the hot bento in front of Naruto and said in a tone that brooked no argument, eat. If you don't eat, I'll go tell your wife. Alright, I'll eat. Naruto looked both amused and exasperated, picked up his chopsticks, and obediently bowed his head to eat. He sighed inwardly. When Hanabi is gentle, she can rival Hinata. When she is assertive, she matches Sakura. With both feminine grace and spirit, such a girl is truly one in a million. Actually, I once had high hopes for Konohamaru, hoping he could become my brother-in-law. But now it seems that's as unlikely as Konohamaru becoming the 8th Hokage. Is Shikamaru Senpai not here today? He'll come in the afternoon. Oh, I gave him half a day off. Hanabi chuckled inwardly. Not here. That makes things much easier. Yashim full. Naruto put the disposable chopsticks into the bento box and tossed it together with the napkin into the wastebasket. He turned serious and looked at the two before him. Hanabi, you brought Tianyu-kun to my office. There must be something. Speak freely. Hanabi gracefully stood up and said, it's like this Tianyu-kun wants to forge a suitable weapon for fending off enemies. Didn't the Mist Village just recover a meteorite that could serve as material for forging the weapon? Tianyu thought, so that's it, she's really clever. Naruto said, you sure have quick sources. Hanabi smiled. I happened to see it on the morning news. Naruto asked, do you have to use the meteorite to forge the weapon? Hanabi said, Tianyu-kun is an Ōtsutsuki. His standards for weapon materials are higher. Naruto propped his chin with both hands, pondered for a moment, and said, to be honest, given my influence, asking the Mist Village to part with a portion of the meteorite isn't difficult. But Tianyu-kun's identity is sensitive. If he rashly leaves the village, I'm afraid. Hanabi said, I'll accompany him. He'll report our whereabouts periodically. Naruto mused, since you say so. Alright, I'll take the liberty of making this decision. But only 3 days. If it exceeds 3 days, those two advisors will pester me again. Hanabi said, 3 days, understood. Taking the lightning train should give us plenty of time. Naruto. Oh, since you're going out, why not take Boruto and the other 2 children along? Edge. Hanabi said in surprise, isn't the Chunin exam coming up? Does Boruto have time to go out? Well? Naruto showed a helpless expression. Don't even mention it. Boruto is too proud and refuses to put in solid effort. Konohamaru is also worried but has no good solution. At this rate, Sarada and Mitsuki will be held back by Boruto. You're his aunt, he listens to you. He'll give him a few days off. During this time, please urge him more. Hanabi smirked playfully and teased, is that an order from the Hokage or a request from my brother-in-law? Naruto, seasoned in conversations, cleverly defused it, neither. This is your own cultivation, Hanabi. You will become a parent someday. It's good to rehearse how to get along with the next generation. Really, this generation is different from ours. Hanabi shrugged and said, if you ask me, they just need a good beating. Perhaps, but isn't that another reflection of peace? Naruto stood up, walked to the window, and looked at the thriving village under the blue sky. Let me think. He'll arrange for Boruto and the others to visit the Mist Village under the guise of a study trip. As for the meteorite, well, purchase it under the pretext of scientific research. He'll have the Konoha financial office transfer the funds to the Mist Village's corporate account. He'll inform the Mizukage about this later. He turned to face Tianyu, showing a warm smile. Tianyu-kun, business is business, private is private. Consider this trip to the Mist Village as a leisurely getaway, experiencing a different culture from Konohagakure. Tianyu and Hanabi exchanged smiles, neither aware of the absurd assassination incident awaiting them on this journey. At 1 in the afternoon, the 3 young members of Konoha's new Team 7, Boruto, Sarada, and Mitsuki, received an urgent summons and gathered on the training ground. Boruto rested his hands behind his head and muttered, I wonder what wine blew us here, suddenly sending us on a field trip to the land of water. Sarada adjusted her glasses and chimed in, right. The Chunin exams are coming up and I don't have time for a vacation. I need to master my fire release techniques. Mitsuki smiled calmly and said, I think it's a nice chance to relax before the stressful exams. Konohamaru Sensei is so slow. As they waited, Boruto struck up a casual conversation, eager to share with his trusted comrades. Sarada, Mitsuki, did you know? I met someone incredibly powerful yesterday. Sarada was surprised. What a coincidence. I met someone incredibly powerful too. Boruto said, I bet the person I met is even stronger. Sarada retorted, you're just bragging. You don't even know what the person I met can do. Well, what can they do? Tell me, Boruto challenged Sarada with competitive spirit. Sarada thought to herself, as long as I don't mention the person's name, it shouldn't be a breach of secrecy. That person can build a 3-story house with their bare hands without any hand signs. Isn't that amazing? That's nothing, Boruto said dismissively. The person I met can subdue a monster bigger than a 3-story building with just a flip of their hand. Really? Sarada was genuinely surprised, but her pride wouldn't allow her to concede to Boruto. What's so great about destruction? Not only can my mom do that, but your dad and my dad can too. What? Boruto found it hard to believe. My dad can do that. Sarada was speechless. You arrogant Boruto. How can you underestimate the 7th Hokage? He's the strongest fighter in the village. He might even be stronger than my dad. Who is this person you're talking about? Give me a name. My mom told me not to say. How about you give me your name first? My mom told me not to say either. Listening to their back and forth, Mitsuki stroked his chin and thought the technique Sarada mentioned, building a house, should be in the realm of wood release. But the only shinobi in Konoha capable of using wood release is currently on a mission to monitor my mother. As for the monster Boruto mentioned being subdued, it should be the Ōtsutsuki cell weapon called Nu, which was mentioned in my mother's letter. When Danzo created the new dependent technique Bull Head Heavenly King, my mother also provided technical support. It seems class rep Samire Keiki has already fallen. It's no surprise that Nu was defeated by someone, but it's too coincidental that 2 such strong individuals appeared on the same day. I suspect. Boruto Sarada Mitsuki. A graceful mature woman in her signature orange-eyed kimono dress, with long black hair flowing down her back, waved at them from afar as she approached. Aunt Hanabi. Why you? Where's Konohamaru Sensei? Your Konohamaru Sensei has handed you all. He'll be taking you on this field trip with Tianyu. With that, 3 pairs of eyes turned to the man behind Hanabi. A man who embodied every positive adjective one could use to describe a handsome face. Boruto and Sarada simultaneously dropped their jaws. No way. Tianyu stepped forward and greeted, "We meet again, Boruto Sarada." Hanabi was slightly surprised, had met Boruto before, but when did he meet Sarada? Mitsuki revealed a knowing smile. As I thought you both met the same person, Boruto Sarada. Tianyu's gaze rested on Mitsuki. I see. Sage mode power, huh? This child named Mitsuki has quite an interesting background. No wonder he was chosen to form the new Team 7 with Naruto's son and Sasuke's daughter. Half an hour later, the 5 of them boarded a lightning train heading to the coastal port of the Land of Water. They were expected to arrive by evening, then take a fast boat to the Hidden Mist Village. Tianyu and Hanabi had bought adjacent seats. Sitting by the window, Tianyu rested his cheek on one hand and stared absently at the receding scenery outside. Hanabi looked at his profile, her eyes flickering slightly. For some reason, she felt as if Tianyu had ridden similar vehicles before. If Tianyu knew what she was thinking, he would have been startled. That was a long time ago, about 30 years. Tianyu, along with his parents, had traveled from the countryside to the city's high-speed rail station, heading to Beijing to visit the cardiologist they had painstakingly secured an appointment with. It was the family's last resort, selling all their possessions and borrowing from every relative and friend. Congenital heart disease, even with modern prenatal screening, couldn't be completely detected. From the time he could remember, Tianyu lived under the uncertainty of when he might die. This anxiety, generalized from uncertainty, had deeply ingrained itself in his personality and did not disappear even after his transmigration into an Ōtsutsuki. What he sought from the Chakra Fruit was not so much immortality as it was to free himself from the anxiety of having to constantly worry about survival. It wasn't simply a desire to live forever. When death was imminent, he could face it calmly. But as long as he lived, the anxiety brought by uncertainty would be his constant shadow. Either die or live forever. That was Tianyu's conviction, no third option. As the train entered a tunnel, their gazes intertwined in the non-reflective glass. Tianyu turned his face. Hanabi stared into his eyes without blinking. Something on your mind, Oi? Last night during their training session, Tianyu had specifically asked Hanabi about her wish. To inherit the Hyūga clan, to live up to the expectations of a prestigious family, to spend her life with the one she loved, and to grow old happily surrounded by children and grandchildren. For a human woman, this was a perfectly ordinary yet precious wish. But I'm not really on the same path as Hanabi, because the ultimate things we seek are worlds apart. Anyway, after a year, we'll part ways, probably never to meet again. What I can do is to make the most of this year, to cherish the fate that brought us together, and to repay the kindness and care she showed me by saving my life. Leave no regrets. Tianyu gave a faint smile. No, I don't have anything on my mind. But Hanabi reached out a slender finger, poked Tianyu's forehead, and said, Good. By the way, can your horns, how should I put it? Our horns are like your teeth, formed by seed cells hidden within our genes. Once they reach the appropriate age, the growth and development of the horns are completed, and the seed cells begin to degenerate, yet they do not completely disappear. Because our genes reserve the developmental blueprint for 2 sets of horns. This means that if one set breaks off, theoretically it can regenerate, but the process is quite slow. Once the regeneration of the broken horn is complete, the seed cells will completely vanish, and the broken horn will never be able to grow back. I see. If regeneration is impossible, I had planned to find a way to reattach his broken horn before Tianyu-kun leaves. Otherwise, returning to his hometown in this state would be quite embarrassing in front of his people. Since it can still grow back, I might as well keep it as a memento. Also, there's definitely something on your mind. Do I know it? You aren't willing to tell me now, so I won't ask. When you feel like sharing, I will listen carefully. At that moment, Tianyu yawned, saying, I'm a bit sleepy. I just need to close my eyes for a moment. Hua thought to herself, it's true. When he was woken up early last night, he looked half asleep. After staying up all night to accompany me in cultivation, it's about time he rests. I should have considered it better. I should have bought a sleeper seat. You can sleep, it'll wake you when we arrive. Tianyu propped his elbow on the windowsill, resting his palm on his cheek, and fell asleep. The seats in the Thunder car, unlike those in real high-speed trains, cannot recline, and since it was just recently put into production, it was not as smooth during the ride. As the Thunder car took a sharp turn, there was a jolt in the carriage, causing Tianyu, who was leaning against the window, to tilt over his head, landing directly on Huahua's shoulder. Huahua was momentarily stunned. She wanted to reach out and adjust him, but seeing the peaceful and serene expression on his sleeping face, she involuntarily lowered her hand. Forget it. When I carried him back to the wooden leaf, he also leaned against me like this. Besides, there's no one else in this carriage. Let him lean on me. A faint blush appeared on Huahua's cheeks. Speaking of which, I've never had such close contact with the opposite sex before. I don't know why, but I seem to have From another carriage, Boruto and Sarada arrived, staring at the scene with their jaws dropped. Shoo! Huahua hurriedly gestured for silence. Aunt Huahua, what's going on? Is he or this? Boruto lowered his voice, suggestively raising his pinky. Sarada beside him felt her face heat up, her gaze darting between Tianyu's handsome face and Huahua's beauty, conjuring various images. Kids these days. Huahua sighed helplessly and said softly, you misunderstood, and my relationship with Tianyu-kun is not what you think. At least not yet. But he's sleeping on your shoulder. He leaned on my shoulder because the car jolted earlier. I didn't want to wake him, so I let him stay like that. Huahua reproached, by the way, why aren't you two sitting quietly in your seats? What are you doing here? Boruto sat down across from her, rubbing his hands and grinning. Last night Uncle Tianyu helped my mom and me so much. I just wanted to come over and thank him properly. Come on, I know what you're really thinking. Huahua looked at him meaningfully. You want to ask him about the technique he used to subdue the yokai last night, right? Boruto scratched his head, awkwardly laughing. Hee. Annie, you really know me. Who exactly is he? He's incredible. I asked my mom, but she absolutely wouldn't tell me. And she won't let me mention last night either. I'm really curious, can you give me a hint? Huahua ignored him and turned to Sarada. Sarada, have you met Tianyu-kun too? Sarada recalled Sakura's admonition, hesitating about whether to speak. Then she thought, Aunt Huahua and this Tianyu uncle clearly have a special relationship, being able to sleep on each other's shoulders. Even if they aren't dating, yet they surely will be in the future. There's really no need to hide it from her. Hey Race, what happened? Sarada shared how Tianyu delivered food to her house yesterday afternoon, and casually, so that's how it was. Now I finally understand how Tianyu-kun got the 3,000 taels to buy Intimate Paradise. No wonder he specifically asked me about the delivery during lunch yesterday. Looking at the handsome young man sleeping on her right shoulder, Huahua's expression was complex. It seems you had a plan all along, scheming to secretly obtain that book. He couldn't possibly have known what Intimate Paradise was about beforehand. It must have been sheer curiosity. She gently brushed her hair on her left shoulder. Her cheeks flushed slightly. Forget it. If I think about it, I was even worse than you. I knew that book was inappropriate for children, yet I secretly took it from my sister's bookshelf and read it with great interest under the covers. I even secretly put it back. Forget it, I'll pretend I don't know about this. But speaking of which, both Boruto and Sarada have seen Tianyu display abilities beyond that of ordinary ninjas. Children of this age are the most curious. Without a reasonable explanation, they will inevitably inquire further. How should I put this? Huahua found herself momentarily at a loss. At that moment, a Thunder car inspector dressed in the uniform of the Thunder Gate Company entered the carriage to conduct routine checks. Upon seeing Boruto and Sarada, he stopped in the aisle. You two, I remember you were sitting in carriage B. What are you doing here? Go back to your seats immediately, or I will have to ask you to leave the train according to the rules. Okay, got it, Boruto and Sarada said grudgingly as they left. The inspector glanced at the two cuddling together in their seats. Shaking his head, he muttered softly, today's young couples are really something. If you bought a first-class sleeper, why not just cuddle up and sleep together? Huahua blushed as she glanced at the person before her. Look at what you've done. I've been misunderstood. This isn't a big deal. Huahua squeezed her thumb tightly. Before getting on the train, I drank a lot of water, and now I really need to use the restroom. You probably can't relate. Forget it, I'll just hold it a little longer. Maybe he'll wake up soon if I do. If I get too desperate, just do what you must. 4.5 hours later in the evening, the Thunder car arrived at the dock station of the Land of Water. Tianyu rubbed his eyes, pulling away from the warm, soft, and slightly damp shoulder that had been pressed against him. That was a really good sleep. Are we there? Oysters. I can't hold it any longer, I have to go out. Hua jumped up and dashed toward the restroom at the end of the carriage at a sprinting speed. Koguchi Kamitsuki. A ship sailed out from the mist, docking at the ferry outside the village. Tianyu Hua and his companions disembarked from the deck. A beautiful young man with purple hair and purple eyes adorned with the fog-hidden village's headband confidently stepped forward. I am Koguchi Kamitsuki, sent by Lord Mizuki to welcome the guests from Konoha. If convenient, may I first verify your identification tags? This will help with the accommodation arrangements. All right, Hua replied, taking out the identification tags he had prepared in advance and handing them over. After confirming and registering the tags one by one, Kamitsuki returned them. Good, no problem. Please follow me, I will take you to your lodging. Kamitsuki led them to the entrance of the Chuwa Hot Springs Inn on the southwest street of Fog-Hidden Village. Here we are. This is where you will stay during your time in Fog-Hidden. It combines hot springs with food and lodging and is one of the highest rated inns in our village. Please wait here for a moment while I go inside to handle your accommodation procedures. Kamitsuki entered the inn. Boruto stood with his hands on the back of his head, casually saying, I really don't understand what Mizuki is thinking sending such a little brat to welcome us. Even if he is busy, he could at least send a secretary or something. Hua shook her head repeatedly in her heart. Really, Boruto is so naive. My brother-in-law's concern is not unwarranted. It's time for him to see the world. Boruto, do you know who that little brat you mentioned is? What's wrong, Aunt? That kid named Kamitsuki looks about our age. Is he really that impressive? Very impressive. Kamitsuki is the grandson of the fourth Mizuki Yagura. Tianyu thought. So he's Yagura's grandson. No wonder that little boy's face looks somewhat familiar. What? So he's just another rich kid? Boruto said dismissively. Well, I'm the son of the 7th Hokage and the grandson of the 4th Hokage. If I knew you'd say that. Hua glanced at Boruto, her expression meaningful. But he at your age has already become the new master of the double blades of Fog-Hidden and is also the heir to the next Mizuki. Not true. Boruto became uneasy. Is that for real? This guy looks so weak and frail. Can he really be that powerful? Kamitsuki walked out of the inn. The way Boruto and Sarada looked at him was different from before. Kamitsuki approached, saying, I've taken care of it, but due to tight accommodation, only 4 rooms are available. Each of the 2 seniors from the Hyūga clan will have 1 room. Sarada will have 1 room to herself, and the remaining room will be shared by Boruto and Mitsuki. If more rooms become available later, I will make other arrangements. Boruto, wait, you're being too presumptuous. Mitsuki, I have no objections. Kamitsuki distributed the keys with the names and room numbers to everyone. After a tiring journey, if there is nothing else, please rest early. Lord Mizuki will take some time to meet you after finishing his work. At other times, I will be your guide. By the way, if you turn left out the door, the convenience store is at the end of the street. You can go there to purchase any necessary items. I wish you all a pleasant rest, and I will go report back to Lord Mizuki now. Kamitsuki bowed deeply before turning to leave. From around the corner, Kamitsuki's purple eyes cast a long, deep glance at the few people entering. He did not rush to report back to Mizuki Chijiro, but instead walked into the area in Fog-Hidden planned for demolition into a dimly lit factory building shrouded in mist. He pushed open the barred door and entered the dim room. The walls were covered with bloody handprints and chaotic graffiti. You're here. In an arrogant posture, 6 individuals, 4 men and 2 women, dressed in bizarre outfits with grotesque makeup, stood inside, as if the words delinquent were written on their faces. Some seasoned comrades might have already guessed the identity of this group. Indeed, they are the ones from Boruto Naruto Next Generations, who stole the Fog-Hidden Ninja swords, self-proclaimed as the 4th generation 7 ninja swordsmen, and initiated the assassination of Mizuki Chojiro, intending to restore Fog-Hidden to the era of Blood Mist. A group of teenage violent criminals. Their names are Kisame Shizuma Kurozai Wendan Kyubi Ikuroda Fuin Kyoko Hibi, Mei, and Onamichi Hachiko. They are all Chunin-level ninjas, but after transforming into the 7 ninja swordsmen, they left Mizuki Chojiro covered in blood. Accompanying images attached. Kisame Shizuma. Kurozai Wendan, also Shizuma's girlfriend. Hibi Mei. Kyubi Ikuroda. Fuin Kyoko, reportedly a person of few words. Onamichi Hachiku. Finally, a picture of Chojiro hanging from these 6 people, all set. Have you figured out the background of this bunch from Konoha? The one asking Kamitsuki was the leader of this group, Shizuma. Kamitsuki calmly replied. The team leader is Hinata Hua, the 2nd daughter of the Hyūga clan from Konoha, and also the next head of the Hyūga clan. The other leader is a man named Hyūga Tianyu. I've never heard of that name, but being able to accompany the 2nd daughter of the Hyūga clan must mean he's an exceptional jonin. Boruto Uzumaki, if I'm not mistaken, he's the son of the 7th Hokage Naruto Uzumaki. The girl named Sarada has the surname Uchiha, and she should be the daughter of Uchiha Sasuke, who has a high bounty in the underground black market. As for the one named Mitsuki, I don't know his background, but he gives me a feeling of being deeply hidden. Huh? Kyubi Ikaruta burst into laughter. They're all big fish, right? Especially the young lady from the Hyūga clan and the son of the Hokage. If both of them were to die in Fog Hidden Village, then Mizukage Chojuro wouldn't be far from collapsing. Onamichi Hachiku echoed. Exactly, instead of going to take down Mizukage directly. This way of using a knife to kill someone is even more brilliant. Hibime laughed. Puff puff puff. These little cuties came at just the right time. Kurosai Wendan leaned against Shizuma with a look of admiration on her face for him. What do you think, dear? Make a statement. Heh. Shizuma smiled wickedly, his gaze sharp as he looked ahead. The incompetent Mizukage Chojuro, that lukewarm peace policy will only stifle the village's inherent bloodlust. A shark is the true master of the ocean only when it hunts its prey. Only in the blood mist can this village find its true path. This is also the first step towards our conquest of this ninja world. Indeed, now is the perfect time. Kamitsuki, you know the secret passphrase for the legendary 7 ninja, swords stored in the fog-hidden forbidden storehouse. Only you, as a trusted confidant of the Mizukage, know it. You know what I am implying, right? However, once this matter is done, there will be no turning back. A sense of hesitation and concern appeared on Kamitsuki's youthful face. Shizuma's gaze darkened as he pushed away Kurosai Wendan's hand beside him, revealing an old knife wound on his chest. Kamitsuki, have you forgotten how I got this wound on my chest? Kamitsuki is a humble and calm person, but due to his Yagura bloodline, he possesses a competitive nature deep down. Once in a state of loss of control, he had killed one of his classmates using his superior swordsmanship, leaving him with a psychological scar. During a sparring session with a classmate, Shizuma had blocked the blade with his own body, and while Kamitsuki regained his composure, Shizuma was left with a huge scar on his chest, making Kamitsuki feel guilty every time he saw it, preventing him from defying Shizuma's will. Knowing Kamitsuki's character well, Shizuma used this scar to make him, who was much stronger and a confidant of Chojuro, obedient to him. After a struggle, Kamitsuki ultimately compromised due to his guilt towards Shizuma. However, he also had his own firm bottom line in his heart, which was to not harm the lives of innocent people. Do not kill, instead take hostages as a bargaining chip to force Lord Mizukage to yield. If you agree to this, I will assist you in your actions. Alright, I agree to your terms. With Shizuma's response, Kamitsuki's unease and inner turmoil eased slightly. After Lord Mizukage goes to bed, I will take you to unlock the forbidden ninja swords. Shizuma chuckled coldly in his heart. Kamitsuki, you are too naive. How can you forget that you still have the blood of that Yagura in you? This time the 5 from Konoha will not leave a single one alive. I will kill them all. I will cut off the head of that Hyūga's second daughter and dismember her body. As for her, and that Hyūga Tianyu, just take their Byakugan, one for me and one for Wendan. Fog Hidden has an old tradition of utilizing the Byakugan. Our era is about to come. Tonight's on me, Hanabi said. Let me treat you all to a proper meal. At the inn where they were staying, everyone enjoyed the mist-hidden specialty, a steamed seafood feast. During the meal, Boruto tried to schmooze with Tianyu, hoping to learn the technique he had used to defeat the Night. Tianyu initially intended to decline politely, but then he recalled Naruto's instruction to Hanabi before they left, that as Boruto's aunt she should urge him to train harder, lest he slack off before the Chunin exams. How about this, Boruto? If you perform well in the Chunin exams and earn the title of Chunin, I'll teach you Really? Uncle Tianyu. Boruto slammed the table and stood up. Tianyu picked up a plump scallop and popped it into his mouth. Do you think I, an adult, would lie to a child? Boruto beamed with excitement. Awesome. Now I'm really motivated. Just wait, Uncle Tianyu. He'll definitely become a Chunin. After dinner, Tianyu and Hanabi sat on the corridor outside the inn enjoying watermelon together. Hanabi had rolled up her sleeves, revealing her fair and smooth forearms, and her moist pink lips pouted as she spat out watermelon seeds. I never expected you to agree to teach Boruto ninjutsu. If I didn't, he'd keep pestering me. He's your nephew. Ew, I couldn't very well give him the cold shoulder, could I? Hee, I know. Actually, you're helping me out too. After all, my brother-in-law asked me to keep an eye on Boruto's. Thanks. Honestly, I was a bit worried too. I'm not as good at lecturing as my brother-in-law. If Boruto is willing to work hard, it'll save my brother-in-law and sister a lot of trouble. Hanabi put down the watermelon rind, noticed a bit of pulp stuck to the corner of Tianyu's mouth, and handed him her handkerchief. If Boruto becomes a Chunin, what technique are you planning to teach him? He probably doesn't have the conditions to learn Ōtsutsuki techniques. Well, we'll see when the time comes. Tianyu returned the handkerchief to Hanabi. After clearing the plates, the two headed to the 3rd floor of the inn where their rooms were located. Passing by a corridor with windows on the 2nd floor, they saw a sign for male and female hot springs in the backyard enclosed by a fence. Hanabi chuckled. The underground natural hot springs of Kirigakure are quite famous, though they can't compare to the volcanic rock hot springs of Iwagakure. Tianyu's expression shifted. You've soaked in Iwagakure's hot springs. I soaked with Ōtsutsuki when I was on a mission there. The Ōtsutsuki. Male or female? Hanabi shot him a playful glare. What kind of question is that? Of course it was female. Do you think an unmarried girl like me would soak in a hot spring with a man? Tianyu rubbed his nose. So the current Ōtsutsuki is Inoki's granddaughter Kuratsuchi. Are you going to soak? I think he'll pass for now, Tianyu said. This inn has quite a few guests, and since the hot springs are a feature here, there must be a lot of people bathing. I'm not really used to swimming in other people's bathwater. Hanabi covered her mouth with a delicate laugh and teased him. You're so particular about cleanliness. Are you a germaphobe? So when you get married and your beautiful young wife invites you to soak together, are you going to refuse on the grounds that you can't swim in her bathwater? Teasing me, huh? Tianyu smiled faintly and launched an Ōtsutsuki counterattack. And when your handsome young husband invites you to soak together, would you refuse? Teasing me, huh? Tianyu smiled faintly and launched an Ōtsutsuki counterattack. And when your handsome looks like Miss Hanabi is also high attack, low defense. Then my answer is the same. They stopped at the door of Hanabi's room. Are you planning to train tonight? Not tonight. We can't be as casual on someone else's turf as at home. Besides, I haven't slept in a day. I'm going to soak in the hot spring and then hit the bed. Hanabi unlocked her door. Tomorrow, after we look around with that kid named Kaguya and finalize the meteorite business with the Mizuki, we'll have nothing else on our minds. By the way, Tianyu-kun, you napped on the train during the day? Are you still sleepy? Not really. He'll stay in my room and read a book. Then go ahead and read. Hanabi paused, a subtle gleam in her eyes. Just don't get too engrossed and do anything strange on the inn's bed. With that, she closed the door to her room. Tianyu stood frozen in place for several seconds. Strange things. Could she mean? Back in her room, Hanabi summoned her luggage from a scroll, pulled out a towel, a washcloth, a yukata, and fresh underwear, and prepared to head downstairs for a relaxing soak. Moi. Suddenly, she felt a familiar chilly sensation in her lower abdomen. No way. Could it be? Hanabi rushed into the bathroom, lifted her kimono skirt, and saw the white fabric covering her private garden, soaked through with crimson, trickling down her thighs along the groin. Damn. It actually came. My period is at the end of the month, 2 weeks away. I'm always regular. It never comes early or late. Why is it so early this time? Is it because I held my pee too long on the lightning train, or because I ate cold watermelon after seafood? No, that's not it. The only plausible reason I can think of is that the pill Tianyu-kun gave me altered my endocrine system. This is bad. I didn't bring any pads. And in this state, I can't just run out to the convenience store. She wiped the blood from her leg and returned to the bedroom, staring at the phone on the nightstand. It was the inn's internal line, which could call other guest rooms. Sarada's room number, I remember. She picked up the receiver and dialed. No one answered. Sarada isn't in her room. She must have gone to soak in the hot spring. Should I ask the front desk to buy some and deliver them to my room? No, I can't. The front desk is staffed by a man. I can't ask him to buy such personal items for me. Use toilet paper as a temporary fix and sprint to the convenience store. But if it doesn't hold, that would be a disaster. And it's unhygienic. After much deliberation, Hanabi could only think of one solution. No choice. I have to ask him. Biting her crimson lower lip, she dialed the number to Tianyu's room. Ring. Tianyu had just lain down when the phone on the nightstand rang. Hello. It's me. On the other end of the line, Hanabi twirled a strand of hair around her finger, her voice carrying a hint of awkwardness. Could you go to the convenience store and buy something for me? Something of that shape. Don't ask what it's for. Just buy it, hang it on the doorknob of my room, knock on the door, and then go back to your own room. After hanging up the phone, Tianyu fell into thought. Soft white, like a rolled-up towel. That's it, isn't it? The pad that girls use during their period to cushion their intimate area. Also, Huahua is having her period. Tianyu had never had close contact with girls in real life, but as an adult he understood everything he needed to. He rubbed his hair, a shy expression fitting for a virgin on his face. She didn't bring any with her when she left. Girls shouldn't miscalculate their good days, should they? No, I need to hurry. She must be in an extremely awkward situation right now. Tianyu put on his jacket, grabbed his wallet, slipped into his clogs, and went out. He turned left from the hotel exit, walked to the street to the convenience store that hadn't closed yet. Wow. The cashier girl sitting at the front counter, who had been drowsy with half-closed eyes, suddenly perked up as if she'd drunk coffee upon seeing such an incredibly handsome guy walk in. Welcome. Tianyu in a hurry asked, could you please direct me to the women's products aisle? She extended her hand and enthusiastically pointed to the shelf at the end. Women's products. The shelf at the end right there. Thanks. Tianyu quickly walked over. The dazzling array of packaged brands left him bewildered. The cashier girl approached, slightly blushing, and asked, excuse me, are you buying this for your girlfriend? Tianyu said, for a female friend. Does she have a particular brand she prefers? No. The girl stood on tiptoe and took out a pink packaged one and a light blue packaged one from the third row of the shelf. Then I recommend this Shuwan brand for overnight use, and this Hyūga brand for daytime use. Both should be the soft cotton series, not the mesh surface. Tianyu asked, is there a difference between soft cotton and mesh? The girl said, well, the difference is in breathability and comfort. Personally, I prefer soft cotton. After all, it's a delicate area. Alright, I'll take 1 pack of each. He noticed the underwear shelf not far away. Tianyu thought carefully Hyūga should have brought her own underwear, right? But if she didn't bring any, it would be inconvenient. Which size should I buy? Tianyu had no idea about the sizing of women's clothing in the Naruto world. At that moment, the girl said, could you tell me the height and weight of your female friend? Tianyu thought for a moment and said, height 170 centimeters, the weight about 50 kilograms. Wow, that sounds like a beautiful woman. So envious. To have such a handsome, charming, and considerate boyfriend. Then I recommend the Wudu Liren brand 3X high waist style. Tianyu asked, why high waist? The girl said gently, because during a girl's special time the lower abdomen is sensitive to cold drafts, so high waist is better. Tianyu thought Hyūga probably wears low waist on a daily basis, because high waist is a bit inconvenient for daily training. In that case, it really is necessary to buy them. Tianyu picked up 2 boxes and prepared to check out. The girl then took a bottle of beverage from the drink shelf. Oh, by the way, I also recommend this drink for special times. It's made with brown sugar and ginger with no extra additives. To be honest, the former Mizukage of our hidden mist village often drank this one. Then please get me 2 bottles. No need to be polite. No need to be polite. I'll use my employee discount for you. Don't tell anyone, okay? What a kind person. Tianyu felt full understanding and goodwill. He had been a bit hesitant. After all, in real life, there are countless examples of men being called perverts or weirdos for buying such personal items for their wives or girlfriends. That's the Naruto world where people can understand each other. That totals 4,800 silver taels. Tianyu pulled out a 10th Santail bill. He considered giving the girl a tip, but then thought that the money was given to him by Hyūga, not earned by himself, so he refrained. Hey, race your change of 5,200 taels. The girl packed the items in a black plastic bag, handed it to Tianyu with both hands, and took the opportunity to give his hand a squeeze. Thanks. Welcome again. The cashier girl saw him to the door, watching him leave. Ah, how wonderful. A man so handsome and with such a pleasing voice. Everything he does is delightful. If it were my husband coming to buy women's products, I would definitely drive him away as a disgusting pervert. On the way back to the hotel, Tianyu, with a sense of intuition, glanced at the top of a building shrouded in mist. 2 figures stood there, 2 women with bizarre outfits and strange makeup. It seems there are all kinds of unsavory characters everywhere. Best not to provoke them. Tianyu withdrew his gaze and turned into an alley. The 2 watching from the rooftop were Hyūga Tianyu and Shime. Hyūga Tianyu. So that's Hinata Tianyu that Kaguya mentioned. Shime pursed her darkly painted lips, a bruised purple, and a hint of infatuation appeared on her face. So handsome. This man is totally my type. I almost can't bear to kill him. Hyūga Tianyu said, stop being so lovesick. His Byakugan has already been reserved by Shizanjo. And those eyes of Hinata Hyūga, they're mine. Shime cupped her face and said, wouldn't it be better to just take his eyes and spare his life? I want to pamper him properly. Hyūga Tianyu, just keep dreaming. Oh, things are getting a bit damp down there. Shime licked her own slender fingers. Once I get my beloved longsword needle later, I'll reward myself by imagining that handsome man begging for mercy before his death. Knock, knock, knock. After hearing the knock, Hyūga stood at the entrance for about 20 seconds, estimating that Tianyu should have returned to his room. Then she opened the door and took down the black plastic bag hanging on the doorknob. So heavy. Hyūga closed the door, walked to the round table, opened the bag, and saw the meticulously prepared period care package inside. Her mouth opened in surprise, and her flickering eyes revealed shyness, warmth, and an unexpected. What? So he knows all about these girl things. To buy such a complete set, he must have boldly asked the store staff. Geez, he could have just bought me the pads. I could have bought the rest myself. But Tianyu-kun, even though you're not my boyfriend, yet this incredible boyfriend material, I acknowledge it. The next morning, Tianyu took the initiative to knock on Hanabi's door. Good morning, did you sleep well last night? Thanks to you, I had a rather restful sleep. Hanabi's cheeks flushed slightly, and her gaze toward Tianyu held a hint of evasion. Both tacitly avoided mentioning the shopping incident. After gathering with Team 7 for breakfast, they waited outside the inn for Kaguya, who had promised to be their guide the night before. Instead, it was the Mizukage Chojuro and his personal guard Togame who arrived. Kojuro's attire was similar to his younger days, a gray-blue turtleneck paired with a dark blue chest armor, and he still wore goggles. However, he now had a beard on his chin, and his once shy, introverted demeanor had been replaced by a resolute, capable air. That shy little boy from back then has become a Mizukage who stands on his own. Tianyu admired. As a die-hard fan of Shippuden, he had vivid memories of Kojuro's moments of glory. Like during the 5 Kage summit when Hiramakarius released blasted away the skeletal Susanoo. Or before the daimyo's mansion in the war when he slashed through the blood-red clones. He spoke the meekest words, yet fought the fiercest battles. Now that he had become Mizukage, he surely carried on that strength and became a man worthy of the title of Kaguya, right? While limited by lineage, he couldn't reach Super Kaguya, but at least he was a strong Kaguya, wasn't he? Tianyu, who had never seen Boruto, naively assumed this. Kojuro's guard Togame was a woman with a cold, alluring aura, captivating brown hair, and a white mask covering her face. Whether it was Tianyu's imagination, he felt her sharp gaze fixed on Mitsuki. You even brought an elite Jonin guard with you. Hanabi asked seriously, Lord Mizukage, has something happened? Why isn't Kagura here? Chojuro said gravely, last night during his routine patrol of the Mist's restricted vault, Kagura was knocked unconscious from behind by a mysterious figure. The 7 ninja swords sealed in the vault have also been stolen. Such a thing happened. Is Kagura okay? Thankfully he was only knocked out and is out of danger. He's currently under observation in the hospital. Any leads on who did it? The village's barrier, the Mistfall barrier, wasn't triggered. It's likely an inside job, and the culprit is still in the village. I've placed the entire Mist on high alert. Chojuro said with deep apology, Lady Hanabi, I'm terribly sorry this happened during your visit. The Hokage has already informed me of your other purpose here. He'll now take you to the warehouse where the meteorite sample is stored. Take as much as you need. Other purpose? Meteorite. Weren't we just here for a school trip? The 3 youngsters all wondered silently. In the world of adults, some things need not be said explicitly. Hanabi understood clearly. Brother Chojuro was essentially giving them the brush off. After all, the Mist Village had been trouble-free for years, and the moment they arrived, something happened. Given his judgment and insight, he wouldn't suspect them, but it was hard to guarantee his subordinates wouldn't. His arrangement was also to keep them above suspicion. We appreciate your help, Lord Mizukage. Hanabi turned and said, Boruto, Sarada, Mitsuki, stay put and wait for us. We'll take the lightning train back to the village once we return. This school trip ends here. Huh, so suddenly. While Boruto was a bit disappointed, Sarada stepped forward and said sincerely to Chojuro, before we leave, could we visit Kagura? He warmly hosted us last night and was going to be our guide. We feel uneasy about what happened to him. At least let us visit him before we leave to express our gratitude. Sarada's daughter, huh? She's been raised well. Chojuro thought that kid Kagura has always had a knot in his heart because of the accidental killing years ago. He's sociable, but I know few truly open up to him. I asked him to be the guide for Boruto and the others, hoping he'd make friends his age. Maybe this is an opportunity. All right. Chojuro adjusted his goggles and said to the woman beside him, Togame, please take them to the hospital to visit Kagura. Togame's gaze swept over Tianyu. She thought, I've never heard of a Hyūga with this name, but since he's traveling with the Hyūga clan's second daughter, he's probably not some riffraff and poses no threat to the Mizukage. As you command. Togame glanced at the 3 youngsters and turned to lead the way. You 3 follow me. If this theft of the ninja swords was indeed the work of someone from Konoha, then the Hokage's son wouldn't be involved, nor would Sasuke, Uchiha's daughter. The most suspicious person. As she led the way, her sharp peripheral vision again swept over the harmless-looking Mitsuki among the 3 youngsters, and her hand quietly rested on the ninja sword at her waist. That notorious child of Orochimaru who once conducted human experiments on our kin is undoubtedly the prime suspect. Ripple. As she stepped into the back door of the hospital, Togame looked down at the ripples forming on the floor. This is Kagura's water mirror technique. It seems last night's lesson has made him more cautious. In the hospital room, through the rippling water mirror suspended in midair, Kagura watched Togame leading the 3 Konoha youngsters toward him. Shizuma Hashigaki leaned against the wall, smirking meaningfully. Oh my, did they come specially to visit you, Kagura? Do you have a connection with these 3? Kagura frowned, troubled. No. We only met once. You need to leave quickly. If Togame catches you here with that conspicuous Samahata on your back, it's all over. She's the second strongest in this village after the Mizukage and the previous Mizukage. Even him no match. Shizuma curled his lips. You being knocked out in the vault last night was just a ruse to avoid arousing Kojuro's suspicion. That Mizukage trusts you, implicitly treats you like his own son, and even bequeathed you Hiramakari in the next Mizukage position. But you know this was only a temporary measure to buy us time. You'll eventually be found out. Kagura's hand clenched the blanket. What are you trying to say? Shizuma picked up an apple from the bedside table and took a crisp bite. Yesterday you said that kid named Mitsuki gave you a feeling of hidden depth, didn't you? Then why don't we use Togame's hand to eliminate that trouble first? Then the other 2 will be fish on the chopping block. After dealing with these small fry, the 2 big Jonin fish, the Hyūga clan's second daughter and Hyūga Tianyu. We can gather the power of the 7 ninja swordsmen and slaughter them at will. This is not what we agreed on yesterday. You promised me we would only take them hostage. I don't make such a scary face, Kagura. You're already an accomplice now. Do you think you still have a way out? With that, Shizuma tossed the bitten apple to Kagura, a sinister smile curling at the corner of his mouth. He formed a hand seal with 2 fingers, and his body dissolved into a misty haze. Kaguya, I look forward to your performance. Kaguya, I look forward to your performance. Kaguya, I look forward to your performance. The one who attacked me last night was you, wasn't it? See you. As the 3 of them carrying flowers and fruit baskets specially came to visit Kaguya, they had just entered the hospital room when Kaguya, in a cold and heavy tone, directly pointed his accusation at Siyu. Huh. Bo-run and Zhuo stood frozen on the spot. No, Kaguya, isn't there some misunderstanding here? Siyu said politely, I'm sorry, I have no idea what you're talking about. When you stepped into this hospital building, I used the secret technique of water mirror imaging to reconnoiter. That technique not only reveals the image of the approaching person, but also identifies their chakra. See, your chakra feels extremely similar to the chakra of the person who attacked me from behind last night. Therefore, I have reason to suspect that you are my attacker. Kaguya knew well in his heart that he was spinning a pathetically clumsy lie, blatantly casting blame. It would likely be exposed before long. But as the confidant of the Mizukage and a victim of last night's incursion into the clan repository, once he uttered these words, Siyu would undoubtedly be taken away for investigation. Thus his objective was achieved. As expected, Tonggan's icy hand had already seized Siyu's wrist. Tonggan had already regarded Siyu as a suspect due to his association with Orochimaru, and now, with Kaguya's corroboration, her gaze turned even more hostile. Please cooperate and come with me to the interrogation division for investigation. Zhuoliangna Bo-ren. Don't you share a room with Siyu? Quickly clear his name. Bo-ren, damn it. I went off to train by myself last night. I wasn't with Siyu. Kaguya was also taken aback. Oh, that truly is fate. Zhuoliangna, please believe in Siyu, where I guarantee he wouldn't do such a thing. Bo-ren, exactly. We came to Kirigakure for this study trip on short notice. When would we have had the time to steal your wretched ninja swords? Zhuoliangna, please believe in Siyu, where I guarantee he wouldn't do such a thing. Bo-ren, exactly. We came to Kirigakure for this study trip on short notice. When would we have had the time to steal your wretched ninja swords? Tonggan said coldly. After our investigation, a conclusion will be reached. Strictly speaking, the 2 of you would also be considered accomplices, but out of consideration for your father's ill, treat this as his personal action for now. Next, I'm going to follow procedure. Don't cause trouble or it'll be embarrassing for everyone. This struck a nerve with Bo-ren. Don't bring my dad into this. If I don't know what kind of person Siyu is, then who does? Suspecting him means you're picking a fight with me. Let's go settle this with the Mizukage right now. Tonggan's brows furrowed deeply. Seeing matters escalating beyond control, Siyu's perceptive mind turned. Either Kaguya truly had an attacker whose chakra resembled his and genuinely suspected him, or Kaguya had some ulterior motive. The biggest question was, could this jonin named Tonggan possibly be in league with Kaguya? If that were the case, and this confrontation turned into an open conflict, even if the 2 of them joined forces, he could not ensure Bo-ren and Zhuoliangna's absolute safety while subduing them. Siyu's vertical pupils lowered calmly. Thus, the safest course of action now was to first placate them and find a way to inform that Mr. Tianyu, that man whom even I cannot see through, would surely resolve this incident with ease. Immediately, Siyu said steadily, Bo-ren, Zhuoliangna, it's fine. Innocence stands clear. This is a hospital room. Please remain calm. I believe this will be clarified soon. He'll go with him for now. You're wise to comply. Tonggan used a water-style whip to bind Siyu's hands behind his back and let him out of the ward. I believe this will be clarified soon. He'll go with him for now. You're wise to comply. Tonggan used a water-style whip to bind Siyu's hands behind his back and let him out of the ward. The alley from the hospital to the Kirigakure interrogation division was overgrown with weeds. Hiss hiss. Siyu subtly moved his hand, and a small snake slipped from his pale blue sleeve, disappearing into the grass. Inside the ward. Why did you bastard frame my comrade? Bo-ren angrily grabbed Kaguya by the collar and roared in fury. Kaguya asked calmly, why are you so certain I'm framing him? You weren't with him last night. Bo-ren declared firmly, because I never doubt my comrades. Bo-ren's words struck a painful chord in Kaguya's heart. Despite his illustrious lineage and formidable strength, he still didn't have even one person he could call a comrade. Because Goju Kaguya was deeply afraid of the power he inherited from Yagura's bloodline and the innate battle lust within his bones. I heard your grandfather was also an extraordinary man, and at such a young age you've become a candidate for the next Mizukage through your own strength. I was even planning to apologize for speaking rudely about you in private. But now I see you're nothing special. Hearing this, Kaguya's violet pupils darkened. Yes, I carry that man's blood in my veins. Doing something like this today is also my fate. Huh. He thrust out a palm. Bo-ren flew backward and slammed into the wall. Bo-ren! Zhuoliangna cried out, rushing to help him up. A single tomo in her pupil flashed with fury as she glared at Kaguya. What are you doing? Bo-ren only spoke his mind. Was there any need for violence? Whoosh! As Kaguya formed hand seals, water rapidly seeped from the ground beneath their feet and solidified into binding ropes. Water release water binding jutsu. A ninjutsu. Bo Rin and Zuoliangna's expressions completely changed. If the earlier shoving could be dismissed as a minor scuffle born of anger, then using ninjutsu changed the nature of the situation entirely. The most troublesome person is no longer by your side. To be honest, even if I face Seiyuu Unionon while wielding the Hiramakiri dual blades, I might not be his match. Kaguya's tone turned as cold as his chakra. Bo Rin's Zuoliangna, I am actually doing this to protect you. At least if you fall into my hands you'll live. But if you fall into theirs, you'll soon meet the same miserable fate as those two Hyūga seniors. Bo Rin's Zuoliangna, I am actually doing this to protect you. At least if you fall into my hands you'll live. But if you fall into theirs, you'll soon meet the same miserable fate as those two Hyūga seniors. What the hell are you talking about? What are you planning to do to Aunt Huahua and Uncle Tianyu? Kaguya said darkly. Even those two are skilled jonin, but they cannot withstand the combined assault of the legendary 7 ninja swords of the mist. 7 ninja swords. So that means. That's right, I am a participant in the incident of the stolen swords. Kaguya summoned the Hiramakiri dual blades from a scroll and gripped them in his hands. The moment he grasped the swords, the battle lust deep within his bones was completely ignited and his body trembled uncontrollably with excitement. After I subdue the two of you, you'll join in too. This feast of slaughter. Meanwhile, Chang Shilang led Huahua and Tianyu into the storeroom. The decomposed samples of that meteorite are all here. What Tianyu needed was not the meteorite itself, but the special metals abundant within it. He scanned the meteorite fragments and finally selected 5 pieces. Huahua asked, is that enough? Tianyu said, the essence is here. Huahua sneaked a glance at the distracted Chang Shilang at the door, then whispered in Tianyu's ear, since brother-in-law has already paid, we might as well take a few more. Huahua asked, is that enough? Tianyu said, the essence is here. Huahua sneaked a glance at the distracted Chang Shilang at the door, then whispered in Tianyu's ear, since brother-in-law has already paid, we might as well take a few more. Following Spark's suggestion, Tianyu selected a few more scraps and stored them together in the scroll Spark had prepared. They arrived at the warehouse door. Hiss! A small snake poked its head out from the grass and slithered straight toward Tianyu's feet. Tianyu raised his foot to crush it lest it bite Spark. Wait, Tianyu-kun. Spark bent down and crouched in front of the little snake, observing it closely. I suspect this is Mitsuki's ability. White snake summoning technique. Could Mitsuki be connected to that person? Tianyu was just worrying about not having a suitable opportunity to broach the topic of Orochimaru. So that's how it is. No wonder the child possesses a trace of sage power. Come to think of it, who else in this ninja world could grant such power to such a young child? Tianyu leaned down, letting the little snake crawl onto his palm. Hiss! The snake flicked its tongue, tracing patterns on Tianyu's palm. This little snake is drawing characters. It's Mitsuki trying to convey a message to me. But a few key words are beyond my knowledge. Spark, please write them down and help me recognize them. Spark spread her palm, and Tianyu held her hand, tracing characters on her palm with his finger. Boruto, Sarada, and Danger, Kaguya, problematic, probably. They exchanged glances, both wearing solemn expressions. Snap! Tianyu activated his Byakugan, seeing through the entire mist village. Found them. They're still alive. Mitsuki's intel is accurate. He'll be back shortly. Involving the safety of Boruto and Sarada, Spark knew it would be most efficient to let Tianyu handle it. She only cautioned, don't kill anyone. I know. He'll keep it in check. The words barely left his lips before Tianyu vanished. Chojuro closed the warehouse door, thinking to himself, now that official business is settled, we can close the door and deal with our own matters. In the open space, Chojuro saw Spark standing alone, her face full of seriousness and even some anger. His expression immediately shifted. Miss Spark, has something happened? Spark told Chojuro about the message Mitsuki had sent via the small snake. Mizuka-sama, I need you to give me an explanation, right now. Chojuro found it hard to believe. What? Kaguya? That's absolutely impossible. Kaguya would never do such a thing. Spark said with no room for argument. Hyūga Tianyu, who came with me, has confirmed it with his Byakugan. Kaguya has kidnapped Boruto and Sarada. What did you say? Kojuro's face turned pale. Just then a subordinate rushed in to report, 6th Mizukage, the interrogation department, is asking for permission to use interrogation techniques on the Konoha Jinin Mitsuki, who has been accused of being last night's attacker by Kaguya. What in the world is going on here? Quick, take me to the interrogation department immediately. I need to get to the bottom of this. As he hurried toward the interrogation department, Chojuro began to calm down. That child Kaguya, he had once been unable to wield a blade because he accidentally killed a comrade. He was indeed the type of person with a highly sensitive heart. If someone with ill intentions exploited his inner weakness, he might really do something extreme. But the stakes were too high. Naruto's son Sasuke's daughter. They absolutely could not come to harm in the mist. Chojuro stopped in his tracks. Miss Spark, I promise you now if Kaguya really made a mistake, I will not cover for him. But I'm worried about your companion, that Hyūga Tianyu. Kaguya has long surpassed the average jonin in strength. If he wields the twin blades Hiramakiri, he might even rival me from the days when I was the previous Mizukage's guard. So please use your Byakugan to locate Kaguya. He'll go stop him. Spark said, no need to worry about that. Tianyu-kun will handle everything. Chojuro asked, are you that confident in his strength? Apart from his handsome face, what outstanding qualities do you see in him? Of course, the power of an Ōtsutsuki isn't something ordinary people can easily see through. Tianyu's strength is probably second only to my brother-in-law, and that's Ōtsutsuki. At the alley behind the Mist Village Hospital, Tianyu watched Boruto and Sarada trudging forward woodenly following Kaguya's footsteps. Interesting. Your grandfather was manipulated by Genjutsu for half his life. And now you, the grandson, are learning to manipulate others with Genjutsu. Kaguya stopped and held the twin blades Hiramakiri in front of him. So you found me with your Byakugan, huh? He thought Shizuma miscalculated everything, the opponent's abilities and their initiative. Tianyu looked at him expressionlessly and said, to be honest, I couldn't care less about your petty troubles. Who you are, what your grievances are, what you plan to do, none of that interests me. But you touch my people, that changes everything. Kaguya's purple eyes glowed with a dark light. In his younger days, unable to suppress the wild rage within him, he had accidentally killed a comrade. That incident instilled in him a fear of holding a blade, forcing him to seal the twin blades Hiramakiri and suppress his emotions for years. So when he once again took up the twin blades Hiramakiri, the ferocity, brutality, and competitive spirit within him could no longer be restrained. Tianyu's somewhat dismissive words completely ignited him, transforming into violent chakra that he poured into the twin blades Hiramakiri. Then I'll tell you too. The way you talk. I really don't like it. Hiramakiri release. Boom. The blade of Hiramakiri surged in size, coated in a hard solidified chakra sword aura. Its scale was no less than when Chojuro had blasted away the skeleton dog back then. Yua! With a fierce wind, Kaguya flashed forward, merging both blades and sweeping horizontally toward Tianyu. Die! Guard! Tianyu released a tiny amount of chakra into his left palm and raised it gently. Clang! After a dull sound, Kaguya could no longer push Hiramakiri forward by even an inch, catching a released Hiramakiri with bare hands. What kind of joke is he playing? Chojuro failed to recognize the right person and didn't discipline properly. I say he shouldn't keep this Hiramakiri anymore. Crack! Tianyu's wrist gave a slight tremor, shattering the chakra blade aura on the outer layer of Hiramakiri. He pinched the two halves of the blade, applying a little force with his fingers. With another crack, Hiramakiri exploded into fragments scattered all over the ground. Huh! Kaguya's pupils widened in shock. He had always carried the pride of a genius, confident that his achievements at the age of 15 were unprecedented in the Mist Village. Even across the entire ninja world, he considered himself on par with the famed young prodigy Kakashi of the Sharingan. But now, the person standing before him made him question himself from head to toe. What are you exactly? Thump! Tianyu's fist with his power carefully restrained slammed into Kaguya's abdomen. Kaguya's purple eyes rolled back to white, and his handsome face twisted into a grimace of pain. Thud! He collapsed onto his knees, his torso falling forward stiffly. Tianyu stepped over the fragments of Hiramakiri, approached Boruto and Sarada, and gently tapped both on the shoulder. The two snapped out of the Genjutsu. Uncle Tianyu, it's bad. Mitsuki was framed by Kaguya and taken away. Kaguya is one of the participants who stole the Mist's ninja blades. This is a conspiracy. We have to stop it. What does this have to do with us? As long as my own people are safe, that's enough. The other small fries let Chojuro handle them himself. Tianyu said gracefully, all right, I know everything. Let's go pick up Mitsuki now, and then return to the village. Is Kaguya dead? No. Tianyu hoisted Kaguya over his shoulder, planning to hand him over to Chojuro for official disposal. At the Mist Village Interrogation Department, Tianyu threw the unconscious Shinla before Chang Shirlang. I have brought the flagrant offender Goju Shinla. Release Mitsuki now. Chang Shirlang was inwardly astonished he had actually defeated Shinla. Was it because Shinla hadn't used the twin sword Hiramakiri? A few minutes later, Mitsuki was brought out. Boruto asked with concern, Mitsuki, they didn't do anything to you, did they? I'm fine. Tianyu cast an approving glance at Mitsuki, affirming his composure in the face of danger. Chang Shirlang said earnestly, I'm truly sorry for the trouble. I will thoroughly investigate the truth and give you an explanation. A member of the interrogation department inspecting Shinla retrieved a button-shaped object from his left ear. 6th Mizukage Shinla was wearing a radio communication earpiece. So there are accomplices. Chang Shirlang took the earpiece, put it on, and pressed the transmit button. You are Shinla's co-conspirators, aren't you? Shinla has been captured. The village is already under full lockdown. I advise you not to offer futile resistance. Return the ninja swords immediately and seek leniency. Meanwhile, at the headquarters in the abandoned factory, the new 7 ninja swordsmen were assembled. Damn it. We've been exposed. Who would have thought that Shinla would fall so easily? We overestimated him. Shurqingjin, what do we do now? They'll find this place and surround us sooner or later. Don't panic. Shurqingjin rested his hand on his chin, a sinister smile curling at the corner of his mouth. Actually, this situation is within my expectations. As the leader of the new generation 7 ninja swordsmen and the new owner of the greatsword Samahata, I am confident that my intellect is no less than that of Nara from Konoha. If Shinla falls, that would be a convenience for those Konoha shinobi. It's hard to get a chance at them. But as long as we can kill Chang Shirlang and install Shinla as the new Mizukage, we can rebuild the Blood Mist Village. Truly worthy of Shurqingjin. What's our specific plan then? Just watch. Shurqingjin pressed the microphone. Yo, 6th Mizukage, long time no see. Can you tell who I am? Chang Shirlang frowned deeply. That voice, you're Shurqingjin. During their time at the Ninja Academy, Shurqingjin was another outstanding student who once took a blade for Shinla when he lost control during training. Additionally, the Kazuki clan was a prestigious family in the Mist Village. Therefore, Chang Shirlang had a strong impression of Shurqingjin. In the same year they graduated from the academy and became Jinin. Shurqingjin was exceptionally promoted to Chunin due to his outstanding performance on missions. Chang Shirlang had intended to groom him as a future Jonin candidate and a reliable assistant for Shinla, never expecting him to go this far. With your background and potential, rising to prominence was only a matter of time. Why would you ruin your own future? How ridiculous. Since you became Mizukage, you've followed the Hokage's philosophy. The lukewarm policies of peace you've implemented are suffocating the last bit of bloodlust in the Mist Shinobi. Following you will eventually become the waste of the new generation. Chang Shirlang replied coldly, that hardly seems like a concern for a mere Chunin like you. Is there someone behind you? Shurqingjin's cold smile was eerie. Since it's come to this, it'll be straightforward, Chang Shirlang. Behind me are the high-ranking officials of the Mist who are dissatisfied with you. Of course I won't tell you who they are. As long as we can bring you down, we can take over this village without any hindrance. So that's how it is. Chang Shirlang issued his ultimatum across the distance. Once you're arrested, it'll make you confess Don't delude yourself into thinking a small group can stand against a ninja village. The fate of the Mist's Kaguya clan is written in the textbooks. As an Academy honor student, you should know that, shouldn't you? Do you really think we would challenge you without any preparation? Shurqingjin's sinister laughter came through the earpiece. We now hold 6 of the legendary ninja swords. If you push us too far, we'll go out onto the streets and hunt people. Before your siege forces arrive, killing over 100 won't be a problem. If such a heinous incident occurs during your tenure, even if you capture us all, you'll no longer be fit to be Mizukage. What did you say? Chang Shilong's face changed drastically. He never imagined that Shurqingjin would be so deranged as to threaten the lives of innocent Mist villagers. He covered the microphone and said to his attendant, notify all units. Without my order, do not act rash. Immediately organize the evacuation of civilians. After issuing the response command, he calmly asked again, so what do you want? Very simple. Come to the Mist Valley alone that is. He'll leave one comrade to stay in contact. If you break your promise, we'll start indiscriminate killing. Oh, and there's a time limit. If you're not there within 10 minutes, it's all-out war. With that, the earpiece crackled and Shurqingjin unilaterally cut the signal. 10 minutes. He wasn't even giving us time to evacuate the civilians. Nor was he leaving himself any retreat. He was clearly prepared to fight to the death and kill me, the Mizukage, at Mist Valley. I never imagined things would come to this. 6th Mizukage. We cannot let the villains have their way. Let's organize a siege immediately. No. Ensuring the safety of innocent civilians is my duty as Mizukage. Then at least take Hiramakari with you. Chang Shirlang hesitated, wanting to ask Tianyu whether Shinla had used Hiramakari during their fight, and if so, where the sword now was. But on second thought, he couldn't bring himself to ask. No time. They'll go without it. My apologies to everyone from Konoha for making you witness such a disgrace. Please feel free to do as you wish. Mizukage-sama, do you need our help? Asked Hanabi. Too shameful. Today's series of events was utterly humiliating. If I had known, I'd rather have packaged the meteorite and delivered it myself. To avoid washing our dirty linen in public. No thank you for your kindness, Miss Hanabi, but this is our house affair. Let us settle it behind closed doors. Besides a few inexperienced brats, even wielding the Mist ninja swords can't make much trouble. Without further delay, Chang Shirlang headed alone to Mist Valley. Beneath his feet was a bottomless lake surrounded by impenetrable fog. Swish! Sinister shadows flickered within the mist. Chang Shirlang walked forward without turning his gaze. Come out. I know you're all here. A chilling laugh echoed from the fog. On a hill at the end of the mist, Tenyu and Hanabi stood side by side observing the scene within the haze. It turned out Hanabi was still worried that something might happen to Chang Shilang if he went alone, given that besides the known Kazuki, Shi Qingjin, the number and strength of his enemies were unknown. But this time Tenyu held a different opinion. He genuinely felt Hanabi was overthinking. There's really nothing to worry about, Hanabi. When Chang Shilang was in his prime, you were still a child. I have more say in this than you do. Taking down a few small fry would be a piece of cake for him. He felt there was no chance he would need to intervene again. So he dusted off the ground and sat down leisurely, playing the role of a spectator. His heart was full of anticipation. Come on, Chang Shilang, let me witness your prowess as the 6th Mizukage. Trash like this, you'll subdue them in no time. Splash. A burly figure charged through the mist wielding the dull blade Dogu. Too slow. Chojuro glanced lightly before evading with ease. He then calmly formed hand seals. Water-style water formation wall. The surging wave solidified into a barrier blocking the dull blade in Dichue Jufeng's hand. But this true brute, instead of retreating from the attack, swung his large hammer onto the back of Dogu's blade, attempting to shatter the water formation wall. Smack! Yuwa. The result was that both man and blade were sent flying. Chojuro smiled calmly. That's not how you use a ninja blade. Raw strength without brains won't work, newbie. Whooshed. 3 more figures appeared. Chojuro remained unflustered, altering his hand seals. Splashed. The water formation wall infused with more water transformed into 3 water dragon bullets. Ugh. Up. Air. Shimei Weidao Bashuo and Haishu Wendan, all armed with blades, were blasted without resistance onto the distant water surface. Weidao Bashuo clenched his teeth in frustration. Damn it. The place Shi Qingjin chose is secluded, but it's full of water everywhere. For him who excels in water style, the advantage is too great. Watching from the sidelines, Tianyu's expression remained calm. That move just now was average for a Kage, nothing stunning. But I could tell Chojuro still wanted to give the youngsters a chance, otherwise the water dragon bullets would have shattered their bones. Chojuro, maintaining a Kage's composure, glanced sideways at Shi Qingjin in the mist. Letting your underlings attack in turns, trying to steal my chakra with the greatsword Jiaoji to disable me. Is that your strategy, Shi Qingjin? Shi Qingjin smirked sinisterly. You'd better watch your back. Whooshed. A wind reeking of gunpowder rushed from behind. My. Kojuro's pupils narrowed as he ducked to avoid the slash of the explosion blade. Feima. Goei Yuzi Yilong Tai unrolled the scroll of explosive tags on Feima and lunged to wrap Chojuro. Kojuro's eyes hardened. He used a high-speed body flicker to evade the scroll, while forming a quick water rush that pierced through the shoulder of Goei Yuzi Yilong Tai's sword-wielding arm. Ugh! Yilong Tai dropped the explosion blade, knelt in agony, clutching his shoulder as blood spurted from the hole, staining the lake's surface beneath him. Boom! The lake erupted with successive explosions. Chojuro walked leisurely, ignoring the idea is good, but you don't know how to conceal your presence. That won't hit an enemy. Tianyu frowned. Seriously, Chojuro, what are you doing? Even if your eyes can't tell, can't you smell the odd scent? I can smell it from here. Yilong Tai curled his lips into a cold smile. Is that so? This smell, it's not just the gunpowder from explosive tags. Chojuro abruptly stopped, realizing too late, as he covered his mouth and nose. He knelt on one knee on the lake, feeling a burning pain in his chest, coughing violently. Worse, the muscles in his limbs began to soften and weaken. The explosion of the tags was laced with poisonous smoke. He tampered with the explosion blade. Feima. Goei Yuzi Yilong Tai stood shakily, clutching his shoulder. You're the Mizukage, how could we take you down without unconventional methods? Because we're just insignificant brats, you let your guard down. You're nothing special, Mizukage-sama. We all took the antidote beforehand to neutralize this poison, so it only works on you. You're finished, Chojuro. Damn it, this is really bad. Nice work, Yilong Tai. Haishu Wendan thrust the lightning blade into the water. Lightning blade technique, lightning feast. Crackle. Dazzling golden lightning spread along the water to Kojuro's feet. Tianyu. Wait, this isn't going as I imagined. Ugh! Chojuro screamed, enduring the lightning with his physique forcing chakra to lift his trembling hand for hand seals. Wendan exclaimed, he's still this strong, even poisoned. I can't hold him much longer, dear. They'll take your chakra, useless Mizukage. Chojuro. Gonshir Shizhenshin appeared with a body flicker, grinning wickedly as he swung the greatsword Jiaoji. Spirit devouring slash. SHHK. The strike tore Kojuro's back, leaving it bloody, and extracted his chakra. A feast for Jiaoji. Tianyu, is there a twist? Ha ha ha. Shi Qingjin felt his life peak. Amazing. Fantastic. Is this the feeling when the legendary Gonshir Goeijiao wielded the great sword Jiaoji? I now have power equal to his. Poisoned, paralyzed by lightning, his back flayed, and chakra stolen, Chojuro gritted his teeth and still tried to form hand seals with his remaining chakra. Quick! Finish him while he's down. Shimei swung the long sword sewing needle, and its crisscrossing wires lifted Chojuro into the air, cutting into his skin. Ugh! Tianyu. Hee. The sensation of tearing flesh travels along the thread. Shimei tugged the wires, laughing in ecstatic tremors. Howlal. Revolution. Long live the blood mist village. Dichue Jufeng charged forward with a roar, slamming his heavy hammer into Kojuro's chest. His chest caved in, the backward impact pulled by the wires piercing his body, tore Kojuro's flesh open, blood staining the water beneath him. This is bad. This wound is really bad. I never thought. A single slip leads to eternal regret. As Mizuki's to be defeated by these fledgling brats. I'm losing consciousness. Meishi patted Kojuro's cheek. What, passed out already? What a waste. Alright, enough playing. Give him a clean death. I'll use my decapitation sword to cut off his head and hang it at the village entrance, declaring the return of the blood mist era. Wei Shuo Ba Dao swung the decapitation sword toward Kojuro's neck. Tianyu sighed inwardly. I figured. Hoping for a twist was just my wishful thinking. Chojuro isn't like Naruto. There's no hidden element I can't see. He really has fallen. Tianyu stood up and gently pressed on Huahua Jinji's shoulder. You're not in a good state. Let me handle this. Weidao Bashuo was only 5 steps away from Chang Shilang. A black rod shot into the lake before him, and golden chakra, rising from the rod, formed a ushaped shield wall. What is that? He'll hack it to pieces with one swing. Weidao Bashuo smirked contemptuously, swinging his decapitating blade at it. With a crack, the blade snapped in two. The flying broken blade struck Guei Yuzi Yilong squarely, slicing off his right shoulder, which had just been bandaged. My arm. My arm. The 5 men were in panic. What's happening? Was that a trap left by Chang Shilang? A sharp sound of breaking wind came from the mist. Something's flying over. Scatter. What came through the air was an ordinary Fuma shuriken spinning around Chang Shilang, cutting the sutures and wires that were woven like a spiderweb into his skin. Tianyu landed gracefully on the lake's surface, catching the Fuma shuriken with one hand, while supporting Chang Shilang with the other. An orange-eared silhouette followed closely, landing on the water. It's them. The 2 Hyūga from Konoha. Tianyu unhurriedly placed the Fuma shuriken on his back, handed Chang Shilang to Hanabi, and asked, May I kill? Hanabi supported the blood-soaked, dying Chang Shilang on her shoulder, and shook her head gently. No, but not for the sake of rules. I don't want to dirty your hands. Tianyu smiled lightly. Go. Where do you think you're going? We were just looking for you. That woman's Byakugan belongs to me. Heichu Wendan crossed his twin lightning swords, and a golden spherical lightning bolt shot toward Hanabi. Without even looking, Tianyu flicked a finger, releasing a bullet-like vacuum droplet that dispersed the lightning ball. Hanabi's silhouette had already vanished into the mist. Damn, we can't let her escape with Chang Shilang. Chase them. No rush. She can't run far with a severely wounded man. Let's take out this troublesome guy first, then deal with her and the Mizuki. Guei Yuzi Yilong, clutching his bleeding shoulder, widened his eyes in horror and shouted, Run. Run now. Can't you see how powerful he is? We'll die. If we don't flee, all of us will die here. Ichiro, just bandage your wound. Stop talking. Even if he's somewhat skilled, he's just one man. Even the Mizuki fell to us, let alone a mere jonin. Since I'm not to kill them following the Hokage's tradition, I already know how Chang Shilang will deal with them later. Just throw them in prison. But these people may never reform. Given the chance, they might escape and cause trouble again endlessly. The smartest among you has already lost an arm. Since you're all comrades, I'll take something from each of you. Bastard. You broke my decapitating blade with some weird technique. I'll reforge it with your blood. Weidao Bashuo cursed, clicking his tongue, and charged forward with the broken blade. Thud. Ugh. The next moment he was hoisted in the air, choked by Tianyu's single hand. Nice tongue clicking. You look like a thug. Did you bully others in school? Then I'll pull out your tongue. Tongue enlargement jutsu. Gurgle. Weidao Bashuo's cheeks bulged like a toad's, the inner tension forcing his jaws apart, and he spat out a tongue as huge as a python. Just like the judgment of the hell realm of the Rinnegan. Tianyu took the broken blade from his hand and cut off the giant tongue. Wah! The tongue root retracted, and Weidao Bashuo rolled his eyes, collapsing beside his own tongue. Dichue Jufeng, brandishing his blunt sword, saw this horrifying sight, and instantly slid to his knees at Tianyu's feet. Good GG. What G? Good GG. Spare me. You can't even speak properly, all that bulk for nothing. I want take your life, just one ear. Tianyu flicked his finger, and Dichue Jufeng's right ear fell off. He glanced at Heichu Wendan, drenched in cold sweat. Whose eyes did you say you wanted? Just that glance. Bang! Heichu Wendan's eyes burst into blood on the spot. She screamed, I can't see. I'm blind. Shurchingjin, it's all your fault. You said you'd gouge out that Hyūga Hanabi's eyes for me, and cut her into pieces. If you're a man, stand up and fight him now. Damn. Shurchingjin cursed, seeing himself rapidly merge with the greatsword Samahata, becoming half-man half-shark, and slipping into the lake to escape using the shark fin's ability. Tianyu glanced indifferently. Never mind. He's the only one I don't want to let live. He'll use borrowing a knife to kill. Withdrawing his gaze, he approached Shimei. The divine face of the man, who had captivated her from a street away, now looked more terrifying than it. Beneath her Lolita dress, a localized drizzle had begun dripping, rippling on the lake. Hey, spare me please. Give me a reason. You might not believe it, but I've had a crush on you since the first time I saw you. How does that count? Tianyu's brow furrowed deeply. I can't believe it. She's not lying. Then he'll sever your love string. Tianyu said solemnly, picking up the decapitating blade and shaving Shimei's head bald. Haha. Tianyu looked around. Shurchingjin escaped with the greatsword Samahata. You're all witnesses, right? Everyone was disheartened. Damn, Shurchingjin, you deceived us with your righteous facade. We trusted you and fought for you. At the moment of life and death, you abandoned us. Yes, we are all witnesses. Good, they understood. Tianyu released a burst of Ōtsutsuki chakra pressure, knocking them all unconscious. The lake of the Valley of Mist connected to the Sea of the Mist Village. Soon Shurchingjin escaped to the sea. If I'd known that guy was a monster of this level, I wouldn't have chosen to strike while they were staying in the mist. Those people are all useless. They'll have to find suitable pawns and wait for another opportunity to rise. As long as the strongest greatsword Samahata is still in my hands, even without relying on the Mist Village, I can stand as a rogue ninja. Soon I'll establish an organization as powerful as the Akatsuki. Gurgle. But at that moment a tearing pain shot through his body. Samahata, what are you doing? I'm your master. Samahata unilaterally expelled Shurchingjin. Unwilling to accept it, Shurchingjin clung to the chain handle of Samahata, but the handle sprouted barbs, lacerating his hands until they were bloody. Samahata abandoned him, and the scent of blood soon attracted sharks in the sea. Damn. Why is... Amid Shurchingjin's helpless roars, the sharks swarmed and tore him into a pulp of flesh. Chirp, chirp, chirp. Samahata joyfully bounded over to Tianyu, wagging its large tongue. Tianyu smiled. I knew you'd always be a turncoat. Fine, a wise bird chooses its tree. I've solved such a big trouble for the mist. It wouldn't be right to not take a reward. He opened his personal space and tossed Samahata inside. The Mist Hidden Medical Squad rushed to perform first aid on Chojuro, while the encirclement force led by Tongan hurried to Mist Valley to provide support for Tianyu. Be careful. These villains possess enough strength to have nearly assassinated the Mizukichi. When they arrived at Mist Valley, they found the 5 scoundrels already bound with ropes, and the 5 stolen ninja swords laid out in a row beside them. Tianyu stood nearby as if he had been waiting for some time. Did you take care of them all by yourself? One named Shurchingjin got away. Tianyu said regretfully. So Samahata was taken as well. It couldn't be helped. Tongan sheathed his sword at his waist and stepped forward with concern. Lord Tianyu, are you injured? Tianyu, luckily no. Tongan bowed deeply. My sincerest apologies. I bear responsibility for this incident as well. If I hadn't trusted Kaguya's one-sided account, I wouldn't have dragged the people of Konoha into this affair. Her suspicion of Mitsuki was not without reason. Her elders had been killed and used as human experiments by Orochimaru in the early years, making their families sworn enemies. Yet in times of peace, these old grudges could no longer be settled. Tianyu asked, has the Mizukichi turned the corner? Alas, Tongan sighed. His injuries are severe. Even after treatment, he will need long-term bed rest. Lord Tongan, all 5 villains are confirmed still alive, reported a mist ninja accompanying them after. Tongan said, Lord Tianyu, we are deeply grateful that you spared their lives. This will allow us to interrogate them and uncover the true mastermind behind this incident. By the way, Lady Hanabi Hyūga is at the hospital with our former Mizukichi. Tianyu's expression shifted slightly. Former Mizukichi. Having received such a great favor, Tongan no longer regarded Tianyu as an outsider. Indeed, our 5th Mizukichi, Lady Terumi may. And if you'll pardon the awkwardness, she was attending a matchmaking event when the news arrived. Upon learning of the 6th Mizukichi's injury, she stood up her date and rushed over. Moreover, after learning that you saved the 6th Mizukichi and fought the villains alone, she wished to meet you in person and express her gratitude. Tianyu pinched his chin, lost in thought. Wait, she still hasn't married. By my count, she must be nearly 50. An unabashed leftover woman. Take these villains into custody. I shall escort Lord Tianyu to meet the 5th Mizukichi. Yes. After emergency treatment, Chojuro was out of danger and transferred to an observation ward for rest. Upon hearing this good news, Hanabi and Terumi may both breathed a sigh of relief. Terumi may had already heard from Hanabi how Chojuro had fallen into peril. Sigh. Terumi may sat on the corridor bench and let out a sigh, summing up the reasons for the failure. Regardless, Chojuro shouldn't have had trouble handling today's situation. I believe his defeat can be attributed to two aspects. First, he was too lenient, unwilling to exterminate young first offenders. Second, he had grown rusty from prolonged absence on the battlefield, and his reflexes were no longer what they used to be, allowing the enemy to exploit the opening. Hanabi empathized. This is a side effect of peacetime. We all understand it. Not only Brother Chojuro, but even my brother-in-law is no longer as formidable as in years past. 2 months ago, a man named Uchiha Shin launched an operation to revive the Akatsuki. My brother-in-law and senior Sasuke went to stop him. I heard from Sarada later, my brother-in-law was stabbed by the enemy's ability. 10 years ago, or even 5 years ago, would he have been so easily struck? That happened as well. The crow's feet at the corners of Terumi, my eyes tightened. When peace becomes the norm, people forget the pain of war. It's human nature. As time passes, the seeds of evil gradually sprout again. This reality is something the new generation of ninja, in particular, must be vigilant about. Hanabi's expression turned somber. Speaking of which, with Brother Chojuro recovering from his injuries, he probably can't fulfill the duties of Mizukage for now. Terumi May nodded. It seems I'll have to resume the role of Mizukage, just like the third Hokage of your village did back then. Alas, now I'll have even less time to settle my own marriage. The disappointment was evident on her face. Hanabi could only manage an awkward smile, unsure how to respond. Terumi May vented her feelings. Little sister Hanabi, as someone who has been through it, let me give you a piece of advice. In matters of love, once you miss your true destiny, what awaits you is an endless stream of rotten relationships. Rotten relationships. Have you encountered any? Of course, Terumi May lamented. When I look back at my matchmaking candidates over the years, they either coveted my influence as Mizukage or my still passable beauty. Now that my influence is gone, and I'm gradually losing my looks, the quality of the men I meet is simply beyond words. As she spoke, the corners of Terumi Mai's mouth twitched involuntarily. That said, my true destiny never appeared at all. Improbably fated to die alone. Hanabi quickly comforted her. No, you won't. A good meal is never too late, and a good match is never too slow. You'll surely find your ideal husband. I hope so. To be honest, I've long given up hope. Terumi May looked at Hanabi seriously. So little sister Hanabi, if the right person appears by your side, as long as his character is decent and you have feelings for him, don't hesitate or wait. Seize the opportunity with decisive action. That's the way. Well, actually, I'm not in that much of a hurry. He'll consider my own marriage only after I take over the Hyūga. But for some reason, when Terumi May spoke the words true destiny, Hanabi's mind involuntarily conjured the image of Tianyu's face. He's here, Lord Tianyu, she said, looking toward the window behind Terumi May. Oh my, let me see what kind of man he is. Terumi May leaned against the window and glanced sideways at the man following Tongan toward the hospital entrance. At just one look, the luster in her usually dull and listless eyes blazed with intense brilliance. Little sister Hanabi, is this Lord Tianyu married? Hanabi was startled by Terumi Mai's sudden question. No, he's not. I see. Terumi May reached into her bosom, took out a compact powder and lip gloss from the inner pocket of her bra, and began to touch up her makeup. Little sister Hanabi, you're right. A good meal is never too late, and a good match is never too slow. Perhaps my true destiny has finally arrived. 5th generation Lord Tianyu has arrived. Samuji approached Kirino May with the introduction. It's an honor to meet you, our benefactor of the hidden mist. Kirino May quickly stepped forward, extending her hand. I could even feel the pulsation of her heartbeat through the skin of our palms. 10 seconds passed, and Kirino May showed no intention of letting go. Her watery eyes were fixed on Tianyu's ethereal and handsome face, her gaze nearly weaving a thread of connection. Ahem. Samuji coughed to remind them. No, I represent the village with every word and action. I must restrain myself. Kirino May reluctantly withdrew her hand, the lingering warmth sending ripples through her heart. She swallowed a mouthful of saliva, struggling to keep the curve of her smile within the bounds of etiquette. Tonight, I will host a banquet at the Misty City Tavern for everyone from Konoha. Samuji. Understood. You will be responsible for hosting Miss Hanabi and Boruto, while I shall personally entertain Lord Tianyu. At this, not only was Hanabi surprised, but Samuji also could not contain himself. No way. I know this man has excellent character, and looks to be honest. I'm a little smitten, but you are actually so infatuated. Lord Shuiying. As you command. Tianyu and Hanabi left the hospital building, heading towards the inn, where it seems our return to the village will be slightly delayed. Anyway, our reserved return time is tomorrow, so let's take this opportunity to have some fun. What does this Miss Shuiying mean? No matter how grateful one feels, it shouldn't lead to an individual invitation. Hanabi walked ahead of Tianyu with her hands behind her back, kicking a small stone onto the curb. I think she's probably taken a liking to you. Let me tell you about Miss Kirino May. She is a capable and graceful Shuiying, but she has had a tumultuous romantic history. Yes, that's how it is. After listening to Hanabi's explanation, Tianyu felt a tangle of emotions. Hanabi, I already know all of this. But how could she possibly like me? Isn't her aesthetic preference aligned with the Uchiha? Soon it was evening, and they were in the corridor of the banquet hall. Hanabi adjusted Tianyu's collar, saying, "Make sure to perform, well, be a bit more gentlemanly. Actually, you are not that young anymore. I think this is a rare opportunity for you. From what I know of her, she is the type who would be willing to accompany her beloved to the ends of the earth. You might actually resolve your lifelong concerns in one go." Subtly, she attached a mini listening device beneath Tianyu's collar. Hanabi herself did not understand why she was doing such a thing. She was very interested in other people's romantic gossip back in the day. She even hid behind a holly tree to spy on Naruto, and Hinata stayed on a bench. But it was not to the extent of using eavesdropping devices. Watching Tianyu, who was impeccably dressed, walk into the private dining room, Hanabi clasped her hands to her chest. Why do I feel an indescribable restlessness in my heart? Could it be because of my period? She somewhat absent-mindedly entered her own banquet room. Auntie, you are so ungrateful. During the day you had us wait at the inn, but you went off to do important business with Uncle Tianyu. Boruto, you can't silence your mouth with food. Don't talk. I'm currently too irritated to tell you. Hanabi poured herself a glass of wine and began to drink. In the elegantly decorated private room, a crystal chandelier cast dazzling light, the table adorned with candlesticks, red wine, and a sumptuous feast. Through the floor-to-ceiling windows one could fully enjoy the night view of the misty city. Kirino May had specially changed into a deep green evening gown, a low-cut style. Her makeup was slightly heavier than during the day, but it could not conceal her excellent bone structure and stunning beauty. Facing Tianyu, she took a sip of red wine. Tianyu-kun, I believe Miss Hanabi must have mentioned some things about me to you. Tianyu tied the napkin elegantly, using a knife to cut a piece of Wellington steak and bringing it to his mouth. Yes, she spoke in great detail. Kirino May rested her chin on one hand, leaning slightly forward, admiring the sight of her beloved enjoying the meal. What I am about to say might feel abrupt to you. To be honest, I have a deep affection for you. I wish to pursue a relationship with the intention of marriage. Lady Shuang. Kirino May picked up the wine bottle and poured wine into Tianyu's glass. Don't rush to respond. Let me promote myself properly first. You know I am successful in my career, but unfortunate in love, mainly because I witnessed my parents' perfect love and marriage, which is no less than the love story of the Minato couple from Konoha. Coincidentally, they also ventured into the underworld to protect the young me. As a result, I have extremely high expectations for love and marriage. Perhaps it is due to this unrealistic fantasy that my wedding date has been postponed time and again. But I think this may not be a bad thing, as my unwillingness to settle allows me to meet someone who truly makes my heart. Under the lights, Kirino May smiled charmingly, downing her glass of red wine, a rosy blush appearing on her fair face. I am an older sister and should understand how to care for your feelings better than those younger girls. After stepping down from the position of Shuing, I have specifically trained to be a bride. Household chores and cooking should be within my capabilities. Although my bare face may seem a bit aged, I believe my beauty foundation still holds. If I use some techniques, I should be able to restore to my youthful state. Also, I undergo annual physical checkups. My health is excellent, and I can bear healthy offspring. I can be a strong woman or a gentle lady, depending on your preference. If your first impression of me isn't particularly negative, you can stay in the Hidden Mist Village for a while longer. I can show you a better side of myself. If you find me acceptable, we can marry at any time. After marriage, you can stay in the Hidden Mist Village. I can also follow you to Konoha Village, but that would have to wait until Chojuro recovers from his injuries and resumes the position of Shuing. Perhaps my words may seem a bit presumptuous to you, but I've waited too long for this day and truly do not want to. Kirino May downed her glass of red wine, reached into her bosom, and presented the warm black card to Tianyu. This is the dowry I've accumulated over the years, roughly 300 million ryo, as a token of my sincerity. If you don't mind, please accept it, Tianyu-kun. She poured all her courage and dignity as a woman into this confession, like a soldier shedding armor and laying down weapons, anxiously awaiting Tianyu's response. Tianyu held the goblet, weighing his words in his heart. Miss Kirino, may I do not find your earlier words presumptuous or abrupt. On the contrary, I deeply understand your feelings and admire your courage to express them. I feel incredibly honored, but I must decline your feelings. Kirino May was silent for a long time. Can you tell me why? Tianyu raised his head and drank the wine in his cup, looking directly into Kirino May's eyes. Because I currently have only one wish, which is to stay by Hanabi's side to protect her and her dwelling place, and nothing more. So, is that how it is? I envy you. Kirino May forced a bitter smile, swallowing the wine. Although it wasn't strong, it felt like it was scraping her throat and heart. Boruto, you guys eat first. I am going to the restroom. Hanabi stood up, swaying slightly. The cold water wet her face, and looking in the mirror, she saw her flushed face due to the alcohol unable to cool down. I know you probably didn't mean it that way, but what you said earlier was just too ambiguous, you fool. Lord Tianyu, I wish you and Hanabi a swift fruition of your love. Sincere wishes. Come, let us toast. Terumi Mei raised her cup, drowning her disappointment in intoxication. It seemed she had misunderstood. While explaining would be too troublesome. Tianyu clinked glasses with Terumi Mei, drained his cup, and gracefully ended this feast where the hostess' thoughts were far from the wine. On the street outside the tavern, Hanabi hummed a cheerful tune, walking briskly toward Tianyu. You seem in good spirits. Did something pleasant happen? Hanabi stepped forward to straighten Tianyu's collar, casually reclaiming the tool she had used. Nothing much, just haven't had a small drink in a while. With cheeks so flushed I doubted it was merely a small drink. Really, had she forgotten her condition? Hanabi raised her eyes to meet Tianyu's gaze, feigning ignorance. So did you finalize things with the Mizuka-jessima? No, but I could feel her warmth and sincerity, so I declined politely. Hanabi pretended to be surprised, then smiled mischievously. What a pity. I was hoping to pass you off, so I wouldn't have to be your guardian anymore. Tianyu teased. Shall I go back and accept her then? Suddenly Hanabi stepped forward, intoxicating fragrance sweeping across Tianyu's face, stirring his heart. Her crimson face, inches away, held eyes that carried not only tipsy haze, but also a challenging seriousness. She raised a slender finger, lifting Tianyu's chin, then traced upward along his cheek, her fingertip pausing on his forehead, where his horns once grew. Believe me, once your horns grow back, they'll pull them out again. Have mercy, dear. They'd never regrow, and I'd have no face to meet my elders on Takamagara. Hanabi's eyes flickered. She, nearly emboldened by drink, uttered the words, it's fine, if you don't see them, you can stay with our family forever. Yet in a flash reason reclaimed its ground. She gently lowered her hand, maintaining her poise. That depends on your performance, Lord Tianyu. Tongan led Boruto and the others outside, just in time to see the two face to face. Uncle Tianyu and Aunt Hanabi are so close. Are they going to kiss? Sarada, in her lovesick state, covered her lips in surprise and embarrassment. Tongan was astonished they're in that kind of relationship. Mitsuki stepped forward, smiling. Probably not yet, but I sense promising potential. So it was like that. The fifth Mizukage's romance ended before it began. Truly unfortunate. Tianyu and Hanabi turned around. Tongan approached and said, everyone, if you're not yet sleepy, let me be your guide and take you to the Mist's night market. Tianyu whispered to Hanabi, you're indisposed and have been drinking. Perhaps return to your room and rest. Tomorrow morning, take the lightning carriage back to the village. Hanabi lightly shook her head, unashamed. It's fine. This time my period feels different. No backache or fatigue. Perhaps the pill changed my constitution. It's a rare chance to explore properly. Let's buy some souvenirs for Himawari. Alright, let's go for a stroll. Tianyu's divine appearance caused a stir in the night market. Wow. Look, that man is so handsome, like a prince from a fairy tale. I want to talk to him. But he obviously has a girlfriend. Maybe not. They aren't even holding hands. Tianyu walked forward with an aloof expression, eyes straight ahead. Hanabi glanced at his profile from the side. He's entered that mode again. Is it just coldness? But from our interactions these days, I vaguely sense he isn't cold by nature. That night he came home with me, and when we walked in the village, how come whenever there are many people and everyone pays special attention to him, he becomes a different person? Could it be? A sudden guess flashed through Hanabi's mind. She grasped Tianyu's hand. What? Tianyu stiffened. Hanabi's thumb traced his palm, certain she was close to the truth. Is it so warm? Your hand is sweating. Tianyu averted his gaze. It is indeed quite warm. Nonsense. The mist is by the sea. Even in summer it's much cooler than Konoha. And you don't sweat easily. You didn't even sweat during sparring with me. So why sweat just walking around? Hanabi tilted her head, staring intently at his flustered face, a smile tugging at her lips. Lord Tianyu, you don't have anthropophobia, do you? Ash had seen through him. To be precise, it wasn't anthropophobia, but a specific situational PTSD. Due to congenital heart disease, Tianyu had never been able to play outdoors like peers his age, so he had few opportunities to make friends. After starting school, he needed regular treatment and didn't form close bonds with classmates. Naturally introverted, he preferred solitude and had little desire for social interaction. The turning point came the day his illness was announced in class by the teacher. People began to fuss over him, even looking at him with pity. He knew their intentions were kind, but the excessive attention and superfluous warmth made him intensely disinclined to ingratiate himself. He projected coldness, hoping to curb the overbearing attention and return to normalcy. Yet he was mistaken for an arrogant, ungrateful person, and even suffered bullying from a school gang. Of course, it was merely an unpleasant memory, not escalating to the life-or-death extremes of some novel. This PTSD was manageable in sparse crowds, or when reactions weren't too exaggerated, like with the convenience store girl last night, which he could tolerate. But in large crowds his stomach would ache. After transmigrating on the Ōtsutsuki planet Takamagara, a place where even a stray dog would be kicked to death if glanced at twice, he oddly fit in better. The The reasons involved information from before his transmigration, which he couldn't explain to Hanabi. So let it be. Yes, I'm impressed you noticed. I see. Now I know what to do. Hanabi shook his hand. From now on when crowds are thick, I'll hold your hand. It's really not that severe. Tianyu gazed at her profile. And aren't you afraid of being mistaken as a couple, eh? Hanabi gave an enigmatic smile. What, you think you're losing out? Tianyu shook his head. Not at all, but such rumors must be harmful to a girl. So you have this awkward side too. Quite an eye-opener. But it confirms something else. Lord Tianyu, the humanity in you is richer than I imagined. You're not so distant and unattainable. Hanabi's bright eyes said, it's fine. I don't care about others' gazes or words. I hope you won't either. It seemed Hanabi understood it wasn't just the crowd's presence, but the voices. Tianyu turned his hand, clasping hers. Then just for tonight. Back in the village we can't do this. I'll find my own way to overcome this small thing. Hey, they're holding hands. Boruto, don't interrupt. I'm shipping hard. At that moment a man in blue robes with prosthetic limbs and an artificial eye approached. Tongon stopped. Senior Ao, when did you return? The man before him, wearing a gentleman's hat, his face etched with wrinkles of time. Tianyu recognized him at once. Was this not Ching, the white-eyed killer of the mist who served as Meiteruma's right hand alongside Shojuro during her tenure as Mizukichi? During the 4th Shinobi World War, Ching was stationed at the Allied Forces headquarters. I had assumed he perished alongside Shikaku and Inoichi under the Ten-Tails-tailed beast bomb, yet he has survived. Tianyu scrutinized Ching. His Byakugan was gone, his arm and half his body were filled with mechanical prosthetics. It seemed that though he had survived, he had endured great suffering. I came to have my prosthetic adjusted by Hōtsutsuki of Konoha and took the chance to visit my hometown. Ching's gaze passed over the mandarin orange tree and settled on Tianyu's face. You must be Lord Hyūga Tianyu. I heard of your deeds upon returning to the village. It is an honor to meet you here. May I ask who is this? Bonbon thought, does he not recognize Ching? It made sense. He belonged to the same generation as the second lady of the Hyūga and had likely not participated in the war. He is Ching, a hero of our mist village from the war. Due to injuries sustained in battle, he is no longer a shinobi, but he still has the authority to enter and exit the mist. Ching stepped forward, removed his gentleman's hat, and took off the black glove on his left hand, revealing a prosthetic limb gleaming with metallic white luster. He extended the prosthetic hand toward Tianyu and said calmly, I hope I didn't startle you. This was crafted for me by a remarkable scientist from Konoha using scientific ninja tools. Tianyu released his hold on Hanabi's hand and shook Ching's. Nice to meet you, Ching. He had omitted the honorific senior. A faint, inscrutable smile appeared at the corner of Ching's mouth. He replaced his hat and glove. Then I shall not intrude on your leisure time. Farewell. Tianyu watched Ching's retreating figure merge into the crowd. Hanabi took his hand again and asked, what's wrong? Nothing. Tianyu averted his gaze. He sensed no malice from Ching, yet he felt that the man's appearance today was no coincidence. Having never watched Boruto, Tianyu did not know that at this time Ching had already joined the organization Kara, founded by Ishiki Ōtsutsuki, Jigen Kaguya's former partner, as an outer member. After distancing himself from the crowd, Ching adjusted the device on his right eye and contacted a certain individual via the built-in communicator. Mr. Amato, I have already transmitted the facial capture of Hyūga Tianyu. From the communicator came Amato's composed voice. Were you not discovered? Ching replied, I think not. The implant in this prosthetic eye is cutting-edge technology. The other said, Ching said, Mr. Amato, to be honest, speaking directly with an inner like you is a great honor for me. Could you tell me if his identity is Ōtsutsuki? I would like to have some certainty. Well, we will need to compare before reaching a conclusion. In a nameless land on the border of the shinobi world, tens of thousands of kilometers from the mist, a base deep in barren mountains was protected by a barrier. An elderly man with orange-tinted glasses sat before a computer. On the screen, a recording played, time-stamped to the day Tianyu fell into the shinobi world. The footage showed a mysterious space. A man in a white robe with a ponytail hung behind his head floated before a wall, his hand pressing against an angular crest on the surface. The space Jigen used to house the Ten-Tails is imbued with the technique of Kanyo, which records and projects a complete holographic scan of any Ōtsutsuki member who arrives on this land. That wall was the one Sasuke faced when he infiltrated Kara's Ten-Tail space. The angular crests were the symbolic totems of Ōtsutsuki members detected by Kanyo. Sasuke triggered those crests and projected images of Kaguya, Ishiki, Momoshiki, and Kinshiki. Two other crests believed to belong to Urashiki and his teammate had been deliberately erased. The trio had not yet arrived, so the wall bore no corresponding crests for them. Only Tianyu's was added. Behind the man Jigen, a hologram appeared displaying Tianyu's true Ōtsutsuki form. Amato stroked his stubbled chin, his eyes narrowing behind his orange lenses. Horns shaped like a spiral sword, Rinnegan Tensegan, a Haori imbued with divine intent. Even an outsider like me lacking in power can see at a glance that he possesses strength exceeding Kaguya Ōtsutsuki. The problem is even a seasoned individual like Jigen could not identify this man. This suggests he is a young Ōtsutsuki prodigy born within the last 1,000 years. So young, yet possessing such terrifying power. Jigen himself concluded that even at his peak he would be no match for this man. This has made him uneasy, eager to discern this person's identity, the reason for his arrival, and his current whereabouts. Therefore he mobilized outer members to search for any trace of this man. When Ching liaised with Konoha's scientific ninja tool expert Hōtsutsuki, he inadvertently heard about Hyūga Tianyu. Since he had never heard of the name, Ching became curious and on a whim investigated. Could it be? To be honest, I am not holding my breath. Buzz. The photo taken by Ching transmitted to another computer. Amato placed a burning cigarette in an ashtray, moved the mouse, and clicked on the photo. The instant he saw it, his pupils contracted behind his lenses. But to be cautious, he used a specialized facial comparison software to verify Tianyu's facial features against the mysterious Ōtsutsuki in the footage. The final result, 100% unquestionably the same person. Amato picked up the half-smoked cigarette and took a long drag. He exhaled a thick plume of smoke and opened the communicator. Ching, you have done a great service. Then, exactly. Hyūga Tianyu is the Ōtsutsuki who made Jigen so wary. I never expected him to appear in our sights like this. What are your instructions now? First, we must understand what has happened to him, why he came to this land, why he adopted the name Hyūga, and more importantly, his current strength. Only after we have figured these out can we formulate our next step. Ching said, I hear he is scheduled to leave the mist by lightning train tomorrow morning. It would be impractical for me to contrive another plausible encounter. A deep light glinted behind Amato's orange lenses. Simple. Make that train run into an accident midway. Use the most direct and brutal method. Wait, you mean? Ching halted in the moonlit mist. Me. Fight an Ōtsutsuki. Under the moonlight, Ching spoke in a coldly humorous tone. Forgive my frankness, Mr. Amato, but this task sounds no different from a death sentence. No, Lord Ching, you are quite remarkable among the many outer members, and the practitioner has praised your skills in battle. I won't let you die in vain. Amato leisurely finished his words, reigniting a cigarette and exhaling a long plume of smoke. Before dawn, I will have a practitioner deliver a secret weapon to you, a new type of scientific ninja tool that surpasses Mokuton, enhanced with my concepts, ensuring you won't be completely defenseless. Additionally, you need not cling to the unrealistic notion of defeating your opponent. Simply force them to act, allowing me to analyze their abilities from the shadows. If you can extract relevant information about their abilities and survive, Lord Ching, you will be promoted to the inner. I will conduct a more comprehensive and thorough transformation of your body, using scientific ninja tools, just as I do with other inner members. By that time, you will be reborn. Oh, by the standards of your ninjas, you will become a figure surpassing even the shadows. Are you not interested? The conditions proposed by Amato were impossible for Ching to refuse. His body, heavily injured by the Ten Tails, had lost the sensation of being alive and could no longer empathize with his past self. These flesh and blood ninjas, infused with the spiritual sustenance called the ninja way, fought desperately. In the end, against the powers of Ōtsutsuki and the Ten Tails, they were nothing but cannon fodder. Reflecting on the Fourth Shinobi World War, Ching arrived at a painful truth. Aside from Naruto and Sasuke, the destined reincarnations who received the gifts of the Sage of Six Paths and accomplished meaningful deeds, the rest were merely pawns. The tens of thousands of fallen ninja coalition members were in essence merely trading lives, with White Zetsu dying without any value. He felt despair at such a reality. In his disheartened state, recruiters from the Shell organization approached him, explaining their objectives and the promises made by their leader Zishin. Shell intends to recultivate the divine tree using the Ten Tails, harvesting chakra fruits from this land. When the time comes, Zishin will share the chakra fruits with every inner member, granting them eternal life and immense power. So how does one become an inner member? Start from the outer circle. As long as you make significant contributions to the organization, you will have the opportunity to be promoted to the inner circle. For more than a decade, Ching had diligently served as an outer member, leveraging his identity as a ninja war hero to freely gather valuable intelligence for Shell from various ninja villages. He became a well-respected backbone of the outer circle, yet the true core of the organization, the inner circle, remained out of reach. Now this opportunity lay before him. If he seized it, he could finally sit at the table. With great rewards comes great courage. Even in the face of Ōtsutsuki, Ching was determined to give it his all. I accept this task. Amato's lips curled slightly upward. Then I wish you great success in your endeavors, Lord Ching. Your valiant figure will be faithfully recorded by high-speed digital cameras. In the early hours of the morning, Ching awaited the inner member Guoshin Jusher at the marshes outside of Kirigakure. To accommodate those who haven't seen the manga, we will reveal Guoshin just his identity from a god's eye perspective. He was a modified human created by Amato based on Jiraiya cells infused with Ōtsutsuki genes, sporting the same silvery disheveled hair as the original. Wearing a half-face mask resembling a bird's beak and draped in a black cloak, his demeanor exuded an unapproachable coldness unlike the original. Guoshin Jushir, the modified version of Jiraiya, set down the long black suitcase from his shoulder. Inside are the 3 latest high-tech scientific ninja tools developed by the organization: a capacitor-type scientific ninja tool, the machine gun for long-range fire suppression, and a laser sword for close combat. And a scientific ninja tool, the high-explosive bomb for mutual destruction with the enemy. Qing opened the box and inspected it, holding the oval object resembling a black pineapple in his hand. Is there really an option for mutual destruction? Guoshin Jushir stated bluntly, if your opponent is an Ōtsutsuki that even Sishin fears, then detonating the bomb would merely be your unilateral suicide. Qing's gaze flickered. If the mission fails and I risk becoming a captive who leaks organizational intelligence, I would detonate this bomb to silence myself completely. Is that the implication, Jushir? Guoshin Jushir replied, opportunities come with risks. To become an inner member, one must have the resolve to gamble with their life. Qing removed his upper clothing, opened the mechanical compartment on his right chest, inserted the high-explosive bomb, slung the machine gun across his back, concealed the laser sword in his sleeve, and swiftly departed. Guoshin Jushir watched as Qing's figure faded into the mist, his eyes behind the mask radiating tranquility and depth. Sharing chakra fruits is just a pie in the sky that Sishin has painted for us inner members. Being promoted to the inner circle based on performance is merely a promise we've made to the outer members. You and I from the very beginning had our fates scripted. Even without this Ōtsutsuki appearing out of nowhere, you would have perished in some other assignment. Farewell, veteran of Kirigakure Qing. In the early morning hours, Tianyu and Hanabi boarded the thunder car, returning home. The journey was silent until the thunder car suddenly came to an emergency halt at the junction of the land of water and the land of fire. The thunder car tracks ahead have been buried by suspected landslide debris and cannot continue. Please remain calm, passengers. We have contacted headquarters, and they will send someone to repair the tracks. How long will it take? Hard to say, judging by the scale of the collapse ahead. If all goes well, we might not be able to depart until sunset. What's going on? I'm in a hurry to attend a friend's wedding. We sincerely apologize for this situation. The headquarters will offer compensation later. In the first-class cabin, Hanabi poked her head out from the upper bunk. This is the first time I've encountered a landslide accident during the thunder car's operation. I never expected it to happen to us. Tianyu, remaining composed, closed the book in his hands. There's nothing to do on the car anyway. Let's go down and take a look. Other passengers shared similar thoughts. Some took the opportunity to smoke and relieve their boredom, while others pulled out their cameras to capture this rare event, preparing to boast about it to friends when they got home. Hanabi suggested, if it gets dark, it will really delay things. Should we walk back? Tianyu rolled his eyes at the landslide area that was nearly 500 meters covered, saying, this is not a natural landslide, but rather a man-made destruction. Hanabi's pupils narrowed slightly. Are you sure? Yes, among these earth and stones there are remnants of chakra. It's strange, based on the nature of the remnants, it doesn't seem to be a ninjutsu. In short, someone wants this thunder car to stop here, harboring some hidden agenda. Looks like you've already discovered it, as expected of Ōtsutsuki. Your insight is quite sharp. Amidst the debris, Qing gripped the scientific ninja tool, the machine gun in his hand. Then he'll strike first. Don't blame me for lacking martial ethics, for you are indeed Ōtsutsuki. Bang, bang, bang. The rapidly spinning 6-barrel rotary gun unleashed a torrent of golden flames upon the crowd in front of the thunder car. See attached image. Gatling Qing. The dense chakra fireballs howled toward the crowd. Just as Tianyu was about to raise his hand to counter, he suddenly saw a man in a service uniform leap out, forming a seal with both hands and striking the ground. Earth-style earth flow wall. A 10-meter square earthen wall rose from the ground, blocking the onslaught. Shanqing Liufeng, a special jonin from Yan'an village, was specially hired by the Raikage company to serve as the conductor of this lightning carriage. His duty was to protect the passengers' safety in case of emergencies. Under the bombardment of the scientific ninja tool heavy machine gun, the earth flow wall was on the verge of collapse. What fierce firepower! Shanqing Liufeng shouted, everyone, quickly disperse. I can't hold them off for long. Run, hurry, and escape. The people, as if waking from a dream, scattered like birds and beasts. Tianyu fixed his gaze on the ground, holding a Gatling gun in a chaotic barrage. He really didn't appear by chance last night. And is that thing the so-called scientific ninja tool? A delicate hand pressed against his advancing shoulder. Just like yesterday in the Valley of Mist, but this time stepping forward was Hanabi. There are too many people here for you to take action. Let me handle it, Tianyu. As the earth flow wall crumbled, a striking orange figure leaped out. Is that the second miss of the Hyūga clan? You are underestimating yourself. The blue figure turned the gun and a dense barrage of fireballs shot toward Hanabi. Swish! Hanabi's mind shifted into a state of perfect tranquility. In her perception, those fireballs seemed to be suspended against a gray backdrop. Hanabi's thoughts raced. The blue figure from the mist after their encounter at the night market Tianyukuin had deliberately glanced back at him. It was proven that Tianyukuin indeed wouldn't pay undue attention to someone without reason. The last incident with Jianjin was a cautionary tale. In the blink of an eye, the blue figure had executed such incredible actions. I suspect he is likely targeting Tianyukuin. Whether it's his own idea or someone else's directive, it would be unwise to let Tianyukuin reveal his abilities here. So, leave it to me. Yeah. Swish. She darted through the gunfire like a butterfly weaving through flowers, trailing a string of orange afterimages. The blue figure's expression changed in shock. What the hell? What was that movement? He switched from aimed shots to sweeping fire, making the fireball coverage and trajectory even more unpredictable. But the blue figure soon realized that no matter how he manipulated his heavy toy, those fireballs couldn't touch the hem of Hanabi's clothing. Hanabi moved as if in a realm without barriers, swiftly encroaching beneath the ground. What a useless gimmick. It's infuriating. The blue figure angrily tossed aside the gun, quietly gripping the laser sword in his palm. Hanabi observed keenly the blue figure was entirely modified with scientific ninja tools, and the dragon's acupoint strike would likely be useless against him. Then, Hanabi suddenly soared above the blue figure, gathering her palms in midair. The blue figure stood ready. That posture is at the Hyūga's 8 trigrams empty palm. No need to dodge, my scientific ninja tool armor is enough to withstand it. Once she strikes, her body will be unable to evade in midair, and I will activate the laser sword to pierce her heart instantly. Divine Sky Strike. Hop. Boom. Beneath her palm a torrent erupted, rivaling the might of the tiger of the shock gate. What? Isn't it the 8 trigrams empty palm? The shockwave distorted his features, leaving him unable to mount any effective response. The ground beneath him collapsed with a thunderous roar. Ugh! He was propelled by the shockwave, crashing into a depression in the ground. Crack! Crack! Ugh! Did the mechanized armor that Feng Zhu installed for me break? The mechanized hands and feet also lost their tactile sensation. How at this rate, I won't even be able to retaliate with the laser sword. I'm afraid I won't be able to stand at all. It's truly ironic. I came here to confront Ōtsutsuki, yet unexpectedly, I can't even pass this test from Miss Hinata. I gazed at the imposing orange figure approaching me. The blue figure said in a low voice, "What you just used wasn't the Hyūga family's traditional body technique, right? I used to be a Byakugan user, so I can still discern that." Hanabi did not answer his question, her Byakugan veins standing out as she stared at the weathered face of the Senior Ching. As a junior who has not participated in the Ninja World War, I will still address you as senior. As a hero of the Ninja World War, why are you doing this? Ching anticipated the questioning and had already concocted a reason. It's obvious. I was the one manipulating Shizen behind the scenes, attacking the higher-ups of the mist. You ruined my plan, and I must retaliate. Hanabi scrutinized Ching, her fist clenched tightly under her sleeve. You're lying. Ching replied, how? You were once a man who served as a bodyguard to the Mizukage and a hero of the Ninja World War. Even if you've fallen, your discernment is still intact. Even if you truly disdain Shojiro and want to choose another Mizukage, you would never select that kind of person. So what you just said was merely an excuse. Ching. Moreover, Hanabi changed the subject. The scientific ninja tools are a new development initiated by our Konoha Scientific Ninja Tools Department, led by Feng Zhu. I haven't paid much attention to their development progress, but I know that the heavy weaponry you just used along with the blade you secretly concealed in your sleeve were meant to ambush me. Both of these exceed the current development standards of our Konoha Scientific Ninja Tools Department. These items must originate from an organization with substantial financial resources and cutting-edge technology. If I'm not mistaken, the organization behind your manipulation is that very one, right? I hope you confess the truth. Are they targeting Tianyukuin? Answer me. Upon hearing this, Ching's heart was as shaken as witnessing the recently displayed Yiyun and Divine Sky Strike. I truly underestimated her, who I had thought that Hinata Hanabi, who had never participated in the Ninja World War, was merely a sheltered flower with some skill. Unexpectedly, she not only possessed the ability to potentially defeat me, but also had such insight and analytical capability. Huh. Ching revealed a self-deprecating smile. Truly, the younger generation is formidable, and their eyes are filled with sharpness and conviction. Unlike me, who is left with only a damaged shell and a decayed will. Hanabi said in a deep voice, it seems your silence is a confirmation. I will take you back to Konoha's interrogation department, and you will clarify everything. What a pity, Ching said darkly. My. Tianyu's gaze flickered slightly. Ching is emanating a sense of death and killing intent. This is bad. He probably wants to. Hanabi furrowed her brow and asked, "What are you saying? A talented new generation like you is destined to be shattered alongside an aging old man like me." As soon as Qing's words fell suddenly, a dazzling golden light flooded into Hanabi's view. Scientific ninja tool high explosive bomb. Swish. Almost simultaneously Tianyu's figure flashed like a startled swan, tightly embracing Hanabi. Chakra shield. A sphere of golden light formed a barrier outside, which waves of fire surged with deafening explosions. But inside it was a scene of tender intimacy. Tianyu held Hanabi's shoulders, his hand resting on the silky black hair cascading down her back. Their chests pressed tightly together. Tianyu was slightly taller, and Hanabi's chin rested on his right shoulder, their cheeks brushing and ears whispering. For the first time in my life am being embraced by the opposite sex. Even though it was an instinctive protective move in a crisis with no romantic undertones. Still, Tianyu's embrace feels so reassuring. Hanabi's cheeks flushed red, her heart surging with emotion. My heart is beating so fast, but with this thick layer of padding on my chest, Tianyu probably can't hear it right. Unfortunately, Tianyu's hearing was exceptionally sharp, and he still detected the thumping within Hanabi's chest. Fearing that the moment he lifted the barrier, she might leap out of the protection zone and end up injured by the explosion, I instinctively held her tight. "Geez, your heart is pounding so fast it's making me embarrassed too." They parted from the embrace, both tacitly avoiding eye contact. Qing's self-destruction left a crater over 100 meters in diameter. The 3-meter square patch of earth and rock beneath Tianyu and Hanabi stood like a stone sword thrust into the bottom of the pit. Qing was completely obliterated. Thinking back on the danger, Hanabi shuddered. I never expected him to be so decisive in ending his own life. If I had known, I would have knocked him out at the first moment. Tianyu said he deserved to die. Escaping my hands was too easy for him. Regarding Qing's motives, Tianyu had a similar speculation to Hanabi's, but regardless of whether he was instigated or had his own reasons, it was a fact that Qing had tried to drag Hanabi down with him. Tianyu would never have let him off, and this death was a clean end. Alas, Hanabi sighed. But now we'll never know who put him up to this. It's fine. If this was an organized and premeditated action, we'll have plenty of opportunities to deal with them in the future. Tianyu had a longer perspective than Hanabi. This ninja world is small, but it's full of all sorts of monsters and villains. If this was really aimed at me, the other party probably knows my true identity as an Ōtsutsuki. Now that's interesting. Either they are fools who don't know death, or they are also from the homeland. It seems that my Ōtsutsuki Tianyu's vacation in the human world won't be boring after all. If they want to play tit for tat, I don't mind having a talk. But if they dare to touch even a single hair on Hanabi's head, I'll scatter their ashes. Aunt Hanabi, Uncle Tianyu, are you two okay? Sarada walked up with a concerned expression, followed by Boruto and Mitsuki. Don't worry, we're fine. I can't believe it. How did you manage to come out unscathed from an explosion like that? Sarada's face was filled with awe. Tianyu had activated and deactivated his chakra shield at the precise moments, using the initial flash of the explosion and the lingering smoke to conceal it from everyone's sight. So Sarada had no idea what means Tianyu had used. In her understanding, only the golden fox head summoned by Boruto's father and the purple giant summoned by her own father could achieve something similar. Boruto, however, was well aware. He had been protected by the chakra shield before. Deep inside, he burned with frustration. Damn it. I could only stand there helplessly again. I'm too weak. In a situation like that, I couldn't do anything at all. I didn't become a ninja just to stand on the sidelines like a good little boy. The incident with Sumair, the one with Kaguya, the 7 swordsmen of the mist, and this time too. Adults handled everything. I don't want this. I need to get stronger. I will become a chunin. I will earn the chance for Uncle Tianyu to teach me his techniques. I want to protect the people around me from harm. And I'll make that workaholic dad of mine, who's always busy and never at home, see me in a new light. Boruto silently resolved himself. Mitsuki said, the explosion revealed the collapsed area, but it also damaged the train tracks. It probably can't be repaired today. Are we going to wait here? Before Hanabi or Tianyu could respond, Boruto was the first to protest. We can't waste time here. Let's sprint back to the village at full speed. I can't wait to start training. Hanabi and Tianyu exchanged smiles. It seems another gain from this trip is that Boruto has finally found his drive. My brother-in-law will be very pleased when he hears. It's all thanks to Tianyu. Hanabi said energetically. All right, let's head back to the village at full speed. Meanwhile, the image transmitted back to the Kara base froze at the moment of Qing's self-destruction. Amato's brow was deeply furrowed. What a bad start. Not only did Qing fail to provoke the Ōtsutsuki into acting, but he also alerted the snake by beating the grass, letting them deduce that he has an organization behind him. He massaged his swollen temples from staying up all night, relieving the soreness in his eyes, then put his glasses back on. After lighting a cigarette, Amato's thoughts became clearer. It's not completely fruitless. At least I got to see that Hyūga Hanabi's combat ability is a world away from what the intelligence suggested. According to the latest Shinobi database, she was rated as an elite jonin. But the strength she displayed against Ching has undoubtedly reached the level of a Kaguya. No, perhaps even surpassed Kaguya standard, approaching the threshold for our Kara organization selection into the inner circle. It stands to reason that her increase in power is inextricably linked to that Ōtsutsuki who goes by the alias Hyūga Tianyu. There must be some unknown secret behind it. If I want to learn more about this Ōtsutsuki who fell from the sky, maybe Hyūga Hanabi is a good starting point. Amato, what are you mumbling about to yourself so early in the morning? A golden-haired seductive woman twisted her slender waist, her long legs in a blue-green top and striped pencil skirt, striding past Amato. A member of Kara's inner circle Delta. Delta, huh? Amato said nonchalantly. Would you like to watch a video? What video? The one where Ching of the outer circle gets KO'd. Ching, that guy with a decent reputation among the outer circle. I'm a big fish in a small pond. But he died about 10 minutes ago. Delta came up behind Amato, bending over and leaning in close to the computer screen. To be honest, someone of his level being taken down isn't surprising at all. But being KO'd, that piques my interest. Amato played the video of Ching being KO'd by Hanabi for Delta. Delta exclaimed in surprise, "Who is this woman? Forget the speed and accuracy of dodging attacks. Just with her fists, she can fire air bullets of that caliber." Amato's gaze behind his orange lenses flickered meaningfully. What if I gave you the chance to test her skills yourself? Interested? Cicn tightened her grip around her slim waist, her face adorned with an eager smile. Amato, you're asking me to find Hinata Hanabi and eliminate her, right? Not exactly elimination, Amato replied, taking a puff from his cigarette. I want you to capture her and interrogate her about that Ōtsutsuki. I heard your conversation just now. A man in a white monk robe with long braids tied at the back of his head and a composed demeanor stepped forward. Diluta expressed surprise. See, I seen you woke up so early. That's not like you at all. Cicn shot a glance at Amato, unceremoniously stating, Amato, your mind is good for researching and inventing, but when it comes to formulating battle plans, it's just a series of terrible ideas. Amato calmly replied, can you tell me what you find unsatisfactory about my ideas? It would help as a reference for future actions. Cicn said, I want to understand the intel on this fellow countryman to know ourselves and our enemy, but that doesn't mean I want to provoke him right now. That Hinata Hanabi, whether she is his illegitimate daughter, legitimate wife, or concubine, I don't care at all. But if you touch someone close to him, won't that force him to stand against me? What are you really thinking? Amato remained silent, smoking. He already harbored ulterior motives towards Cicn, specifically towards the Ōtsutsuki Ishiki, who occupied her body, contemplating an early escape from his control. In the original timeline, he intentionally allowed the spaceship carrying Ishiki's reincarnation vessel Kawaki to crash in the Land of Leaf, ensuring Kawaki received protection from Konoha, thereby drawing the dormant shell to the surface. Using Naruto and Sasuke's hands eliminate Ishiki. Ultimately, Amato's plan succeeded, but that battle also completely drained Naruto and Sasuke of their last reserves. Naruto lost the Nine Tails, and Sasuke lost his Rinnegan, relegating them to obscurity. Afterward, Naruto and Hinata were sealed by the psychologically twisted Kawaki under the guise of protection, while Sasuke fared worse, becoming the foundation of the God Tree during the ensuing chaos. Attached are two linked images. Naruto and Hinata were sealed by Kawaki. Sasuke became the foundation of the God Tree. This time with the variable of 10-10 added. Amato had a new plan. He wished to instigate a scenario where the two Ōtsutsuki would turn against each other, allowing him to benefit from it, but this intention absolutely could not be revealed. Amato stubbed out his cigarette in the ashtray. Cicn, I understand what you're saying. But now that he is in Konoha, if we don't take some risks, we won't be able to gather in. Cicn cautioned. How to implement this is your responsibility. I have always believed in having no conflicts of interest with fellow countrymen, maintaining peace and non-interference. Acting on this principle, do you understand? I understand, Amato replied humbly. Cicn, thanks to you correcting my mistakes in time, I avoided causing any trouble. Diluta, you don't need to go find trouble with Hinata Hanabi, just stay home quietly. Ah, that's disappointing. I actually wanted to step on the Ōtsutsuki woman. See how well she handles being an Amato lit another cigarette, falling into deep thought. Excluding my selfish desires, but considering feasibility, if we don't act boldly, it will be difficult to gather information on Hinata 1010, who is in Konoha. By the way, earlier to obtain materials for scientific ninja tools, Ao had placed an illusion on Kawaki. In the original work, this happened. The series of intelligence-reducing actions by Kawaki resulted from Ao's illusion. That kind of illusion applied by scientific ninja tools can interfere from a distance. Kawaki is a good pawn to act as an informant, but he must never be allowed to openly wander in front of the Ōtsutsuki, or else the illusion incident will surely be exposed. Let me think, what should I do? By the way, in the footage transmitted by Ao, I seem to have seen the figure of the Hokage's son, Uzumaki Boruto. Konoha should be about to hold the Chunin exams, right? That young lord, I remember, he has always been somewhat unmotivated, and there's a gap in the father-son relationship. Though somewhat roundabout, it might be worth a try, especially since it aligns with Kawaki's professional expertise. In the evening, Tenten and the others returned to Konoha. Hanabi went to the Hokage's office to report to Naruto about the two incidents encountered during their journey to the Land of Mist. Shikamaru was also present in the office. After listening to Hanabi's account, Naruto's expression grew serious as he fell into deep thought. Since the end of the Ninja World War, the Ninja World has maintained stability and peace on the surface. However, since the incident with Uchiha Shin, various hidden dangers have begun to surface. Achieving true peace where people understand one another is indeed a long and arduous road. The new 7 Ninja Swordsman is just a child's farce, but I clearly feel that Ao's attack was directed at— Looking at the concern on Hanabi's face, Naruto thought to himself, Hanabi is somewhat optimistic and usually wouldn't show such an expression. It's clear she genuinely cares for Tenten. Is this merely out of her sense of responsibility as Tenten's guardian? Naruto smiled reassuringly. Don't worry, Hanabi, your brother-in-law leads Konoha, the strongest regular army in the ninja world. The fact that the enemy only dares to create trouble during your return journey shows their self-awareness. That organization behind Ao, which seems to possess advanced scientific ninja tools, I will have Sasuke investigate secretly. But for safety, Sasuke, during the period from now until the Chunin exams, you and Tenten should stay in the village and not go out. Okay, I got it. Hanabi thought to herself, now that I've obtained the meteorite for tuning, there's really no need to go out, and I need to focus on consolidating the techniques Tenten taught me. Moreover, after going to the Land of Mist, he surprisingly captured the heart of the Mizukage sister. Compared to his combat prowess, his looks and charm with the ladies are the real problem. I really can't let him run around everywhere, especially not to places with many single female ninjas. Having never experienced love, Hanabi did not realize that she had unconsciously developed a possessive awareness towards Tenten. Shikamaru said, by the way, Hanabi, how has Tenten's literacy progress been these days? Hanabi couldn't help but praise. His progress is astonishing. He can recognize hundreds of characters every day. His mind is really sharp. However, to use written language without barriers, he still needs some time to settle in. That's fine. Compared to the small disturbances within the ninja world, I'm more concerned about his extraterrestrial rivals. Shikamaru urged, you must encourage him to organize useful intelligence language and report it promptly. Even fragmented information is fine. No need to wait until it's all perfectly articulated. While saying this, Shikamaru scratched his face, adding intentionally, also don't say that I specifically instructed you, say that it's your own wish for him to do so, understand? Hanabi showed a knowing smile. Why this subtlety? It doesn't seem like your style, Shikamaru-senpai. Shikamaru felt guilty. How could I know that guy in such a severely injured state still has combat strength comparable to Naruto? The rules of the world cannot surpass the fist. It seems only by teaming up with Naruto and Sasuke can he be firmly suppressed. I cannot treat this Ōtsutsuki gentleman the same way I did in the hospital. Shikamaru said in a gentle tone, please Hanabi, it's very difficult for me to be in this position. Hanabi glanced at the mini cigarette butt stuck in the ashtray on the table. I promise you. But you must not smoke today. No smoking outside. Especially not when you get home. Spare me. I'm a mental laborer. Let's do it for Temari and Shikadai, okay? Come on, does your love for your wife and child not outweigh a day's craving for cigarettes? Shikamaru covered his face, looking troubled. This is no trivial matter. Once she gets married, she will definitely be a formidable character, likely even more challenging than Temari. Women are truly a creature that is both troublesome and endearing. Perfect. Tonight, after a long absence, I'll be debating with Temari in bed, so I'll maintain oral hygiene. Okay, I won't touch cigarettes today. The night was as dark as ink, enveloping the back mountain of the Hyūga clan in tranquility. The moonlight poured down like water, draping a layer of silvery veil over the lush forest clearing. Tianyu sat cross-legged on the blue stone, his posture upright, yet relaxed, with the ancient Tianzhao Guqin resting on his lap. His pristine silver hair scattered casually on the ground behind him, gently swaying in the night breeze. Hanabi sat a short distance in front of him, cradling her chin in her hands, her pure white eyes half-closed, gazing at Tianyu. Tianyu lowered his head slightly, his eyes shimmering with emotion, his long fingers lightly resting on the Guqin strings. With a flick of his fingers, a stream of ethereal and distant Guqin music flowed out. It was a variation of Kacha. The originally desolate and lonely melody transformed under Tianyu's interpretation, gaining a sense of transcendence and tranquility. The music resembled a clear spring in a mountain gorge, trickling soothingly into her ears, and like a gentle breeze in the forest caressing her heart. Each note seemed to carry vitality, resonating in the woods, intertwining with the chirping of insects and the calls of birds to form a natural symphony. Hanabi was immersed in the meaning of this piece, marveling at its beauty. She had never heard such enchanting Gucci music before. It felt as if the sound could cleanse her soul, making her forget all external troubles, even her own existence. Unconsciously her gaze became dreamy, lost in thought, and she seemed to transform into a wisp of smoke merging into the moonlight and the music. From that day on, the back mountain of the Hyūga clan became a secret garden exclusive to the two of them. Every night, accompanied by the moonlight in the silent mountains, the music echoed, never ceasing. A month quietly passed. Cherry blossom petals fell only to be blown up by the wind. There are 3 days left until the Chunin exams. On the training ground of Konoha, under the scorching sun, Boruto and his shadow clones were drenched in sweat as they hurled kunai relentlessly. In order to earn guidance from Tianyu, Boruto took this Chunin exam extremely seriously, even gathering inside information about the participating contestants through his own channels. For this Chunin exam, Sunagakure, Wagakure, and Kirigakure each sent their elite candidates. Shinki of Sunagakure, the adopted son of the Kazekage Gaara, is said to be the next candidate for Kazekage. Yurue of Kumogakure is said to be a candidate for the Eight Tails Jinchuriki. Even Kirigakure, which had recently visited, dispatched 3 formidable Genin triplet brothers. Boruto knew well that his foundation was too weak. Though his intelligence allowed him to dabble in wind, lightning, and water releases in actual combat, his most relied upon technique was still his trump card, the Shadow Clone Jutsu. However, the chakra required for shadow clones is the most difficult to train. After a month of arduous cultivation, he could only increase the number of his shadow clones from 4 to 5. Bang! After a fierce round of throwing, all the shadow clones vanished. Boruto sat on the ground panting. Damn it, this won't work. With my current level, I can only bully ordinary Genin. Against these contestants, it's simply not enough. The Chunin exam is right around the corner. What should I do? Outside the fence, a man in a white coat wearing glasses and a square face observed the entire scene, a meaningful smile curling at the corner of his mouth. Just as Boruto wiped the sweat from his face and prepared to get up and continue training, the man walked over and greeted him. Young Master Boruto, not to discourage you, but what you are doing now is completely futile. Boruto frowned. Why are you here again? Don't you have your own things to do? Over the past month, this man named Yuan Yifangzhu had been appearing from time to time, introducing him to something called a scientific ninja tool, trying to get him to wear it for the Chunin exam. Boruto dismissed him with disdain and told him not to show up again. But Fangzhu clung to him like a persistent pest. Stop peddling your junk to me. Get lost. But Fangzhu pushed up his glasses and said unhurriedly, oh, is that so? If you don't become a Chunin, you won't be able to receive guidance from that Hyūga Tianyu. Through a listening device secretly installed on Boruto, Fangzhu had learned the reason for Boruto's hard work this past month. Boruto asked in surprise, how do you know about this? Don't worry about how I know. Fangzhu lightly sidestepped the topic and cut to the chase. Are you really going to miss this rare opportunity? Time was running out. He really couldn't afford to delay any longer. Boruto clenched his fists and asked hesitantly, with the scientific ninja tool you mentioned, can I defeat my opponents in the Chunin exam? Fangzhu took out a wrist guard-shaped device from his pocket, put it on his right hand, and demonstrated it for Boruto. He extended his right hand flat and slapped the mechanism on the wrist guard with his left hand. With a crisp click, a mini scroll popped into the palm of his right hand. Swoosh. Then he opened his right hand from a fist, and suddenly a Rasengan burst forth from the mini scroll. As Fangzhu pushed his hand forward, that Rasengan shot out like a cannonball, flying toward the target hanging on the tree. Boom. A whirlwind of azure storm spiraled. The target was destroyed, and even the tree trunk that held it bore a massive spiral-shaped gash. Boruto was dumbfounded. Amazing. Wasn't that Konohama Sensius Rasengan? Can it be launched like this without using my own chakra? Of course. This is the latest model of chakra capacitor type scientific ninja tool, my greatest masterpiece so far. As long as a jutsu is sealed in a scroll in advance, even an ordinary person unable to use chakra can effortlessly unleash high-powered ninjutsu, easily achieving combat power surpassing that of a Hokage. In simple terms, the capacitor of this scientific ninja tool is like a power bank. However, to maintain an air of mystery before Boruto, he didn't go into the details. Fangzhu grabbed a handful of mini scrolls from his pocket and said with pride, not just Rasengan. All kinds of powerful jutsu can be used with no effort like this. Not to mention your opponents are just a bunch of Genin brats. Even a seasoned jonin you can easily take down. By now Boruto had seen a thing or two. In simple terms, what this Four Eyes had in his hand was basically the same kind of thing that the man named Chin used. Still not as good as Uncle Tianyu. Hearing this, Fang's eyes suddenly lit up. Oh, is that Hyūga Tianyu really that strong? Of course. Otherwise, why would I want to learn from him? Young master, could you tell me what makes him so formidable? My mom specifically told me not to reveal Uncle Tianyu's matters to outsiders. Seeing Boruto's hesitation, Fangzhu used provocation. To be honest, young master, I really can't understand why you are so obsessed with him. Is Hyūga Tianyu really that extraordinary? Doubting the person I admire is no different from doubting my judgment. He'll show you how amazing Uncle Tianyu. Immediately Boruto poured out everything he had seen, the techniques Tianyu had used. Listen, he doesn't need hand seals to perform jutsu. He can fly into the air and shoot black rods that seal opponents. He can also deploy a barrier that blocks powerful attacks. He's on a completely different level from the ninjas we've been trying. Is that all? Fangzhu said impassively. Everything you mentioned can actually be done by scientific ninja tools. In my opinion, there's nothing impressive about it. TCH. Boruto said angrily. We clearly have nothing in common. Keep this junk for some other occasion. I'm not using it. Fangzhu watched Boruto's retreating figure sulkily. It seems that young Master Boruto has only seen that much of Hyūga Tianyu's abilities so far. Given his obsession with this person, he certainly won't give up easily. Though I don't believe that Hyūga Tianyu is someone I cannot defeat with my advanced and more powerful scientific ninja tools. Young Master Boruto, if you change your mind before the Chunin exam starts, you can come find me anytime. He'll be waiting here every night. In the evening at the Konoha hot spring resort, Tianyu and Hanabi left the men's and women's baths respectively and entered a private room. Tianyu sat in front of a mirror in a yukata with a fragrant breeze lingering behind him. Hanabi held a hairdryer in one hand to blow-dry his hair loose and a combing wand in the other to style it. This had become a recent daily routine. It started half a month ago when, after the training of Yu, Hanabi noticed that Tianyu's hair was tangled. With hair that long, it must be hard for him to manage it daily. So Hanabi took over this task. This morning Hanabi took the third pill. Tonight they would be training on levitation. Leaving the hot spring resort, the two walked side by side into the alley leading to the back mountain of the Hyūga clan. Moi. Suddenly Tianyu stopped. Hanabi asked, "What's wrong?" Tianyu stared intently into the air ahead with his Byakugan. "I see it. The omen of a space gate opening." Swoosh. As the words fell, a pitch-black solid vortex spun into existence, becoming a space-crossing gate. Tianyu immediately shielded Hanabi behind him. Zzz. A figure in a black cloak landed. Zzz. The sixth tomo embedded on the purple Rinnegan pattern in that person's left eye disappeared. The eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, with straight bar tomo in the right eye, also regressed to a 3-tomo. The blade held in the man's single hand slowly returned to its sheath at his waist. After confirming that the being who had just put him through a bitter battle did not pursue him, he let out a deep sigh of relief. That was close. I never expected that Kaguya's dimension would also be targeted. The burly figure wielding a red weapon, and the person wearing a veil. Without a doubt, they were Kaguya's clan members of the Ōtsutsuki. I must tell Naruto about this as soon as possible. Sasuke Uchiha suppressed the fatigue in his eyes. As he lifted his gaze, he found himself staring directly at Tianyu. His just relaxed pupils violently shook. Ōtsutsuki, have they invaded here? Crackle. The Kusanagi sword slid out of its sheath, carrying swift lightning as it swung toward the person before him.